development broadly refers to the task related to your web applications or web pages. It basically adds up life to your otherwise ordinary web page. Hi everyone, welcome to this full course session on web development. This will give you a complete crash course and let you know everything that you need to know about web development. But before we begin, let's have a look at today's agenda. So first we will begin with the basic language that you need for web development, that is HTML. And then we will move on and learn how to add more styles to your web applications with the help of CSS. Next up, we will move on to the JavaScript programming language that will help you know how you can add more motions to your web pages. Now once you're well versed with these programming languages for web development, you need to know about the jQuery library. And then we will move on to the different front-end frameworks. To begin with, we will learn about the Angular 8 framework and then we will move on to React.js. Now once we are done with the front-end part, we will move on to the back-end and have a look at Node.js. Now once we are done with all these frameworks, we will move on to applications such as the MeanStack application and then the MERNStack application. Now that you're well versed with all of these programming languages and their frameworks, we will see how to become a full-stack web developer. But before this, don't forget to subscribe to Edureka's YouTube channel and stay connected.
Hi folks, my name is Arya and I welcome you all to this HTML tutorial. So today we are going to learn all about HTML, so without wasting much time, let's dive right in. So the idea behind HTML was a modest one. When Tim Berners-Lee was putting together his first elementary browsing and authoring system for the web, he created a quick little hypertext language that would serve his purposes. He imagined dozens or even hundreds of hypertext formats in the future and smart clients that could easily negotiate and translate documents from servers all across the internet. Now HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language, and it is a standard markup language for creating web pages and web applications. It is used to describe the structure of the web pages using a process called markup. Now HTML mostly constitutes of elements, and these elements are the building blocks of any HTML page and are represented by tags. Now let me just give you a brief introduction to the structure of HTML. Now this is also called an HTML boilerplate. So firstly, an HTML boilerplate begins with the HTML tags, which tells the browser that this is an HTML page and this is where it begins from. Next comes the head tag, which contains most of the meta information about the document. The head tag normally also contains the link to the styling sheets, the fonts that you might be using on your web page, and even the JavaScript that you might be using. Now the head tag also has the title element, which specifies the title for the document and can be seen as a text on the tab that you open on a browser. Now next comes the body tag, which mostly contains the content that is visible to the viewer of your page. And these contains elements like h1 tags or paragraph tags, which are known by p tags, and they make up the mass of your content. Now to create an HTML page, there are a few steps. So firstly, you need to open any sort of text editor. It could be Notepad++, Notepad, Sublime Text, or even Visual Studio Code. You have the freedom to use whatever text editor you want. Next, you have to write up some HTML code that you want to show on your web page, and then you just save your file as a .html. And to open the file, all you have to do is just view it on your browser. Now let me just give you a quick demonstration on how that is actually done if you've still not understood that. So let us create a folder first. So let's call this folder HTML demo, and now we're just gonna use Sublime Text because that's my favorite text editor. Out here, all you have to do is create a new file, and I'm going to be saying that it's a HTML type. Then you just fit in your HTML boilerplate. I'm going to tell my title is going to be my first web page, and that is the title of our web page. Now let's put in some content into this. So it's going to have an h1 which says this is just some text. Let's save this. This is going to be saved into our HTML demo. So let's open it. Let's save it as index.html. Now once you've saved it, all you have to do to view it is go into your folder and just open it on your browser. So as you guys can see, the title is written out here on the tab, and this is our h1 that we just created. Okay, so that's how you basically create an HTML page. So let's move on. Now there are some elements that I want to tell you all about, which is very important. So first is the doctype element. So the doctype declaration represents that the file you're working is a document type and helps the browser to display web pages correctly. And it only appears once at the top of the page before any HTML tag, and the doctype declaration is not case sensitive. Okay, so this is what HTML actually looks like. Now before we move further with some HTML coding, I want to make you all aware that a web page is fundamentally made up of three constituents. The first is HTML, the second is CSS or cascading style sheets, and the third is JavaScript. Now HTML will only give the structure of the web page. It has nothing to do with the styling, while CSS is completely responsible for how beautiful your web page looks, what colors you're using as the background, how your images are actually lined up, and all those sorts of things. To learn more about CSS, you can always refer to our CSS tutorial on the same page of EduReca. And thirdly, JavaScript is for making your page much more dynamic. If you're clicking on a button, your posts are being actually submitted. That's all being done by JavaScript. And if you all want to learn about JavaScript, we also have tutorials for that, and you can surely check them out. Okay, so now let's go ahead and create some elements and see how they look like on an HTML page. So let's go back to our HTML page. So this is what an H1 looks like. So let me just copy this down now. And let me show you all the types of headings that HTML provides us. It's actually H1 through H6, so H2, H3, H4, H5, and H6. Let's also change them here. H6, H5, H4, H3, 2. Now let's save it. Let's go ahead and reload our page. So this is how the different types of headings look like. This is H1 being the biggest and H6 being the smallest. Okay, so that was about headings. Now we have some other tags also that I want to make you all aware of. So there's the P tag first. So P normally stands for paragraph. Now paragraph is basically what it looks like, and it normally contains random text or paragraphs of your web page. And this is what they look like. So this is what a paragraph looks like. Okay, so that was all about adding a paragraph. So how do you add images? So you can simply add image with the image tag, and all you have to say is a source. Now I already have a beautiful picture of a Pokemon that I really loved as a kid, so let me just copy that down into the folder. Okay, so now that we've copied down our image into our folder, all you have to do is give the source. Now this can be ninetales.png. That's the name of our image. Let's go back to our page. Let's reload it. Okay, now you can also put in attributes like height, and you could say the height is going to be 7 or 500 pixels, and then you can also put in an attribute called width and say that's also going to be 500 pixels. Yeah, so that changes the height and width of your image. You can also make it smaller by saying something like 100 pixels. So let me just show you that. Save it, let's reload it, and yeah, now we have a much smaller Ninetales out there. Now suppose you don't have a picture, you can also put an alt tag. So this will say there was supposed to be an image here. So let's save that. Now you will not be able to see the alt tag because our image is working, but suppose I misspelled the name of my image, and now you'll see something like that out there. So there was supposed to be an image out here, so it's showing the alternate thing. Right, we can also have line breaks in our HTML. So you do that simply by saying /br, and then there will be a line break between this word Alamco and Laboris. So let's save that. Let's cancel this out. Okay, so now Alamco and Laboris are on different lines. We can also make stuff bold. So suppose you want to make this first word bold, so you can go B/B, and that'll make it bold. Yep, now lorem is bold. You can also, for making things bold, you can use a strong tag, and now let's say this is also bold, and now this is also bold, comes up right there. Then you can change the size of text. So let's just create some other text so that it doesn't get cluttered up. So we have tags like big, and we also have tags like small. So let me just show you the difference. This text is big, while this is small. Let's let's do that. So this text is big while this is small. So let me just put a line break here. Save that. Let's also put a line break here, and now let's put back our image. Yeah, this text is big while this is small. Now you can also put in horizontal lines inside your HTML. All you have to say is HR, and that'll put in horizontal line out there, right like that. You can also put the width and height out here. So width, there's no reason to put a height because it's not there, and width is going to be something like 70%. You could say 70%, and you have a line that goes 70% through the screen. Next, we can also put in links into our HTML. So suppose you want to go to a site. So let's say you want to go to Edureka. Now we can put some text like, say, this is a link to a website. Let's save that. Let's put it here, and now this will take us to edureka.co. Yep, so that's how it works. You can also put links on images. So suppose we were to remove this text out here, copy this image from here, and just put it out here. Now if we were to click on the image, it'll take us to edureka.co. Okay. You can also add lists into your HTML page. So there are two types of lists. One is an ordered list. So ordered lists are numbered lists, and you can put in list items like this. So let's put in a bunch of list items. Okay, so let's type in some text. So this is a random list. So list items are actually going to be the things that you're going to list out. So these could be anything that you're listing out. You could list out your favorite dogs, you could list out your favorite chocolates, or anything like that. Let me just show you what that looks like. Let's go back to our page, and this is what it looks like. So as you guys can see, we have a list out here which says this is a random list, this is a random list, and just to make it a little more creative, let's go and put in some stuff like that. So firstly, let's put an H2 out here. These are some of my favorite dogs. Let's say I love Samoyeds, I also love Corgis, I love Huskies, and I also love Golden Retrievers. So now we'll have an actually good list out here. So these are some of my favorite dogs. Now if I were to just make this an unordered list, so we could also have unordered lists. So this is how you create an unordered list. You just go UL and then you put in your list items. So I'm going to say, so let's put in H2 again, and these are some of my favorite heroes in Dota 2. So list item, this is going to be, let's see, I really love playing Shadow Fiend. Then let's put in some other heroes like Storm Spirit, Invoker, and let's say Templar Assassin. Let's save that, and let's see. So these are some of my favorite heroes in Dota 2. Now if you see, our H2 is kind of indented. That is because we have put it inside our list. Now if you were to just cut it out and put it outside, let's read my lines, and let's see. So now it's properly showing. So these are some of my favorite heroes in Dota 2. You can also put in images in these list items. So suppose we were to put in some images of Shadow Fiend, Storm Spirit, you would just put an image out here and you would put the source. Now I don't really have images, but you can also put in the URL of images. So let me just show you how to do that. So let's say Shadow Fiend. Let's go into the images. Let's find something small, like let's say 300 x 300. Okay, so this looks like a nice cartoonish figure. So we open this image in a new tab and we copy down this link. So you can say the source is this link. Let's save it. Let's see if it shows up. Yep, and now this thing shows up just outside Shadow Fiend. You can also put in some styling or some attributes, like you'd say width is going to be 100 pixels and height is going to be 100 pixels. So let's save that now, and now it's a much smaller image of Shadow Fiend. Now we have other types of tags also. So these are called div tags. So div tag stands for division. So to divide your page into separate parts, you could say this will contain the footer. So footer tags are normally coming in the end. Now you could also have a div tag in the beginning. and this could contain the header. So these tags will contain the header. So let me just put in some header. So this is the header and this is the footer. So this is the header. Headers always come on top, and this is the footer. Now you can also create forms using HTML. So let's go ahead and create one. So our form is going to be called a registration form. Okay, so now let's put our form in a div first of all. So let's give our div an ID. So IDs and classes are actually used to select stuff on an HTML page when you're styling. So to understand more about IDs, check out our CSS tutorial. Let's give this ID form, or registration form rather. Then let's go into our div and create a form. Our form will always stay inside our form tags. Now that we have done that, let's understand the elements of a form. Firstly, we need an input. So first input will be of type text. Let's say its name is going to be first name, and we'll have a placeholder that sounds like this, say Arya, and we will always be requiring it. So if you say required, that means somebody will, if he's actually inputting stuff into the form, this is a mandatory field. Okay, so let's save that and see. So now we have a registration form called Arya. Okay, so we also need labels. So let's go ahead and create one. So label, so for first name, and this is going to say first name, and it's going to have a colon. So now there's a label called first name. Now we can do this for last name also. So let's Control C, Control V. So it's going to be last, it's going to be last, and this is also going to be last, and we want to put a placeholder for Paul, and this is also a required field. So now we have a last name with this placeholder. We can submit stuff into that. Now form also takes in two important attributes I forgot to mention. So one is the action and the other is the method. Now action is something that will happen when you submit this form, so you can run a script, something like script.php, but for now that's for another session. Okay, now there are other types of inputs. So let's see, let's create another div. Now suppose you want to input the gender also. So let's see, let's first create a label, and let's also create an input type. So input will be type of radio, and this is going to be called gender male, and let's also give us a value of choice 1. Save it. Now you want a label and you want to give it the attribute for, and you want to give it the name out here. So let's put in that. So gender male, save that, and let's write male out here. So let's save that now and let's see what it looks like. So now we have this thing called male. We can check it and we can uncheck it. Now let's create for female also and others. So let's see, let's call this female, and this is going to be of type choice 2. Now we have male, we have female, but if you see, we can actually select both of them or all of them, so that's not something we want, right? So let's make this choice 3, let's make this other. Okay, now we have a gender submission going on, so male, or it's female, or it's other. Now we can't really select everything, so how do we actually solve that? So let's give them all the same name. So we can call it gender choice, save it. Now you either go male, or you go female, or you go other. You can't really select the same thing. So that's how you make that happen. Okay, now let's look into some other types of input types we can take in. So let's create another div. Suppose you want to take in the email address. So let's go ahead and copy that. Let's put it out here. Let's say, so label for, let's see, first of all we need to change this type to email, and we will also give this a name of email. Let's put in a placeholder instead of a value, and it's going to be something like, let's put xyz@email.com. Okay, now we have this thing going on, so let's change this label to email, and let's change this label to email too. Now we have this thing going, and we can type in our email, And we'll also need to type in a password for registrations. Let's call this password. Let's also make this password. The type is going to be password. And let's remove a placeholder because passwords don't really have placeholders. Save that, and now you see when you type in a password you can't really see anything. That's how you make a form that inputs a password. Okay, so that was how you take in emails and passwords in a form. Now there are some other stuff that I want to show you, so let's dive right into that. So let's create another div. Okay, so first of all we need a select tag. So select tags are used for making selections. So let me show you how that works. So firstly, let's give this a name and let's call this birthday, or let's call this the month. Now we'll also need a label for this. Let's create a label. So our label is for month. Let's call it birthday. Now our select can have various options. So we're basically going to put in a bunch of options out here. Let's see, option. Now we need 12 options actually. That's 3, that's 6, that's 9, that's 12. Delete these out. Just read in my lines. Now our options are gonna have values. So our value will be something like, fine, so let's say Jan, Feb, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, and December. And you could say January out here, February. Let me just create this quickly. March. Let's save this. Now let's see what this looks like. So we have this birthday thing, and it has all the months in there. Okay, now out here if you see, it already comes with a default value of January. Now you can also mitigate that by putting in another option called default. So let's put another option, or so now that we have an option, let's give this a value 0 and let's say selected disabled. Now if you reload this, there's nothing, but you get all these different values. Now instead of just making it blank, you could say that this could say month. So now this says month, and you could create something similar for days also. So for days you need to create 30 of these, and I hope you get the logic of creating this thing. Now our form also needs a button to submit, so let's go and create that. Also let me show you another type of input. So let's say input, and the type will be check box, and the name will be agree. And let's put a label for this, a for agree, and I agree to all the conditions of the form. Now we will have this thing going, and we have a checkbox. We could check it, we could uncheck it, something like that. Then all we need is an input. Not an input, we rather need a button. Say button, and you say submit, and you also have to give this a type. So this is going to be of type submit. So once that's done, we see this button and we can submit it. So if you go and submit, you'll see please fill out this field because it's a required field. And that's all that is there, the forms. So that's how you create a form in HTML. You can also create tables in HTML, so let me show you how to do that. Let's reload and make this blank, save it. Yeah, so our tables are created with table tags. Your table, and tables have table datas. Okay, so we can also create tables in HTML. For that we need the table tag. Now table comes with the table header first of all. So this will contain all your table headers. So suppose you are creating a table for dogs and the breeds. So th dog, and you can say the dog also has a name and breed. So this has created a table header now. So let me just show you what that looks like. So now we have the dog name and breed. Now we can just simply go in and put in some table rows. So for in a row you say tr, and in every row you will have to put in some table data. So for that you use the table data tag, so td. So let's say our dog is called, so let's make this rather dog owner name, right? So I had a dog and my dog's name was Stoner. Let's call him Stoner. And Stoner was a street dog, so let's just keep the breed as street. Okay, so that was one table data row. Save it. Now we'll be needing multiple table rows, so let's just copy that, paste it multiple times. So let's say my friend Shubham, he has a dog called Goldie and it's a retriever. And then I also have this friend called Ayushman. He has a dog called Duke and it's husky. And then there's this guy called Ishan. He has a dog called Monster, but it's a pug. Yeah, so now we have successfully created a table, and you guys can see dog owners are Arya, Shubham, Ayushman and Ishan. Their name of their respective dogs is Stoner, Goldie, Duke and Monster, and the breeds are street, retriever, husky and pug. So that's how you create a table. Now with CSS you can add a border to this table. So let me just show you how that's done with a little bit of CSS. So let's say style, let's say text/CSS. Now out here you could just do some little styling. Let's say let's give our table a border of 1px solid black. Now our table will have a border, and we can also give TDs a border, and they're gonna have 1px solid black too. So now everything has a border and our table looks much neater. Yep, so that's how you create a table in HTML. Okay guys, so now it's time I actually show you how HTML can be really polished sometimes. So let's go ahead and create a blog. So for this blog I've already created the CSS out here, so I'm not really going to be explaining the styling part, but we are going to be creating our blog. So let's go ahead and see how that looks like. So first of all, let's delete everything. Let's create a page now. So let's call this blog. Now we'll be linking our style sheet out here. So for linking our style sheet, all you have to say is something like this, and then we go ahead and copy my style sheets. The desktop, we're doing our stuff in HTML demo. Let's copy this here. Right. Now our blog.css is going to be here. Now let's go and start creating our blog. So firstly, let's put everything inside a div. Now this is going to have a class called post because I've used the class to actually style some stuff. Now that's done, so let's have another div. So this is going to have a class called date, and we're going to be putting in the date. So let's say our date is going to be October 24th 2018. Now let's say we have a heading, so let's say Vancouver, my favorite city. Then let's put in some paragraphs because every article needs a paragraph. So for paragraphs you're just going to be filling it with some lorem ipsum. Now a paragraph will have a class called quote. Okay, now let's reload and see what is being made. Okay, so if you guys can see, our blog post is coming up. Now we can also add some images to our blog post. So let's add a link first. So we link to https www.edureka.co. Now we are going to use an image for actually making it clickable. So we already have an image. It's called image1.jpg. So that's there. Let's also put an alt tag out here just in case this doesn't load up. So alt and say Vancouver image. Now let's put in some another paragraphs. So another lorem ipsum and some more paragraphs, I guess, because this is a blog, so let's make it look like a blog. Save that, and let's also give it a horizontal line to make it look neat. Save this. Let's load it. Okay, so we have this nice looking article and it has this image. If we click on this image, it'll take us to Edureka site. So we go to Edureka if we click that image. let's add another article into this just to make it a little longer. So let's copy down this div. So let's change the date first, because let's say we posted on the next day. Let's change the title, so my second blog post. Save it. Let's remove the image from this one to make it a little different. Yeah. So now if you see, we have this nice looking blog post going on. It has this horizontal line. We have some quote out here, and that's how you can do stuff with HTML. Hi guys, my name is Arya and I welcome you all to this CSS tutorial. In this tutorial, we'll be covering from the basics of CSS to some advanced CSS, which includes animation. Okay, so before we actually start with coding our own bit of CSS, let's go through some of the basics. So what exactly is CSS? Well, CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets and is generally used to control how HTML tags and elements are displayed on your screen. So this means basic styling of your web page is controlled by CSS. Now, CSS was actually made to solve problems that were introduced in HTML 3.2. Now, HTML 3.2 got in some new attributes like font color, background color, which generally was pertaining to styling of an element on a web page. Now, while this did add some very needed functionality into HTML 3.2, it cluttered up your code as a developer and made your life pretty miserable. So to keep the structure of your web page, which is the HTML, and to make the styling a different aspect, CSS was made by W3C. So W3C stands for the World Wide Web Consortium, and CSS till date is still being maintained by the W3C developers. Okay, so that was a general introduction to CSS. Now let's move ahead. So this is the basic syntax of CSS. You basically have selectors, which selects or targets the place that you want to attach your styling to. Then you have basic properties and value pairs. Now you can include your CSS into your HTML with a link tag while putting the href attribute as the file name. Or you can do some inline CSS, but that's not actually recommended because that's the problem that we are actually trying to mitigate by putting CSS as a different file. Also, if you don't want to create another CSS file, you can do some internal CSS by putting in some style tags in your head tag and just writing some normal CSS to it. Okay, so now let's see the different types of CSS selectors. So these are all the different types of CSS selectors, and basically a selector is a way of targeting an element on a web page. So the star selector selects all the elements and applies the CSS that you would apply to it. And then if you would say div, then it would apply your CSS to all the divs. Now div comma p will apply to all the divs and paragraphs. Div space p will put your styling to all the paragraphs inside divs. Now going through all the CSS selectors is a pretty cumbersome job, so I recommend that you go through this page on W3 Schools, which has all the different types of selectors and the different types of pseudo selectors all listed out. So this will very much help you when you're doing your own CSS, so always keep this page open. Now just for basic sake, let me just tell you about pseudo selectors. So we also have pseudo selectors, which is defined something like this. So pseudo selectors include stuff like hover, active, visited, and stuff like that. Now suppose you were hovering over an A tag, so you can say there is supposed to be some specific styling when you're hovering over it. So how would you do that? You would just say A:hover, and then you would actually specify the styling that you want. Now you could also find all these types of pseudo selectors out here, and it's all listed out here. So A visited, like select all visited links, something like that. Now I also want to make you all aware of the box model that is very much used in CSS. Now box model has four things: the content, padding, border, and margin. So content is the basic content of the web page that you want to show to your general audience. Then the padding is the space between your border and the content itself. The border is a line that can be of any size, color, and width. And then there's a margin, which is the distance from the edge of the screen to the border. Okay, and now the box model looks something like this. So the content comes in between, then comes the padding, which is between the border and the content, and then there's the margin, which is between the screen and the border itself, the screen edge and the border, right? So that's how the box model works. Now the last bit of basics is the CSS units. So there are four kinds of units. Firstly, we have the pixel. So pixel represents any pixel on a device. So you could say something like font size is equals to 25 pixels, so it'll make it actually 25 pixels. Then there's also points, which is mostly used in print media. And all you need to remember to use points correctly, that 72 points equals 1 inch. Now the last two types of units are relative units. Now these are relative to your current font size. So 1 EM or 100% is actually equals to your current font size. So if you want something to be double your font size, all you have to say is 2 EM. So these are how relative units work in CSS. Okay, so that was all the basics of CSS and how you select stuff and all the units. Now let's get ahead and code some of our own CSS. So for this time, I've actually created a bunch of HTML pages, and we're going to style these HTML pages by adding some CSS into them, and this will stand as good practice for CSS alone. Okay, so for the first page we have this page called page1.html, and it's a pretty basic page. Let me just open it up and show it to you guys. So this is what it looks like without any sort of CSS being attached to it. Now we're going to create some CSS and we're going to try and practice, first of all, selecting stuff in different ways possible. Okay, so firstly let's do some very random CSS. Okay, firstly let's target all the divs in this HTML. So how would you actually do that? Well, you'd say div by going selectors, and let's actually save this as a CSS file first so that our syntax is colored properly. Okay, so that's a div. So that's how you select any element in CSS. Now suppose we were to say background color, or rather just background, it'll be purple, and the text or the color of the text will be white. So now everything inside a div will look like that. So now let's just save this as page1. As it's saved as page1.css, let's reload our page. And everything that is inside the div now has a white text, and it also has a purple background. Okay, now let's see how we actually select IDs. So we select IDs with the hash. So we have an ID called quote out here, if you go and see. So where is that thing gone? Okay, so this paragraph out here that you see has the ID called quote. So we're going to select that and put in some of our own CSS. So let's see. Now that we've selected our ID, we can say, suppose we want to change the font family. So we could say font family is Verdana, and you could also put in alternate font families just in case Verdana doesn't exist in your system, like Gill Sans. Fine. So that's how you set up your font family. Let's also set the color to be black. Let's see what changes now. So this is the code that I was talking about. So that font should change now. Let's reload. Oh yes, now the font has become Verdana, and that's what we exactly wanted. And the text is also black now. Okay, so how do we select classes now? So if you go here and see, we should have a class called movies. Right. So all these have a class called movie, all these A tags. So let's select them. So first of all, to select a class, you say dot, and then you say the class name. Now we could put in some random CSS into this again. So let's make the color, let's keep it white, and let's make the background steel blue. Let's see. So where are our movies? Let's see where the movies actually exist. Oh yeah, Dota, Splinter Cell, and God of War. These are the movies, so these should now change. Let's save it. And now they have a background color of steel blue, and they have a text color of white. And that's exactly what we defined out here. Fine. Now let's try out some other kinds of selectors. So suppose in the span out here, we have this ID called author. So what if we only want to target that? What would we say? So we could say span and hashtag author. Now you could put any type of CSS. So let's say text transform. So this is how you transform any sort of text. And you could say uppercase. Now the author will be changed to uppercase out here, and this is the author, the Pope Alexander part. Now watch that. Now it's just uppercase, and we have selected it with this selector called span and hashtag author. We can also do some other kinds of selecting. Let me just show it to you. So we could select the LIs of the unordered list or the ordered list. So our skills is the ID. This is the ID of skills. So let's select them now. So we have skills, and we could go the ordered list and then the LI, and what we want to say out here is the color will be purple. We can do the same thing for the unordered list too. Let me just copy that down, put this here, say unordered list, and let's say we change the text color to white. Save that. Let's reload our page. So wait, first of all, let me uncomment this. Now let's save it again, reload our page and see the differences. Now since we had given it a purple color, it's now all purple, and let me just put a background of white so that you can see it. Yeah, now these are purple and these are background white. We can do the same for the unordered list too. Let me just uncomment that. Let me also give it a background of purple, or actually let it be like that. Let's just make it blue. Now Sass and Hamel have turned into blue, as you see out here. This is the blue thing. Fine. Now that was selectors. Okay, now let's go ahead and select some other stuff. So what if we want to select all the paragraphs that are after the h3 tag? So if you remember, we can do that by saying h3 plus p, and let's say we want a background of black and some text color that is white. So color white. Not being very creative with my CSS at this moment because this is just about selecting. So let's see how that reloads. Yep, now we have a color of white and a background of black. And that only selected the paragraph just after the h3, which is my favorite video games. Okay, we can also select every paragraph that has a class by just saying something like p and class. We don't even need to specify the color, or I mean the class name. So you go background, let's say we want to give a gray background. Let's see all the paragraphs of the class. So this is the only paragraph with the class. Now you can do the same thing for IDs, just say ID out here, and let's see all the paragraphs with an ID. So this is the only paragraph with an ID. Okay, so now that we're done with selecting stuff, let's go and actually see how text can be transformed with the use of CSS. Fine. So first of all, I already have a page created for that. So this is going to be our page that we are going to use to see how text is transformed. If you see, I have an ordered list with all the types of text transformations or the text stylings that I want to show. And we also have a paragraph out here which will show the basics box elements like the borders, margins and padding. So I'm going to demonstrate that through this PID out here. Right, so let's get started. First of all, let's create our CSS file, and in the CSS file we're going to save it and we're going to call it page2.css. Right, then yeah, it's connected as page2. So let's get started. So first of all, let's target this ID with lorem. So lorem ipsum is just some Latin paragraph that is normally used in web development to fill in spaces with text, where you can always come back and delete that text and fill it with something more meaningful. So for now we are going to be using this lorem ipsum thing. So it's in a paragraph tag with an ID of lorem. So let's go ahead and select it. So we are going to select it with the help of the ID, call it lorem. Now first of all, let me just show you what the page looks like without any CSS attached to it. So this is what the page looks like, right? So this is the part that we are going to target right now. First of all, let's give it a background of black. Let's make the color of the text white. Let me show you what that looks like. Okay, right, now let's give it some borders and padding. So first of all, to give a border, we could say we use the border property, then we give 3 parameters: the type of the border, the size of the border, and then the color. And you do it something like this: 3px solid red. Now apart from solid, there are a lot of types of borders, and those include dashed, dotted, rigged, and many more. These are the ones that are just from the top of my head. So you can try out them out, and you can find other types of CSS border just by going to Google and saying CSS border types. So these are all the types of borders that you get, and you can definitely check them out. It's impossible to show everything in one video like that, so let me just show you the solid type. So let's save it and let's see what kind of border we actually get. Let's close this down. Yeah, now we have this neat little border of 3 pixels in size and red in color. Now let me just show you how dotted would look like. So this is what dotted looks like, and this is what dashed looks like. Fine. And this is what dashed is. Okay. Now let's also give this thing some padding. Now padding exists between the content and the border. So I just explained the box model when we were discussing the basics of CSS, so I hope you remember that. So for padding, there are 4 parameters actually: the right, top, left and bottom. So you can define your padding something like this. You could go 13 pixels, 13 pixels, 13 pixels, and 20 pixels. Now these are just very arbitrary numbers, but what I want to explain is that this first part will mean that there's 13 pixels of padding from the top, and then we move in a clockwise fashion. So this is on the right, this is in the bottom, so 13 pixels of padding in the bottom and 20 pixels of padding on the left. Now you could also say this really easily if you want to give equal amounts of padding, suppose. Now this means that there will be 13 pixels of padding on the top and bottom, and this second part would mean that there's 13 pixels of padding on the left and the right. And if you just put one digit, that means there's 13 pixels of padding all around it. Now let's go and put these different paddings around lorem ipsum. Now it looks much neater. We can also put a margin, so let's put a margin, and the margin also works in the same way. So suppose you were to say 5 pixels, that means it would give a 5 pixel margin all around your content. If you were to put, say, 10 pixels and 20 pixels, this means that 10 pixels of margin on the top and bottom and 20 pixels of margin on the left and right. And there's also another keyword that I want to make you aware of, and that is auto. So what auto does is it gives equal amounts of margin however you specify it. So out here it'll give 10 pixels of margin on the top and bottom and equal amounts of margin on the left and right. So let's see how that works. Yep, so that's how it changed it. Now that was all about the box modeling. So let me just remove this part from the HTML, and let's remove this part from the CSS. Now as you guys can see, I have this ordered list out here. First of all, let me reload the page. Now I have this ordered list out here which shows us all the types of styles and weights and sizes that I'm going to be showing right now, and this will include a lot of the units that we discussed, like ems, points, pixels and percentages. So let's move ahead. So to select these, I'll be using these IDs. So let me just remember the first 4 IDs is normal, italic, oblique and small cap. So let's go ahead and create them. So firstly, let's select our normal ID and say what are we going to try and show here is font style. So all you have to say is font style is normal. So normal basically means that the font style will be normal instead of something bolded. Then I think we had italic, so you go font style italic. Then we also had oblique, so you go font style oblique, and we also had small caps. So let me just see that again. Yep, it's small cap. So you go small cap, and what are we trying to show in small cap is the font variant. So font variant small caps. So let me just reload and see how that changed stuff. Okay, so font style normal just stays normal, while italic and oblique are almost similar. Then in font variant small caps, this is how it would look like, where the first letter has a bigger font size and the rest have a smaller font size, but everything is in capital. And next is the font weight. So let's see the IDs. It's normal, bold, bolder. So let's go with that now. So firstly we have normal. So font size is the size, or weight, it's weight. So font weight will be normal. Next part is bold, bolder, lighter. Okay, so we select bolder like that. We go font weight is bolder, and we can say again, let's what's after bolder, it's bold. Okay, so W bold, and you go font weight is bold. Let's see how that changes stuff. So yeah, bold is bold, and font weight bolder is slightly more bolder, while font weight normal is absolutely normal. Right, time for some more. So the next is the font size, which goes from extra large, large, medium, small, extra, extra small. So let's do that. So first is extra, extra large, and this is the font size that we're talking about. So it's extra, extra large. There's also extra large. So extra, extra large looks something like this, while only extra large looks something like this. Fine. Then we also have large. So font size will be large. So that's font size large. Next we have medium, small and extra, extra small. So medium, small and extra, extra small. So this is going to be font size medium. This is going to be font size small, and this is going to be font size extra small. So let's see how that changes stuff. So this is extra small, this is small, and this is medium. Now the next thing that we're going to see is how points work. So our size is going to be 25 points. So instead of just doing that, let me just change extra small, and let's say it's 25 points. You should remember that 1 point is around 2 inches. So that's how font size extra small would look like if it was 25 points. Then we could also say the font size is 150%. So that shows us how percentages works, where 100% means the current font size. Look at it change, and that's how 150% means. The next thing that we want to show is line height. So let's say, what is the ID? Let me just check the ID. So the line height IDs are line normal, height 25 points. So let's just select one, line normal, and this is going to have a line height of normal. Let's put a semicolon, save it up, and that's how line height normal is. That is the normal line height. Now you could say your line height is 25 points, and that's how it would change. Also, you could say your line height is around 25 EM or just 5 EM, let's say that, and that's how it would change even more with EM, with 1 EM being the constant font size that we are using. Or you could say line height is 200%. That is basically twice of what our line height or font is. So that's how it would change, right? So that was all about text styling. Now let's move ahead and see how positioning and stuff takes place in CSS. So for positioning, I have again gone ahead and created this page3.html. So in here we will be including a CSS page called page3.css. So let's go ahead and create that. First of all, we have to set this to CSS, save it as page3, and let's get started. So first of all, we have 3 types of positioning in CSS: absolute, fixed, and relative. So first of all, I'm going to show absolute positioning to you guys. Now before I show absolute positioning, let me just show you guys how text and stuff can be centered first of all. So let's start doing some random CSS. So first of all, we are going to target this ID called container. So let's go hashtag container, and let's go to background, some random color. So for color picker, we just go color picker. Let's give us this background, go OK. That's the background we chose. Let's also give it some borders. Border will be 2 pixels, solid and black. We can also set up a border radius. So border radius gives you a curved border. So you could say border radius is around 5 pixels, let's say. Now let me just open up the HTML file that is concerned at this moment. So this is page 3. Okay, so this is with some CSS. Now let me just uncomment that CSS first. So this is what our page would look like without any sort of CSS. Now this is what it looks like with the CSS that we just included. Now to make you aware of how box radius works, let me just uncomment that first. Let's comment it out. So box radius should not work, and we should get, yeah, now if you see, let's zoom in out here. You see that this border is pointed. Suppose we don't want that to happen. Let's remove that first, and let's uncomment this, save it, let's reload, and now we have this slight little curved border which looks much neater. Okay, now we can also center stuff. So a neat way to do that is, let me just show it to you. Let's take this part called centered. Now to center it, let me just give it a first background to make it look different. So this background will be, let's say, 89 CFF0. So that's our color. Let's see what our color looks like. So that is the color that we are gonna center. Now let's say our width is gonna be, we can set the width of elements like this. So you say width is 50%, and then you go margin is going to be auto. So what does auto do? It'll put an equal margin on all sides. Let's reload our page. Yep, and now it's centered. We can also center without actually centering the element. We can just center the text by just saying text, align, and center. Fine. Now that will remove the background and just keep the text out here. So that's exactly what we wanted, and that's how you align your text. Okay, now let's move ahead with absolute positioning. Now, absolute positioning means positioning based on the document itself, which means this whole web browser. So a browser is basically the document that you are actually manipulating. So it's called document object manipulation, if you've heard of that term. So let's go ahead and let me just show you how absolute positioning works. So first of all, we have this element called top left, and we're going to try and put it on the top left. So let's select that first. So you go top left. Now let's give it a background. Okay, that'll going to be the background. Let's also give it a border. So let the border be 1 pixel, solid and black. Let's say now to position something with absolute positioning, all you have to say is position is absolute. Now let's also keep the width around 200 pixels and the height also around 200 pixels. Let's save it. Let's see how stuff changes. Let me just zoom out. Yeah, so that is our element. So this is what top left and bottom right is going to look like. Now we are going to try and select this element and put it in the bottom right of this parent. So let me just show you how that is done. So to select that, I've already created an ID for it and it's called bottom right. Let me give it a background of white, and you say the position is absolute. Now we want to change the position to actually inside the element, so we have to say it's going to be 0 pixels from the bottom and also 0 pixels from the right. So since it has absolute positioning, it's going to position this inside of this. So first of all, let's give it a background of white and also make the color black. Right, and now we have this right where we want it. Now there's also something called the z-index. So z-index is what comes first on your screen basically. So if you have multiple things that are stacked on top of each other with absolute positioning, the one with the most z-index will be the one that is shown on top. So you could set a z-index like this and say the z-index is 5. So anything with a z-index of 4 will actually come underneath this thing, right? So that was all about absolute positioning. Now let's go ahead and do some fixed positioning. So for fixed positioning, we have this ID called fixed, which contains a paragraph saying I'm staying right here. So let's select that first. Let me just remove all this stuff so that it's not cluttered anymore. Let me reload the page, save it, reload it, and that's how. So I'm staying here. First of all, this is what is going to change. Fixed positioning, right? Is that what we called it? Fixed position, okay. Now first of all you have to say is position is going to be fixed. Now let's make it more prominent by giving it a background of black and a text color of white. So let's see, this has become black and position is fixed. Whatever I do, if I'm scrolling, it just stays there. It doesn't really matter what I do to this thing. Okay, so that was all about fixed positioning. Now the next thing that we're going to see is relative positioning. So for that I already have 2 elements created. So let's say these are the divs, which says this is going to be relative. So relative positioning, as I was just saying, is positioning based on the relative position of the element. So let me just show you. So relative 1. Now let's give it a background first. So let's just select some color. Let's make this green out here. Okay, that's gonna be our color. Let's give it a border of 1 pixel, solid black, and let's say the height is going to be around 100 pixels. Now we're going to select another element and position it relative to this element. Okay, so that is this element right out here is going to be relative to. So to set something with the position of relative, all we have to say that the position is relative, and the rest of the CSS is just arbitrary. So let's say left, not padding left. So you want to position it somewhere left of it, and the positioning is going to be relative. So 20 pixels from the original positions, 20 pixels to the left from the original position, I mean. And you could say from the top it would be around 30 pixels. You could also say negative 30 pixels to move it the other way around. Let's give it a background. I'm already given it the background. Okay, let's give it a background of yellow. So you say background equals yellow, and you could also give it a border and say 1px solid blue. Let's get a blue background. Okay, so this relative layout is going to be positioned relative to this thing. Fine, let's just reload and see. Yep, and that's how relative positioning works. Now this might just not look neat at this moment, but I'm trying to drive a point home. Fine? Okay. Now let me just see if I have dog.jpg. Okay, there's a PNG file called edureka. So let me just show you something cool. First of all, let me just remove everything from here. Okay, so now that our things are less cluttered, and let me just rename this now to the image that is already there. So edureka.png and edureka.png. Fine, let's save this. Let's see what our page looks like now. So this is what it looks like. Now you can float stuff like images to the left and right. So let's just select the image tag, and suppose you say float them to the right. These will float everything to the right. Now that's how you position stuff or images, with the float tag. So I guess that was all about positioning of stuff. Now let's move ahead. Okay, so in this part we are going to be learning about overflows. So for overflows, what we can do, let's go back to page2.html, and we have this text out here, or this unordered list, and this list is pretty big, right? First of all, let's open up a new page, or rather let's open up okay, wait, let me just close these out. So let's save this as page2.css, or rather let's just call it something new. First of all, let's set this to CSS, right? Let's save it, and let's call it overflow. Now what I want to show you guys is something really cool. So let's select the ordered list. So that's what we're going to select. Let's say it has width of around 100 pixels. It has some padding from the top, and right, so let's get some padding of 10 pixels and 10 pixels all around rather. Let's give it a margin of 100 pixels and auto, so we'll bring it right to the center. Let's see, so it was page 2 that we're fiddling around with. So this is page2.html. Now let me just replace this with overflow.css. Let's see now. Yeah, so this is what it looks like. Now if you see, to scroll through this list is quite cumbersome because you have to actually scroll like this. Let's give it a background also. The background is going to be black, as I just love black, and the color of our font is going to be white. See how that changed? Yep, so this is what it looks like. Now what if you do and say max height is equals to 500, or rather only 200 pixels. Yeah, so that doesn't really do much. So if you say overflow is auto, you get a scrolling bar. Or you could say overflow is scroll. Let's remove this max height. Now you see we have these little scroll bars out here, and that's what exactly overflow does. It basically shows us the items and you can scroll through them. Yeah, basically like that. So if you were to say that the width is only, suppose, 50 pixels, let's say, make this even smaller. Yeah, so that's how now you have this little scroll bar that lets you scroll through stuff. So that's how overflow works. Okay, now let's look at some pseudo selectors or some pseudo classes that we can select and style. So first of all, let me open up the page that is going to be responsible for that. So we have this page out here that I've created. Now it also has some new tags that you might be seeing. These are some HTML5 tags. So header tag, nav tags, and then the main tag. These are just some new tags that you see in HTML5, and you can also target them through CSS3. So targeting them is pretty easy, but what I want to show is something pretty cool. Let's save it first. Let's create a new page. Let's call it CSS. Right, so let's save this first as page5.css. Okay, so now it's time to practice some more CSS, and we'll be doing it on this page that I've created. So this page is kind of a big page, to be honest. It has quite a lot of paragraphs, quite a lot of links, a few images also, I guess. And they use a lot of the HTML5 tags that have been newly introduced, like the header tag, the nav ID, or the nav tag, the main tag. We have section tags, and a lot of other tags like these. Now these tags can also be selected with the help of, let's say, CSS3. That's what we are learning. Okay, now let me just remove this part because we won't be needing that. Now let's go ahead and save our content, and let me just show you what this actually looks like on the web page. So let's go ahead and open up page 5, and this is what it looks like on a web browser rather, without any CSS attached to it. So let's transform this thing with the help of some CSS. So firstly, we've created this page called page5.css, and we've already attached it to this page out here with the link tag and the href attribute. Now let's get started. So first of all, let me just actually make use of some pseudo selectors. So we have already discussed pseudo selectors while going over the basics. Now let me just show you how they work. So a hover is going to target all the a links while we are hovering over them. Now when we are hovering over them, we want the background to become black and text to become white. Right, so let's save it, let's reload. Now if we hover over these, the background becomes black and the text becomes white. Right, now the same thing can be done with a lot of other selectors, like this is active. So when you click on a link, that means it's going to turn like that. So let's save it, let's reload our page first of all. Now you see when we hover, nothing happens, but once we click it, it becomes that black and white kind of thing. Right, we can also do this for visited, and that will actually change the link once it's been visited. So if we go and do this, open link in new tab, well, it's not working out here, but if there was actually a database connected, you would actually see this to them. Now suppose we want to select our body. Let's give it a background first of all. Get out the color picker. Let's give it a nice green background. Okay, now that's going to be our background for the body. Now we also have a div with the ID of wrapper. So let's go ahead and select that first. So we say wrapper. Now let's give it some CSS. So we're going to say margin is going to be 0 and auto. Now whenever you say 0, you do not need to actually specify the units, so we can just do that. We'll give it a background color of white, then we'll give it a width of around 800 pixels. We'll give it a height of around 1000 pixels. Okay, now let's save that and let's see what it looks like now. So this is what it has turned to. Now we can also do some more stuff. So let's select some HTML5 elements like the header tag, and let me just show you that CSS still works as we want it to. So let's give it some simple padding around 0 pixels on the top, 0 pixels on the right, and we want to give some 10 pixels on the bottom and 0 pixels on the left too. See what changes. Now we got that little change. We can also select stuff like with the IDs as I just showed you. Now let's select the navigation, which has the ID of horse nav. Let me just check if I'm right. Yep, it's called horse nav with the N being capital. Now we can say stuff like, so there's also the display attribute. This shows how elements will be displayed. Now they can be blocked or inline block, which means it'll be converted into an inline element. Now we could say display is blocked, and you could just give it some background just to make it more apparent. So let's give it a background color of black and make the color white. Let's see. Yep, that's how it's selected. Now you can also give pseudo tags like this one out here, like visited, to IDs too. So let's say once we're hovering over the nav bar, we want this to happen. So let's save it. Now if we only hover over it, will the change happen? So that's how that works. Now let's go over and see some word spacing. Now word spacing is used for mostly specifying the words. So let me just remove some stuff from here. First of all, let's remove all this. Right, let's remove the header tags, and we just need this part where we have all these paragraphs. So I'll be targeting the first paragraph to show you all word spacing. So it's going to be this one out here, right here. Fine, let's save it. Go ahead here, reload the page. Now this is what it looks like. Let's remove everything that we have already created, and let's just select para 1. I hope that's what it was called out here. So it is called para 1 indeed. Now we could go word spacing and just say, let's give it 10 pixels between the words. Right, so the spacing between these words in this paragraph should change now. Now that we've saved it, let's go ahead and reload. So yeah, now you can see that the word spacing for this out here is much more different. Now we can also do letter spacing the same way. So let's select paragraph 2 for that. So for letter spacing, all we have to say is letter spacing, and then we could say something like 10 pixels. Now this will specify the letters and how they are spaced. Now you can see this horrible thing is having 10 pixels of letter spacing. It also put some word spacing into this, so let's see how that looks like. Let's put word spacing of 20 pixels and make this even more ugly. Yep, so that's what it would look like with word spacing and letter spacing. So that was just for experimentation purposes, and you can use that whenever you feel free to. Okay, so another property that I want to make you all aware of that is in CSS is a clear property. So the clear property makes sure that nothing actually appears before it. So in this case, the footer tag, which is right about here, which says only the copyright part. Now it is shown here. This is the footer tag that we are talking about. So we want to say something like, let's say, so you can say clear and both. So that's how you specify clears. Okay, so let's give it a background color of black. Let's also say the color of the text will be white, just to make it a bit more prominent. Yeah, so nothing actually appears before that. So that's how you use clear now. So there's also style types, also list style types. So let me just see. We have these lists out here, first of all, which says random 1 2 3, random 1 2 3. Now let's say, first of all, let's convert this into an unordered list. So find all, let's gonna replace that with unordered list. Right, I just want to show it with unordered list first. So let's select all the ULs and let's say list style is gonna be none. Now if you see out here, we have these bullet points and now we don't. Okay, so you can also do these with ordered lists. So let's go back and let's do control and UL, find all. Let's select them, let's make them OLs, ordered lists. Let's see. Now OL doesn't work with list type none, if you just realized. Now we can do something like alpha, lower alpha. So let's see that, how that works. Okay, so for lower alpha we have to say list style type. Please remember that was my mistake right now. Okay, if you have to select the OLs again. Now you see that we have these list types that is saying with small caps. Now there are other stuff like lower Latin. There's also lower Latin, so let me just show you what that looks like. Save it. Okay, that doesn't really change because I don't think I have Latin installed, but we can also go Greek. There's a bunch of stuff that you can do. It's pretty fun. So I have Greek installed. Now it goes alpha, beta, gamma instead of ABC. And that's how you can change stuff. You can also change the position of the list style. So list style position, you could say outside. So let's see what that means. And doesn't really change much out here, but that's one of the properties that I just wanted to show. Okay, now you can also place contents before an element. So let me just show you how to do that. Let's clear all of these things now. So let's say we want to select par 1 and say, so this is going to be a pseudo selector again. So you say after, you say content, and your content is gonna be, let's say, at the rate. So all these at the rates are gonna be before this little thing out here. So let me just show you the change. Yep, so since we said after, it has all these at the rates after, but if we say before, this is how it'll change. So now it's all before them. Right. Okay, now let's go ahead and see how we can use the nth child element. So for that, we're going to select our UL again. Actually, let me go ahead and delete everything first of all. Okay, so let me create another HTML boilerplate, and this is going to be called list. First of all, let's say we have an unordered list with a bunch of list items. So LIs all around. Let me just copy that down and paste it a few times. Right, so now we have all these list items here. Let's just fill them up with some random text. Okay, so let's just say something random like cats. So let's save this, let's go out here. Now we have these things called cats. Okay, so what if we want them to have alternate paragraphs? I mean alternate background colors. So first of all, let's go ahead and select the LIs and give them a background. Let's say this gray color that I have selected, F7, F7, F7. Now you see we have, okay, this doesn't seem to be working. LIs. Looks like I've deleted my link tag, that's why the CSS was not working. So let's see. now we have that. Okay, so first of all, let's go back and change this to F7, 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 right? This will give it this gray color that you see out here. Let's also give it the width of around 360 pixels, so that'll bring it there. Let's also give it a margin of 100 pixels from the top and equal on the side. Let's bring it to the center. Right, now suppose you want to say li nth child, and you could say something like 2n. So this will select all the even childs, and you could say they have a background color of white. So let's see how that changes things for us. Now you see that all these things out here have an alternating background color where it's gray, white, gray, white, gray, white, and that's how you select all the even childs. Now you could also select the first child by saying first child. For that we do not really need this 2n counter, and now only the first is black. You could also say last child, and now the last will be white. And that's how stuff changes with CSS. Okay. Now you can also change the first line, so let's go ahead and change our HTML up a bit. So let's create a paragraph, and it's gonna have some lorem ipsum in it. So let me just show you something really cool. Let's delete all of this stuff. Let's select our paragraph, and we're gonna say the pseudo selector called first line, and let's say text transform uppercase. So let's reload that. First of all, let me just comment this out just to show you what the page looks like without any CSS. So this is our page without any CSS, and let me uncomment this now, save it, and there you go. The first line has been completely made uppercase. Now instead of first line, you could also say last line, and that will transform the last line to uppercase. You could also say something like first letter. And okay, so just to show you that it does indeed work, let me just reload this without any CSS first. Okay, now you see that the lorem ipsum begins with a lowercase l. Now let me just uncomment this out, save it, and now you see that the first thing is a capital. You could also change it to say stuff like text size, or rather font size, and say around 100 pixels. Now the first letter will be 100 pixel big, and that's how you can do stuff like that. Okay, so another thing is you can also change the pointer or the cursor. So let's see, when you're hovering over a paragraph, let's say P and hover, first of all we want the background to become black, we also want the color to become white, and we want the cursor to become pointer. So let's see, so when you're hovering over it, it becomes this hand-like thing, and when you go out it becomes back to normal. So that's how you can change the cursor also. Now let me show you all something called a box shadow first of all. So let's remove this cursor part. So without the cursor it looks something like this. Let's remove the hover tag so that's always there. Right. Okay, now let's also change this to that gray color that I really like, and let's also change this to black. So this is what it looks like now. Let's give it a width of around 400 pixels. So this is what it looks like. Now let's also center it so that I can show you some cool stuff. So margin, let's say 0 and auto. So this is going to center it from the top of the screen. Now that it's centered, okay, so this is what our thing looks like. Now suppose we were to give it a border. So borders are really neat. So 2px solid black. So this is what a border looks like. But there are other stuff also, like a box shadow. So this is how box shadow works. Takes 3 parameters, so one is z, x and y axis, and not really in that order, it's x, y and z axis, and then it also takes a color. So let me just show you how that happens. So suppose we say 0x, 0y, and let's say 3 pixels on the z axis, rather 5 pixels to make it more prominent, and then it takes an RGBA of 0. We want to make it really invisible, so 0.5. So that gives it a half opacity. Now you can see this really neat little shadow going all across our content. So that is what box shadow does. It's a neat little trick for when you don't want to use a border or something like that. Now other than borders, there's also outline. Let's say an outline is black in color. So outline completely negates our box shadow, and you could also say outline equals none. So let's remove that now because box shadow looks really neat. Yep. Okay, so now let's talk about text decorations. So since we have some text already going up, let's decorate it. Now there are a few kinds of text decoration that I want to show. So the text decoration, let's say, so first say is line through. Just put a line through all of the content, so now it's all strike through. You could also say something like overline or underline. So let's see that underline will underline our text. Yep. And overline, as you might have guessed, will overline our text. Now everything has a line on top of it. Fine. Now we can also set the visibility of our text, or any other tag, to be honest. Visibility. So let's check out all the other visibilities that are there. So to do that, always go on Google and type visibility and CSS, and let's see the visibility property and how it goes. So you must understand that knowing everything in CSS is kind of impossible, so you should always have a go-to or a backup. So my backup is normally W3 School, and they have everything regarding CSS and its properties. These are all the properties that you want to go through, and I'm mostly going through the most important ones in this tutorial that you may use in your day-to-day projects and topics. But sometimes you might need the rare ones like counter reset, empty cells, flex spaces, and all these stuff. And you can always go back to W3 Schools and go through them. Now you can say visibility is visible or something like that, and it should make it visible. Yeah. Right. So that was all about the miscellaneous types of CSS that we were handling. Now let's go ahead and see some gradients and how we can create some beautiful gradients using CSS. Okay. Now before we move on to gradients, let me just show you some white spaces or some more text transformations. Right. So I already showed you all these text transformations. There's capitalize, there's lowercase, there's overline, line through, uppercase, and underline. Now capitalize will just capitalize it, so I don't think I'm going to show that to you guys. Now let's close these two pages out here. Let's create our new CSS file, and first of all let's set this to CSS. Let's save it, and let's say it's going to be page6.css. Now out here, if you see, we have a bunch of white spaces, right? Now let's see how you can handle white spaces using CSS. So there is a thing called the ID called whitespace pre. I think that's exactly what it's called, whitespace pre. Yep. Let's select that, and you could say whitespace is pre. Let's see how that changes stuff. So first of all, let me load up page 6 for you guys. Right. Let's remove the CSS, save it. Let's reload it again. And what we are actually targeting is this spot. Whitespace will be preserved. Right, so white space will be preserved. Now go ahead, uncomment that, save it, and let's reload. Now see, the white spaces that are in the HTML is preserved. Now white spaces can also be handled in other ways. So there are two things that I want to show. So let's select this thing called never wrap, right? And we say that the white space is going to be no wrap. So let's see how that works. So first of all, this is what we are actually targeting, this lorem ipsum part out here, and it's somewhat like this, and let's see how it changes now. And now you see that it goes completely out to here, so no wrap, it doesn't wrap it around. So you also have pre-wrap, so let me just show you how that works. So I'm going to be targeting this part out here with these weird kind of white spacing. So let's see, preserve wrap. So with preserve wrap we go pre-wrap out here, and that's the property. So let's see, yep, lorem ipsum and the wrap has been preserved. Okay, now you can also set up the direction. So let me just show you how that's done. So we're going to select these two things out here, left, right, and right, left. So hash left, right, and also control C, and let's make this right, left. Fine, let's remove all this stuff for now, and let's remove everything before right, left too. Now that we've removed that, let's remove this. Let's save it. Let's see. Okay, so this is what it looks like right now, and all you have to say is direction is L2R, so that means left to right. Now here you say direction is RTL. Let's see how that changes stuff. So I prefer right to left, and I prefer left to right, so that's how it's working. Fine. So that was all about white spacing and directions. Now let's move on to gradients and animations. So this is going to be the last part and the most interesting part in my opinion. So gradients are those beautiful backgrounds you see on most websites, and to generate your gradient you can always use this thing called a gradient generator. So this gradient generator out here is a really nice gradient generator. You have to select the direction and you select the ending colors. So I've already selected a gradient out here. It's going to create this gradient. Now let's see, go to page 7. Right, now let's select the body tag. Let's close this off, let's close this off. I want to save this, and let's create a new page first of all, and this is going to be our CSS. So we have to save it and say page 7. Right, now we select our body and just paste in. So let me just explain how this happens. So there's a linear gradient and there's also another thing called radial gradient. So I'll just show you that. Now this takes in a few parameters. The first is to the right, that's the direction, and this is how the colors will change. So let's just see how that works. So first of all, let me comment this out. Let me just open page 7 for you. Now if you see, it's going to be a blank page. Okay, this is a gradient, I'm sorry. Let me save that. Right, so this is what it looks without a gradient, and you already saw what it looks with a gradient, but let me just show it to you again. This is what it looks with a gradient. Now you can also set the background with other stuff like image. So for that you go URL and you can paste in the URL. So let's go and search for a beautiful image. I really like Dragon Ball Z, so Goku Super Saiyan 3. So that should be a good image to save as a background. So let's see, this looks like a really nice image. So you go here. Let me just save this image as. So this is going to be Goku, and it's going to be saved in desktop and CSS tutorial. It's going to be goku.jpeg. Right, so you could say goku.jpeg. Right, now that's saved, let's go back to our page and it should have a picture of Goku. Okay, so that didn't work. I think I got something wrong. Let's go and analyze that. So open up our CSS tutorial. Okay, so it's a JPG file and not JPEG, so that was our mistake. Small mistake nonetheless. And now we have this picture of Goku. Now you can also set the background repeat. Let's close this off. Say background repeat, and you could say no repeat, and it will not repeat the background anymore. Or you could say background repeat is gonna be, let's check out all the background repeats that are actually available. Now background and repeat. So if you go into background repeat and see the properties, you can just try it yourself. So you can repeat it according to the y-axis, you can repeat it according to the x-axis. So let's see how that works. So repeat x. So if we say that, I think it should repeat it on the x-axis like it was, or you could repeat it on the y-axis. I don't think that'll show up out here, but let's see. Yep, it's now repeating on the y-axis. So that's how background repeat also works. So we've covered that too. Now we've also covered the gradients. Now it's time we do some radial gradient. Now if you remember, let me just go back to the gradient part. So if you have a radial gradient, all you have to say is that it's a radial gradient out here, and a radial gradient doesn't really need direction because it's going to be radial. Save it, page, and let's reload it. Okay, now we have a radial gradient. Now you see all these lines going in, but if I just zoom out, you can see that it starts from the center and it spreads out, where it's white on the sides and white on the sides. So that's how radial gradients work. Okay, so now that we've covered the gradients, let's go into animation. So I think animation is the most interesting thing that you can do with CSS. So we have selected the div. So first of all, let's give the div a border. So this border is going to be 2 pixels, solid and black. Now let's give it a background to begin with. Let's say it's going to be of red. Now this is how you do animations in CSS. Okay, so before animations, actually let me show you how you can move this thing around. Fine, so there are some stuff that I want to show you guys. So let this be. Let me just show you what this looks like. So let me give this a width first it's going to be around 100 pixels, or rather 200 pixels, and the height will also be 200 pixels. Now let's see. Okay, we have this div out here. Let's make it a little bigger. Give it 500 and 500. Save it. Yep. Let's also make this much more prominent. Let's give it a 10 pixel background. I mean a 10 pixel border. And now you see we have a really prominent square out there. Now let's try some really interesting stuff. So let's say div, and when we hover over the div, you want to scale this. So scale, and let's say we want to scale. Okay, so that's not how you scale. First you say transform, and how do you want to transform? You want to scale it, and you want to scale it twice. So when we hover over it, it should scale twice. Let's reload, and as you see, it's scaling twice. Now we can also transform some other stuff like this. So we can rotate. So we can say rotate 45 degrees. Let's see. When I hover, it's rotating 45 degrees. You can also skew it. So skewing is how it works. Let's see. You can skew it 20 degrees to the x-axis and 10 degrees to the y-axis. Save it, and this is how it gets skewed. This is how skewing works. You can also translate stuff. So let me show you how translation works. So translate, and let's see, you want to translate at 20 pixels and 20 pixels. So let's see. Hover over it and it translates a little. Let's translate it around 120 pixels just to make it more clear. 120 and 120. Let's save that. Let's reload this, and you see that now it's translating so much, right? So that's how translate works. Okay, now that I've showed you scale, rotation, skewing, and translate, let's see, we can also set up the transitions. So with transitions you can set up a lot of stuff. So now that we're done with transitions, let's go ahead and see some animation. So for animation, I'm going to be actually targeting this div out here. So let's actually style this div. I've given it the width of 100 pixels and a height of 100 pixels, and a background of red, and a border of 3 pixels, solid and black, let's say, right? Let's see what that looks like. Now that's what it looks like. Fine. Let's zoom in a bit. Now all we need to do is actually set up some keyframes. So we do that by saying keyframes. Now we name our keyframes. Let's call it anime, and we have to set up actually what it will look like at different points in time. So we do that by saying 0%, and it'll have, let's say, a background color of red, and then it'll move. So we want to move it in the square. So let's say it'll be not padding, rather there'll be 0 pixels from the left, and from the top it's gonna be 0 pixels. Let's save that, copy that down. Let's paste that a bunch of times. Now what I want to say is this is gonna be 25, it's gonna be 50, it's gonna be 75, and this is gonna be 100. Let's save that. Let's change their colors. So this is gonna be yellow first, then changes to green, some pretty basic colors, blue then, and in the end we'll change it to red. So that brings us back to the original position. Let's first also move it by 300 pixels, then let's move it 300 pixels both ways. Now it's only going to move 300 pixels this way, and in the end it comes back to the original position. Now to use this keyframes animation, we have to give this animation name. It's going to be using the animation with the keyframes name anime. Now we can say the animation delay is going to be 2 seconds. You can also say how many times it's going to be iterating. So you can say that by 100. Let's save that. Okay, so our animation is not working because we haven't set the positioning. So now let us just save this, and let's say our position is going to be relative. Let's save that. Let's uncomment our animation. Now you see that our animation will work as we intended it to. So after 2 seconds our animation starts working, and this will just keep going on and on. Now if you want to actually repeat that animation, there's a way you can do that, and that is with the animation iteration count. Let's say you want to iterate it 100 times. Let's reload, let's wait for 2 seconds, and voila, our animation will keep going on and on and on. So that's how you animate stuff with CSS, guys. And that brings us to the end of this tutorial.
Hi everyone, this is Zulekha from Edureka. In today's session, we're going to discuss about the most popular programming language, which is JavaScript. So without any further ado, let's get started. Now let me run you through today's agenda. We're going to begin with what is JavaScript, what it can do, various JavaScript frameworks, and how it's used with HTML and CSS to build a creative website. Next, we look at the benefits of JavaScript and why you must learn it. Finally, we're going to look at a few fundamental concepts like variables, data types, arrays, if-else statements, and so on. We'll also be running basic JavaScript code snippets on Visual Studio Code, which is an editor used to run a JavaScript. All right, guys, let's get started with our first topic. So what is JavaScript? Now, the first thing that pops into your head is probably it is Java. So guys, let me tell you that JavaScript has absolutely nothing to do with Java. So why was it named JavaScript? Well, it was sort of a marketing strategy. When JavaScript was first released, it was called Mocha. It was later renamed to LiveScript and then to JavaScript when Netscape and Sun did a license agreement. Now let's not get into the details of that. Now what is JavaScript? In simple terms, JavaScript is a language of the web. So basically every browser, PC and mobile phone understands JavaScript. It's like a universal language. So what is JavaScript used for? It is used to make web pages more interactive. Let me tell you that majority of websites use JavaScript and all major web browsers have a JavaScript engine to execute it. Another feature is that it's an interpreted language, which means that it doesn't have to be compiled like languages such as C and Java. This makes it a lot easier for us because we can just run our code and we don't have to run it through a compiler. Now, another important feature of JavaScript is that it is mainly a client-side scripting language. Thanks to JavaScript frameworks, you can now run JavaScript even on the server side. So let me tell you a few more things about JavaScript. So where does JavaScript run? JavaScript runs on a browser. So all you need to do is open up your Google Chrome or your Internet Explorer and start running your JavaScript. All right. So how do these browsers run JavaScript? So these browsers have a JavaScript engine embedded into them. Now this engine will just convert your JavaScript into machine language and then run the code. All right. Moving on, we all know that there are hundreds of programming languages and new languages are being created every single day. And among these, there are very few powerful programming languages that bring about big changes in the market. And let me tell you that JavaScript is definitely one of them. JavaScript has always been in the list of popular programming languages and developers are falling in love with this language. They practically use it everywhere. They use it on the web, mobile servers, applications, and even in IoT. Now, this is probably why it's the most popular language in the world. According to Stack Overflow, for the 6th year in a row, JavaScript has remained the most popular and commonly used programming language. Now, let's look at a few common applications of JavaScript. So what can JavaScript do? JavaScript is known mainly for creating beautiful web pages and web applications. An example of this is Google Maps. So if you want to explore a region or a specific area in Google Maps, all you have to do is click and drag with the mouse. And what sort of language could do that? You guessed it, it's JavaScript. Next, JavaScript is also used in smartwatches. An example of this is the popular smartwatch maker called Pebble. Pebble has created Pebble.js, which is a small JavaScript framework which allows a developer to create an application for the Pebble line of watches in JavaScript. So a lot of developers have actually built smartwatch applications, features, and such things using the JavaScript. Up next, we have websites. Now, let me tell you that most of the popular websites like Google, Facebook, Netflix, and Amazon make use of JavaScript to build their websites. I think that's enough proof for why you should be learning JavaScript. Now, among other things like mobile applications, digital art, web servers, and server applications, JavaScript is also used to make games. Isn't that amazing? Now, we're all aware that the browser has not been a traditional games platform, but recently it has become a robust host for games. A lot of developers are building small-scale games and applications using JavaScript, and I'm sure all of you can do it too. It's quite simple. Now let's talk about some popular JavaScript frameworks, which are the most favored platforms for developers and business in today's time. AngularJS is Google's web development framework that has exploded with popularity in recent years. AngularJS provides a set of modern development and design features for rapid application development. Let me tell you that a lot of developers swear by this framework because it has a rapid development pace. Another top JavaScript framework is the React.js. It stands behind the user interface of Facebook and Instagram, showing off its efficiency in maintaining such high traffic applications. Despite the fact that React has a higher learning curve, it makes application development straightforward and easy to understand. It also performs very good in search engine optimization. So guys, by now all of you are aware that JavaScript is used as a universal scripting language in browsers, mainly on the client side. Using it on the back end to save time and build expertise is one of the major ideas behind the Meteor. So finally, front-end developers can also work on the back end comfortably with Meteor without switching context between Java, Python, PHP, and whatnot. So it basically gives the flexibility to use one language everywhere. I'm sure you all have heard of jQuery before. Whenever someone wants to extend their website or their application and make it more attractive and interactive, they make use of jQuery. Now, this library transforms the whole web into an entertaining experience. A fun fact about jQuery is that over 70% of the world's leading websites have something to do with jQuery. Companies like WordPress, Google, and IBM rely on jQuery to provide a one-of-a-kind web browsing experience. Now, anybody who's heard of JavaScript knows that it has something to do with HTML and CSS. So what is this relationship between these three? Now, let me put it down to you in simple words. Now, think of HTML, which stands for Hypertext Markup Language, as a skeleton of the web. So basically, HTML is used for displaying the web. Next, CSS is like our clothes. We put on fashionable clothes to look better. Similarly, the web is quite stylish. It uses CSS, which stands for Cascading Style Sheets, to look better or for styling purpose. Then there is JavaScript. Now, JavaScript puts life into a web page. Just like how kids move around using the skateboard, the web also motions with the help of JavaScript. So JavaScript is basically for interacting with the web. Now, before getting into the advantages of JavaScript, let's look at a few common websites that are built using the JavaScript and JavaScript frameworks. So we have Amazon, which is an e-commerce website. I'm sure all of you have shopped from here. Then there's PayPal, there is YouTube. We all are addicted to YouTube. There's eBay, Netflix, and Reddit. So guys, this is enough proof that JavaScript is a very important language. When such reputed companies and brands make use of JavaScript, it means that it has something really nice about it or something very advantageous about it. With this in mind, let's look at a few benefits of JavaScript. Now, it's quite easy to learn. In fact, it's one of the simplest programming languages. It does not have a strict syntax and it's totally readable. You don't have to be some hardcore programmer to learn JavaScript. Let me tell you that it is a weak type language, unlike the strong type programming languages like Java and C++, which have strict rules for coding. Now, the next feature is speed. Guys, it's all about being faster in today's world. And since JavaScript is mainly a client-side programming language, it is very fast because any code functions can run immediately instead of having to contact the server, send a request, get an acknowledgement, and then wait for an answer. All right. Now, JavaScript comes with a rich set of frameworks like Node.js, AngularJS, React, and there are hundreds of such frameworks. Earlier in the session, I discussed about how efficiently these frameworks are used to build web applications, server applications, and perform different tasks. JavaScript framework is one of the major reasons behind the popularity of JavaScript. Now, the next advantage is that it makes web pages more interactive. So guys, we are all attracted to beautifully designed and interactive websites, and JavaScript is the reason behind such attractive websites. Building such interactive websites not only makes the web prettier, it also attracts leads and customers to e-commerce websites. So like I mentioned earlier, JavaScript is an interpreted language that does not require a compiler because the browser interprets the JavaScript. So all you need is a browser to run JavaScript, and you can do all sorts of stuff in your browser without the pain of setting up environments, code editors, downloading compilers, and then learning how to use them. So instead of all of this, you can just open up your browser and start running JavaScript. So among many other advantages is the fact that JavaScript is platform independent. JavaScript is supported by all browsers like Internet Explorer, Mozilla Firefox, Google Chrome, Safari, etc. So any JavaScript enabled browser can understand and interpret JavaScript code, so you can run it on any platform. All right, so now that you have a good idea about what JavaScript is and how it works, let's get on with the coding part. I'm going to cover a few basic programming concepts of JavaScript, and these concepts are quite similar to the C language. So let's get started. So guys, let me tell you that every browser has a JavaScript engine, and we can easily write JavaScript code over here without any editors or tools. So this practice is not meant for real world applications, but I'll just quickly show it to you. All right. Open up your browser, Internet Explorer or Google Chrome will also do, and right click on the page, click on inspect. So this will open up the Chrome's developer page. All right. Now go to console. This is basically the JavaScript console. Now let's see how to run JavaScript on the browser itself. So let me just type a statement and then I'll explain what it does. Now basically this is a statement in JavaScript. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to log this message hello world onto the console. All right. So I'm going to log hello world onto the console. That's what this function does. Okay. Now this hello world is enclosed within brackets and within quotation marks. And in JavaScript, we always practice to terminate our statements with a semicolon. Now let's press enter. So here you can see that it's displaying hello world. All right. So this means that JavaScript works on a console. So this is how browsers are embedded with JavaScript engine so that they can run JavaScript code. Now to write JavaScript code, you require a code editor. You can choose from a variety of options like Visual Studio Code, Sublime Text, and so on. But for today's demo, I'll be using the Visual Studio Code, but feel free to use whichever editor you want. Visual Studio Code is basically a simple, lightweighted editor. And guys, I'll leave a link in the description box. If you want to download the Visual Studio Code, you can go ahead and check the description box. All right, so I've already downloaded the Visual Studio Code. Now let's create a folder. Okay, we'll create a new folder to store the code that we'll be executing. So create a new folder. You can name it whatever you like. Now just drag this folder and drop it over here. All right. So here you can see the folder is created. Now we've got the folder open. Let's add a new file index.html to this folder. Now you don't need to know HTML to follow this tutorial. I'm just pasting a basic HTML code here. You don't have to care about this code. It's just for creating a simple web page. All right. Now over here, I'm just using a header in order to display JavaScript tutorial. And then within paragraph tags, I'm just displaying with Edureka. All right. You don't need to have a knowledge about HTML for this tutorial. Now what we're going to do is we're going to use this HTML page as a host for our JavaScript code. All right. Now make sure to save the changes. Now open up extensions tab over here. This is the extensions tab. Now search for live server. So guys, I've already installed the live server, but make sure you go ahead and install this right away. Live server is basically a lightweight web server that we're going to use to serve our web application. All right. Install this and restart your Visual Studio Code. Once you open Visual Studio Code, go to your index.html file. Okay. And right click on this. And now you can see this option open with live server. You're going to get this option only after you install live server. So make sure you do that first. So open with live server. Yeah, you can see this page. The HTML page is over here. Now you can even check the console from here. This is the JavaScript console. All right. So this will just open up your default browser and direct it to this address. All right. Now this address is where our application is served from. Okay. So here you can see the console as well. Now let's write our first JavaScript code. So go back to Visual Studio. Okay. Now guys, let me tell you that there are two ways of adding your JavaScript code in the HTML file. First of all, you need to know that your JavaScript code is always written in the HTML file, or it is at least linked to the HTML file. Okay. So like I said, there are two ways of adding your JavaScript code in the HTML file. Now the first is to use script tags in the body section and type your JavaScript code within this script tag. So let me show you how that's done. Now this is the body section. The body section starts here and it ends here. Okay. So you have to make sure that your script tags are within the body section. Now let's open script tags. Now in the first method, you're going to type your entire JavaScript over here. So within the script tags, you're going to type your entire JavaScript. So let's just type a simple line. So we executed this earlier. Let's just do that. Let's log a message to our console. All right. So let it be hello. We'll see if this works. Guys, don't forget to terminate a statement with a semicolon. All right. Now save the file and open up your browser. Here you can see that it's displayed hello. All right. This means it works. Now let's go and try the second method. Now in real world application, the JavaScript code will have hundreds and thousands of lines, and it is not a good practice to type your entire code over here. All right. So what we can do is we can open up a new file from the Explorer window. All right. Let's go here, open up a new file. Let's name it hello.js. All right. It's a JavaScript file. Now what we'll do is we'll copy this code and let's paste it over here. Now you have to reference this hello.js file in your HTML file. So how do you do that? Okay, so let's add an attribute over here. This attribute is src. All right, src stands for source. Now src equal to, within the quotation marks, we're going to write down the name of the JavaScript file. So hello.js is the name of my JavaScript file. Let's close the tags. Okay, wait, this is opened up again. Okay, yeah, let's close the tags. And this is the second way. So we're basically referencing hello.js from the HTML file. Okay, now let's save the changes here. And now let's check our browser. Yeah, you can see that it's printing hello. So both the methods work. So I hope you understood that there are two ways of adding your JavaScript code to your HTML file. The first way is to write the entire code within script tags. And the second way is to reference a JavaScript file in your HTML file. So guys, I hope you have a brief idea about how JavaScript works and how you can use your browser to run JavaScript. Okay, so now let's get on with our JavaScript fundamentals. I'm going to discuss variables, constants, and a few other concepts over here. Okay, so what are variables? Variable is a name given to a memory location which acts as a container for storing data. Now, what does this mean? Let's say that I want to define a variable called name and I want to store a name in it. Let's say the name is Edureka. Okay, so I'm going to declare a variable called name and I'm going to store Edureka in that variable. So name is the name of the variable and Edureka is the value of this variable. Okay, so what's happening here is a temporary memory location is assigned to the name variable, and this name variable is going to contain a value which is Edureka. Okay, now let's perform this practically so that you understand it better, which is constants. So what are constants? Constants are fixed values that do not change during execution time. Now there are times when we don't want the value of a variable to change because it might disrupt the whole workflow. In such situations, we make use of constants instead of variables. Okay, now here you can see the syntax of constants. Now in order to declare a constant, you use the keyword const. All right, you use this keyword. Now let's practically do this and see how it works. All right, so I'm going to create a new file to do this. I'll name it constant. Okay, now let's declare a variable. So for declaring a constant variable, make sure that you use const keyword. Okay, so I'm declaring a constant variable here. Now let's say it's pi. Okay, I'm going to assign a value to pi, 3.14. Now what happens if you try to change the value of a constant variable? Let's try to do that. Okay, we change the value. Now let's log this to the console. Save the changes and make sure you change the path in the HTML file. So here it's still linked to variable.js. Change it to constant.js if you're creating a new file, that is. All right, now save the changes here as well. Now open up your browser. Here you can see type error assignment to constant variable. All right, this error is because we tried to change the value of the constant variable. It was declared as constant using the value 3.14 and then we try to change it to 3.12. That's why we have the error. So guys, you use constant variables only when you want to keep the value of a certain variable fixed. All right, it cannot change. So that's when you use constants. Okay, I hope you all are clear. Let's get on with our next topic. Okay, primitive data type. Now guys, there are different types of values that you can assign to a variable. All right, now in JavaScript we have two categories of data types. One is primitive data type and the other is reference data types. Now primitive data types include numbers, strings, boolean, null and undefined. Reference data type, on the other hand, includes objects, arrays, and functions. All right. So now let's look at these primitive data types from Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to create a new file again. Give it any name you like. All right. So for this, you'll have to define a variable. Now to define a variable, you use the let keyword. This is the name of my variable. Now in this, I'm going to store the value Harry Potter. All right, terminated with a semicolon. So guys, here it's a string because we are using quotation marks. We're enclosing the value within quotation marks. So the computer is going to consider this as a string. So even if I had, let's say if I have something like this, what do you think this is? Do you think this is a string or do you think it is a number? Okay, let's check. All right, now let's log this on our console and see. Let's log age as well as let's log name. Save the changes. Make sure you change the reference over here. All right, so it's constant. Let's change it to primitive. Save the changes here as well. Open up your browser. So it's displaying the two values. Okay, now let's check the type of these variables. Type of age. It's a string. Even though it is 1 over here, it's still a string. Why is that? That is because we enclose this 1 within quotations. So whatever is enclosed within quotations is going to be considered as a string. All right, so we discussed numbers and strings so far. Let's look at Boolean. Let's define a variable called option. Okay, so basically guys, a Boolean is used whenever there is a logical situation or a logic code that needs to be executed. So if a particular condition is met or if a particular condition is true, then the following code will be executed. In such situations, you make use of Boolean. And Boolean can have only two values, true or false. So this is a Boolean. Now the next type of data type is undefined. Now what is undefined? I'll show you. Let's define a variable height. Now let's log both of these variables and we'll see the type of these variables. Okay, so option, then let's also log height. Save your changes, open up your browser. Here you can see true and you can see undefined. Instead of printing anything, it says undefined. Why do you think that is? It's because we've defined height without initializing it at all. So we have not set it to any number or any value. That's why it's undefined. So this is an undefined data type. So if you don't initialize a data type, it's called undefined. Okay. Now the last one is null. Now let me show you an example. All right, so here I'm just defining a variable called iColor and I'm setting it to null. Now we use null whenever we want to explicitly clear the value of a variable. Okay, that's when we use null. So I hope you guys are clear with the primitive data types. Now let's move on to our next topic, arrays. So what are arrays? Arrays are basically used to store multiple values in a single variable. So if you have a list of items, let's say that you went shopping for some art supplies, and you got a paintbrush, you got a canvas, you got some palette, you got pencils, and you got spray paint. Now you want to list these down in one variable. Now to understand this better, let's go to Visual Studio Code and let's execute some code. So add a new file called array. I'm going to define an array called shopping. All right. Now in order to define a variable, you'll have to use the let keyword and you'll have to use this square brackets over here. This is how you define an array. Okay, now square brackets are because you have to store multiple values in an array. So an array is basically used to store multiple values of a single variable. Okay, so shopping is a variable. It has multiple values. Now let's define the values in the shopping variable. So the first value, let's say it's paintbrush. Now I'm going to add a comma and add another value. A comma is needed to separate two values. Okay, let's add color palette and canvas. Okay, so we have 3 items in our shopping list. Now let's just log this on the console. Save your changes. Make sure you change the path in the HTML file array. All right, save it. Open up your browser. Now here you can see that it's displaying the entire array. Now guys, let me tell you that arrays are numbered from 0. So 0 is the first element, 1 is the second element, 2 is the third element. even though there are 3 elements in the array, the number of the last element is 2. That's because you start numbering an array from 0. Okay. So guys, now how do you access an array element? Let's say you want to access color palette. You want to display color palette. How are you going to do that? Now, in order to do that, you are going to write the name of the array, and within square brackets, you're going to put the number of the array element. So if you want to display color palette, the number of color palette is 1. So you're going to type 1 over here. Okay. Close the parenthesis, semicolon, enter. See, it displays color palette. So this is how you access array elements. Okay. So if you want to access only one element, then just mention the number of that element and that element will get displayed. Now let's just play a little bit with arrays. Let's define a few other arrays. Let's see what else arrays can do. So let me show you another example. Now I'm defining an array called numbers. So guys, this is how you declare an array. You use the let keyword, name of the array equal to square brackets, and you terminate it with a semicolon. Okay. Now let's add array elements. So I'm going to randomly add some numbers. All right. These are my array elements. Now let's add 2 numbers and display them on the console. Okay. So how do you do that? So let's add 1. Let's add this element and this element. All right. So how do you access this element? You just have to write the name of the array, open square brackets, and write the number of the array. 0 plus numbers at position 1. So you're basically adding 1 and 3. All right. Save the changes. Go to your browser. Here you can see the answer is 4. All right. Now let's try some other thing. Let's try to sort these elements. For that, you use a function called sort. Now sort is a predefined function. So this sort function is going to sort this array. All right. Save your changes. Let's look at the log. Yeah. So it's sorting this array in order 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Now we know that 6 is missing here. So let's add an element to the array. So how do you add an element to the array? So first you type the name of the array dot push. All right. Now push is a function which pushes an element to the array. All right. Now which element you want to push is going to be written within these parentheses. So 6, let's push. Okay. Now let's check the array. Save your changes, go to your browser. Now there are 7 elements. All right. So you can see 6 over here. Now guys, let me show you another example. Now with arrays in JavaScript, you can have variables with different data types in one array itself. So a single array can have variables with different data types. Let me explain this with an example. So I'm declaring an array called mix. All right. Now let's list out the elements of mix. So first I'm going to list out a string. Okay. Then a number. Then again a string. Okay, now let's log this to our console and see what happens. Okay, so this is the mix array. So here you can see that it has 4 elements. Let's check the type of the first element. How do you do that? So you write the name of the array and you open up brackets and you write the number of the array, which is 0. So this is a string, correct? Now similarly, let's check the type of the second element. This is a number. So now we know that within an array, we can have variables of different data types. Okay. All right, guys, with this, we are done with arrays. Now let's look at our next topic. Now our next topic is objects. Now what is an object? An object in JavaScript is a lot like an object in real life. For example, let's consider a girl. Okay. Now this girl has a name, she has an age, she has eye color. Let's say her name is Emily, her age is 15 years old and she has brown eyes. So what did I just do? I basically declared an object, which was a girl, and I list down her properties, which is her name, her age, and her eye color. So girl is the object, name, age, eye color are her properties. So this is how an object works. Okay. Now what are objects? Objects are variables too, but they contain many values or many properties. Okay. And each property will have some value. Now let's look at this with an example. So guys, I'm going to create a new file called objects. Now, how do you declare an object? So I'm going to declare an object called pen equal to, you're going to use curly brackets to define an object. Okay. As soon as you use these curly brackets, it means that you're creating an object called pen. Okay. And this object can store a lot of properties, and each property will have some type. It's like key value pairs, where key is a property, value is the value of that property. So let's say that this pen has, the first property of the pen is a type. Okay. So I'm going to write ballpoint. Now you separate different properties with a comma. Okay. Now the second property is probably the color, black. All right. Now let's define another property called cost. Now note that over here I haven't enclosed 10 in quotation marks because this is a number, it's not a string. Okay guys, remember that. So guys, also terminate this with a semicolon. Now what did I do here? I created an object called pen. This pen has 3 properties. Okay, the 3 properties are type, color and cost. Now the property type has the value ballpoint. Similarly, the property color has the value black and the cost is 10. Okay. So this is how you define an object. So the object is a pen. It has 3 properties and values. What if I wanted to display the cost of this pen? I just want the cost of this pen, not the entire object. Okay, so how do you access an object? Now this is the syntax for accessing an object. Object name dot property name. Okay. Now there is another way of accessing. This is known as the dot notation. And the other way is like this. Object name, you use square brackets within which you write the property name. All right, this is the other way. Now I honestly prefer the dot notation because I feel it's simpler. Okay, so now let's try to display the cost of the pen. Okay, so how do you do that? First you write the object name, which is pen, dot the property name, which is color. Sorry, then the property name, which is cost. Okay. Now I want to display this, so I'm going to put this in the console.log function. I'm going to put this in the console.log statement. All right. Now save the file. Make sure you change the reference in the index.html. So change this to objects. Save this. Open up your browser. Here you can see it's displaying 10. Okay. So that's how you access object properties. Okay. Now let me show you another example of objects. Okay. So now let's define an object called Emily. Okay. Now this object has a few properties. So properties and the value of those properties. Because it's a number, I'm not putting it in quotation marks. Then let's define cool, which is another property. Say she goes to DPS. Then there is class, let's say 10th standard. All right. Now the next property is subjects. Now I have more than one subject. That means I have more than one value to this variable. Now how do I store more than one value in this variable? So guys, do you remember I spoke about arrays? Arrays are used to store multiple values of the same variable. So let's define this as an array. So this is how we define an array. Let's add physics. Now add comma after every value. So physics, then chemistry. Let's add biology. Let's add maths. So don't forget to terminate this over here. Now I've typed out the wrong spelling for physics. Okay. So guys, let's say I want to display chemistry. How would I do that? So how would I do this? So like I said, first you're going to write the object name dot the name of the property. Name of the property is subjects. Now this is an array element. So in subjects, we're going to access the second element. All right. The number of the second element would be 1. Okay. Now in order to display this, let's put it in this statement. Now save your file. Open up Chrome. All right, there is an error. What exactly is the error? Okay guys, so the error is over here. I forgot to put a comma. So after every property, you're supposed to put a comma. So I forgot to put a comma here, and that was the error. Now let's save the file and let's open up our Chrome. So here you can see that it's displaying chemistry. Okay, so that's how it works. With this, we're done with the objects. Let's move on to our next topic. Now the next topic is functions. Functions are basic building blocks in JavaScript. It is basically a set of statements that perform some task. Now let's see this with a few examples. Let's go to our Visual Studio Code. Now let's add a new file. I'm going to name it function.js. So how do you define or declare a function? So in order to declare a function, you have to use the keyword function, space the name of the function. So let's say hello. All right. Now after this, you need to add parentheses. All right. And then curly braces. And within the curly braces, you're going to define the body of the function. Now let's just say that this is just logging some message on the console like hello. All right. Now I've created a function for this. Now let's call this function. So how do you do that? You write the name of the function with the parentheses and then you end it with a semicolon. Okay. Now save the changes. Make sure you add function over here in the HTML file. Save the changes here as well. Now here on the browser, you can see that it's printed hello. Okay. Now what's the point of this function? Let's do something better. Okay. Let's make a better function. Let's say we'll create a function for multiplying two variables. Okay. So let's say that we'll create a function for finding the product of two numbers. Okay. So for that, you use a keyword function. I'm going to name my function product. Now within these parentheses, I'm going to declare two variables. Okay. Now these variables are called parameters. So I'm going to pass two parameters to my function. Now let me get on with it. You'll understand it better. Now what this function is going to return is the product of A and B. So A star B. All right. Now let's call this function. So how do you call a function? Name of the function. And over here, you're going to pass the value to these variables. Now, these variables have not been given any value. Here, I just define these variables and they're just known as parameters. These variables are known as parameters. Okay. Now, let's pass some value to these variables. Let's pass 2 and 6. Okay. End it with a semicolon. Now, these values are known as arguments. Okay. So, when you call a function, you pass arguments to that function. But when you define a function, you pass parameters to that function. Okay, let's save this and let's open our console. Wait a second. Yeah, I forgot to print it. Now let's store the product in some variable. Let's define a variable, let's say X. Okay, so I'm storing my product in a variable called X. Now let's log this variable on my console. Save the changes, go to your browser. Here you can see 12. All right. So this is how you pass functions with different parameters. Okay. Next, we have conditional statements. Now, condition statements are used to perform different actions on different conditions. So if is used to execute a block of code only if the condition is true. Okay. So basically, if a condition is met, then the statements within this block will get executed. This is the syntax of the if statement. So basically, if is a keyword. And within brackets, you're going to define the condition. Now, if this condition is met, then this statement is executed or a set of statement is executed. Okay. So this is how it works in the program. When you start the program and when the execution comes to a condition, if the condition is true, the code within the if block gets executed. All right. And it ends there. But if the condition is false, you just exit from the if block. All right. Let's look at this practically. So let's create a new file called if. So first what I'm going to do is I'm going to define an array. Now let's add numbers into the array. So I'm randomly going to add some numbers. Now let's add some condition over here. Now if here I'm going to define the condition, which is number and 0 is equal to number at place 2. Then just display some statement. All right. So let's say correct. Okay, so what is happening here? Now I'm basically defining a condition within the if statement over here, and this is a statement that's going to get executed if this condition is met. So the condition is that the number at location 0, which is this number, if this number is equal to number at location 2, which is this number. So if these two numbers are equal, then it's going to print out correct. All right. Now these equal to sign is used for comparison. So it's used to check the value of this variable and value of this variable. If these two values are the same, then the condition is met. All right. Now let's save the changes we made here. Also remember to go to your HTML file, change the reference to if.js. Okay. Save the changes, go to your browser. Here you can see that it's displaying correct. Now this was the if conditional statement. Now where do I use the else statement? Now else is used to execute a block of code if the same condition is false. Okay. So this is the syntax of if else. So if there's some condition there, if that condition is met, then this statement is executed. Now if this condition is not met, then if you want to do something else, you use the else statement. So when this is false, this will happen. Okay. So instead of exiting, you're going to perform another operation. Let's look at the flow chart. When you're executing the condition, and if the condition is true, you're going to execute the block of code within the if block. Okay. Now if the condition is false, you're not going to exit. Instead, you're going to execute another block of code which is in the else if block. Okay. Now let's look at this practically. Now within the same file itself, I'm going to show you how this is done. Now let's define a condition if numbers at this place is equal to, then it's going to print correct. Otherwise, now if this condition is false, then it's going to print this console.log wrong, try again. All right, that's simple. Let's see if this works. Okay, save your file, open up your browser. Okay, there is some problem over here. Let's go back to the code. Okay, my mistake. Save the file, open the browser. Now it should work. Let's just comment this out, otherwise you'll get confused. I'll just write here, this is the if else block, if else example. All right, let me save it. Open your browser. See, it says wrong, try again. So this is how the else statement works. All right. Now you can even play around with a few other examples. Let me show you a few other examples. Okay, now let's give two conditions within the if block. Okay, now let this be the first condition. So how do you add another condition? You just use the AND operator. Okay, let's add another condition over here. Okay, I'm making a mistake here. The array name is numbers. So I've added two conditions over here. Now only if both of these conditions are met, this statement is going to be executed. Okay, else we are going to, now let's save this. Okay, we'll just comment this out so that you don't get confused. All right, so save the changes, open up your console. Okay, there is some error. So it's basically something I did while naming. So this is an error because I forgot to add an S everywhere. Okay, now I'm saving the changes. This should work. Okay, so it says wrong, try again. Now this is wrong because both of these conditions weren't met. I'm using the AND operator here, so it's compulsory that this condition is true and this condition is true. Okay, so if you use the OR operator here instead, this is the OR operator. Okay, if you use the OR operator here instead, this should work. See, it displays correct. Okay, OR means that even if one of these statements or one of these conditions is true, then this is correct. Okay, so guys, with that we are done with if else statements. Now let's move on to loops. So what are loops? Loops are basically used when you want to run the same code over again each time with a different value. So that's when loops are used. Now loops are of three kinds. There is for loop, there is while loop, and there is do while loop. Okay, now let's look at each loop one by one. So first we have the while loop. Now what happens here is, while basically loops through a block of code as long as the specified condition is true. Okay, so while this condition is true, this loop code is executed. When you execute the condition, And if the condition is true, the conditional code will get executed. Otherwise, if the condition is false, you're just going to end or you're going to exit from the loop. Okay. Now let's look at a practical example of this. So create a new file called while.js. So guys, before moving on to an example, let's discuss the do while loops also. Basically, do while is just a variant of the while loop. Now this loop will execute the code block once before checking if the condition is true. Then it will repeat the loop as long as the condition is true. Okay. So over here you can see the syntax. Within the do loop, you have some code. Now this code is executed once and only after that the condition is checked. Now if the condition is true, then you're going to execute it again. But if the condition is false, you're not going to execute it. But this code is definitely executed at least once. Okay, that's the difference between do while and while. So the loop code is executed at least once in the do while loop. Okay, now let's do this practically. Now let's define a variable I and initialize it to 0. Okay, now within my while loop, I'm going to define a condition which is while I is less than 5, it has to do this. Now the statement here is it has to display this. The number is, and it has to display I. Okay, so plus I. And let's increment the value of I. Okay, now let's save this. Now let's look at the while loop. Now within the while loop, I've defined a condition which says while I is less than 5, it has to perform the following code. First, I've set I to 0. So then I is less than 5, meaning 0 is less than 5. Now this is true, so it's going to execute these two statements. So it's just going to print the number is 0 and then it's going to increment the value of I. So now I will become 1 over here. It'll go back to this loop and it'll check if 1 is less than 5, which is true. So it'll execute these two commands. Similarly, it'll keep going till I is equal to 4. I is equal to 4, it'll execute this. But when I becomes 5, 5 is not less than 5. So this will not be executed. Okay. Now let's just save this and let's change our path in the index.html to while. Save this as well. Open up your browser. See, it prints till number 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. It does not print number 5 because 5 is not less than 5. Okay. Now let's do the same thing using the do while loop. Now for the do while loop, first you're going to define the do block. Now over here, let's copy paste this code over here. Okay. Now after the do loop, you're going to put the while condition. Okay. So let's give the condition as I greater than 5. Let's see what happens. Okay. So what is going to happen here is first it's going to execute these two statements. Okay. It's going to print the number is 0 over here because we've initialized I to 0 over here. Okay. Then it's going to increment I to 1. Okay. Then it's going to come out of the loop and then it's going to check the condition. Is 1 greater than 5? Now that is false. So it's going to end over here itself. Okay. Now let's just comment this out so that you don't get confused. Okay. We'll comment this whole thing out. Now save the changes, open up your browser. See, the number is 0. It's printed only once. Okay. Now that's the difference between while and do while loop. Now next we have for loop. Let's look at for loop. So what is for loop? So for loop basically repeatedly executes the loop code while a given condition is true. So it tests the conditions before executing the loop body. Now here you can see the syntax of for loop. Within the for loop, there is a condition which is begin separated with a semicolon. Then there is condition, semicolon, and this step. And then there is loop code. Okay. Now this begin statement is executed one time before the execution of this code block. Okay. So before this loop code is executed, this condition will be executed once. Okay. Now let's look at the syntax for the for loop. Now this for loop has 3 statements within the parentheses. Okay. Now begin is executed one time before the execution of this code. Okay. Now this condition defines a condition for executing this loop code. The next is the step. This is executed every time after the code block has been executed. Okay. So after this is being executed, this is executed. So guys, I know this is sort of confusing. Let's practically do this. You'll understand it better. So now I'm going to create a new file called for. Now let's declare a for loop. So use the keyword for and then you put the first statement or the first condition, which is I is equal to 0. Okay. Now the next one is I is less than 5. Next one is I plus plus. Make sure you separate these conditions or these statements with a semicolon. Okay, you have to put a semicolon over here. Now open up your loop code. Now within the loop code, just let's perform the same thing that we did in the while loop. All right. So the number is, oh, we've actually forgotten to declare I over here. So let's declare I first. Let I, so yeah, I've declared I over here. So guys, you don't have to declare it over here specifically. You can do that, of course, but you can just declare I over here itself. Let I is equal to 0. You're initializing I and you're declaring it. Okay. So what happens here is, first I is equal to 0. You're defining a variable I and you're initializing it to 0. Once you initialize I to 0, it's going to execute this statement once. Okay, so it's going to execute this statement once. After that, it'll go to this condition. Is I less than 5? Is 0 less than 5? Which is true. So it's going to execute this statement. Okay. Now, after this is executed, it's going to execute this third statement, which is I plus plus. Okay. So the value of I is going to become 1. And the same thing is going to happen again and again. Let me explain this one more time. So first you're initializing I to 0. When you execute the first statement, this code block is executed once. All right. After this, it checks this condition. Is I less than 5? If the condition and only if the condition is true, this statement will get executed. Now, after this statement is executed, this third statement over here will get executed. All right. I hope that is clear. Let's save the changes and let's also change the reference over here. All right. Save the changes here as well. Yeah, here you can see that it's displaying it 5 times. Okay. So that is how for loop works. Okay. Now you can do a lot of things with for loop. So let's say that your teacher has punished you because you talk too much in class and she's asked you to write I'm sorry 50 times. So can you use for loop to do that? Well, you can definitely use for loop to do that. Let's try and see how that works. Okay. Now we're going to do the same thing. Set I to 0. Then I is less than 50. Well, only if your teacher is kind enough, she'll ask you to write it 50 times. Otherwise, 100 times is the minimum. All right. Now, within the code block, let's log this message. Okay. So first we're going to, I'm sorry, and let's put a smiley as well. Okay. So I made a mistake over here. Okay. So this is how it works. Let's save this code and, let's comment this out. Okay. Now let's check our browser. So you can see that I'm sorry is displayed so many times. So guys, that's a simple hack. With this, we complete our for loop. Now the last topic of discussion is switch cases. So switch statements are used to perform different actions based on different conditions. Okay. Now how does switch statement work? Now here you can see that this is a syntax. Now after the switch, there is an expression and there are few cases, case 1, case 2, case 3 and default and so on. Okay. Whenever case 1 is true, the code block 1 will get executed. Similarly, if case 2 is true, code block 3 will get executed. Now how does this work? Now what happens is the expression within this switch statement is executed once. Okay. After that, the value of the expression is compared with the value of each of these cases. Okay. So this is the value of the cases. This expression is compared with the value of the cases. So if there is a match, this block will get executed. So basically the value of the expression is compared with the value of the cases. So if there is a match, then the associated block will be executed. So if the value of this expression and the value of this case is the same, then this code block will be executed. Okay. Let's try this with an example. So let's create a new file called switch. Okay. Let me type out the code and then you'll understand what I'm saying. Okay. Okay. So that's a long code. But this is very simple. Now what I've done here is I've defined a variable called games, and the value of that variable is football. Okay. Now I'm passing this variable into the switch statement. So basically the value of games is football over here. Now if the value of this expression matches with any case, then that block will get executed. Now here the value of games is football, correct? So you're going to look for football. Now the case over here is football. So basically this is going to get executed. Okay, now let's just save and let's run the code. You'll understand what I'm talking about. So guys, make sure to change the reference over here, save it, and let's check the logs. See, it prints I love football. So why did it do this exactly? Now it did this because the value of this expression matched with this case. Okay, because it matched with this case, the statement within that case got executed. Okay, now if I change the value to foosball, okay, let's see what happens. We'll save it. It says I like other games. Now this was the default statement. Now this default statement is executed whenever this expression does not match with any case. Okay, because I'm not given foosball anywhere over here, it executes the default statement. So this is how the switch statement works. Hi everyone, this is Zulekha from Edureka. In today's session, we're going to discuss about jQuery, which is the most popular and the most used JavaScript library. So without any further ado, let's get started. So first of all, let me run you through today's agenda. Now, before we start off with what is jQuery, we're going to discuss what is JavaScript. After that, we'll see why you should use jQuery and what is jQuery. Next, we'll see how to install jQuery, which barely takes a minute. After which, we'll discuss DOM, which stands for Document Object Model, and jQuery Selector. Then we'll discuss jQuery methods. We'll look at methods like before, after, text, HTML, CSS, attributes, and many other commonly used methods. Alright, then we'll move on to jQuery events. Now here we'll see how to use the click event, on event, and the key press event. Moving on to jQuery effects. There are hundreds of jQuery effects, and we'll discuss the most commonly used effects like hide, show, toggle, fade out, slide up, slide down, and so on. Finally, we'll look at jQuery UI or user interface, where we'll discuss droppable, draggable, and the date picker UI. Alright, so guys, I hope all of you are clear with the agenda. Now, before I move on to our first topic, I wanted to tell you that I'll be making use of Visual Studio Code, which is basically a code editor, to run code snippets that I'll be explaining in this session. So if you don't have Visual Studio Code, y'all can go ahead and download it or use any other editor of your choice. I'll leave a link in the description so that y'all can download Visual Studio Code. Now guys, before I start off with the session, let me show you how Visual Studio Code looks. So I'm just going to open up this editor. Now guys, this is a very simple editor, and I think it's my most favorite editor. You can use Sublime Text or any other editor that you are comfortable with. Alright, so this is how it looks. Now what I've done is I've already copied a folder called jQuery. All you have to do is create a folder on your desktop and then drag it and paste it over here. Okay. So I've already created a folder because I think it's a good practice to have a folder that contains all your code snippets. Alright. Now guys, if you downloaded Visual Studio Code, you need to make sure that you have installed an extension called Live Server. Alright. So I've already installed this live server. Now this will basically host our web page. So whatever we type out or whatever code we have over here, it'll get hosted using this live server. So make sure you install the live server in order to host your web page or whatever you create. Okay. So that's about Visual Studio Code. Now without any further ado, let's get started with our first topic. So what is JavaScript? Now in simple words, JavaScript is a universal language of the web which every PC, every mobile phone and browser understands. Now JavaScript is mainly used to make a web page or an application look more alive and interactive. So every time you see a really cool web page with a lot of motions and graphics, it's because JavaScript was used to design it. Now another important feature of JavaScript is that it is an interpreted language, unlike the high-level languages such as C, C++, and Java. Now, these high-level languages require a compiler. Now, when it comes to JavaScript, you don't need a compiler because JavaScript runs on the web, and most of the web browsers like Google Chrome, Safari, Internet Explorer, Mozilla Firefox already have a JavaScript engine embedded into them. Apart from that, JavaScript is mainly a client-side scripting language. So guys, I hope with this you're clear with what is JavaScript. I hope you have a brief idea about JavaScript. Now, if you want to learn more about JavaScript, I'm going to leave a link in the description. You can check out our content on JavaScript so you can learn more about it. All right. So why use jQuery? Now, we all know that there are hundreds of JavaScript frameworks and libraries out there, but why must you use jQuery? Well, for starters, jQuery makes it extremely easy to manipulate the DOM. Now, DOM basically stands for Document Object Model. Guys, don't get intimidated by the name. I know it sounds like it's a very complex concept, but it's very easy. All right, I'll be explaining the DOM in the further slides, so stay tuned. Now, DOM is basically like a tree structure of the HTML elements. Now, in order to make a web page interactive, web developers manipulate the DOM, and jQuery makes it extremely easy to do that. Now, apart from that, the community of its contributors is more diverse and bigger than any other JavaScript library. It has detailed and comprehensive documentation which gets better every day. Now, another bonus point is that jQuery has thousands of plugins available for free and they can easily be added to our projects. So these plugins add value by enhancing user experience. Now, one such example is the Ajax technology, which develops a responsive and feature-rich site. Okay, moving on, jQuery also provides cross-browser support. So basically, every time you write a code on your local machine and you want to run it on a browser like Google Chrome, Safari, and all of that, you don't have to worry about whether your code will run on different browsers because jQuery takes care of the dependency issues. Now, this is because it supports almost all the commonly used browsers. All right. Now, guys, I hope all of you are clear with why we should use jQuery. Now, let's look at what is jQuery. Now, jQuery is basically a fast, concise JavaScript library with a nice motto which says, write less and do more. Now, that is very apt because its entire functionality revolves around simplifying each and every line of code. It simplifies the DOM manipulation, event handling, and basically every other thing. Now, jQuery offers a very effective way to capture a wide variety of events, such as a user clicking on a link without the need to clutter the HTML code. jQuery takes care of all the complex things in between. Also, an add-on is that jQuery is a lightweight library of about 19 kilobytes in size after compression. So this makes it faster to load the library and also takes up minimal resources. Now, jQuery also comes with hundreds of built-in animation effects which you can use in your website to make it more interactive. Alright, so guys, I hope all of you are clear with what is jQuery. Now let's move on to installing jQuery. Now, there is no installation per se, this is just downloading jQuery. Now, let me tell you that there are two ways of doing this. Alright, the first is a local installation, wherein you copy the jQuery library on your local machine and you include it in your HTML code. And the other one is linked to a CDN. Now, CDN stands for Content Delivery Network. So you can include jQuery library into your HTML code directly from the CDN. So basically, this is like a link to your jQuery library. Okay, now let me show you how you can do this. Alright, so this is how the official website of jQuery looks like. Now here you can go on download. So over here you can see download the compressed production jQuery 3.3.1. So this is probably the latest version of jQuery. So what you can do is you can either click on this and you can copy this entire library. This is basically the jQuery library. You can copy this entire library and you can paste it within a file over here. Okay, so I'm going to paste it within this jQuery folder that I created. Okay, you can paste it in a file. Let's name it jQuery. So what you can do is you can copy that entire code and paste it in this file. But this is not something that we're going to do, because let me tell you that if you copy this entire thing and you paste it in your folder, you can easily go and edit it by mistake. Let's say by accident, you click on something and a small line gets deleted or a small element gets deleted. So your entire code is going to get messed up because your jQuery library was tinkered with. Okay. Alright, so we're not going to follow the first method. Instead, we're going to do the link to a CDN method. Now I've created an index.html file within which I have the link copied over here. Now this is basically the jQuery library. You can see the version is 3.3.1. And also I have another link which is for the UI, jQuery UI. Alright. Now guys, this integrity and cross origin is just so that nobody manipulates the contents of these libraries. Alright, so I've copied this link from somewhere on the web, I don't remember, but I'm just going to paste this link in my description box so y'all can go ahead and use this. Otherwise, if you find a better link, then y'all can use that as well. Okay. So this is basically my HTML file. So guys, I'm now going to obviously discuss the basics of HTML and CSS because that's not under the scope of this session. So I hope all of you have a basic understanding. If you all don't have a basic understanding of HTML, CSS and JavaScript, like I said earlier, I'll leave a link in the description box. You all can go and check out that video and then come back to this video. All right. So guys, that's how you download jQuery. It's not like an installation. It's basically downloading the jQuery. Okay. So now let's look at the document object model. Now the document object model is a tree structure of the various elements of HTML. Here you can see that it begins with document. This is basically this. This document is basically the ancestor of every other element in this file. And this HTML again is the ancestor of all of these other elements. Okay. Now the head and the body elements are children of the HTML element. So this is basically like a tree structure. So basically title is a descendant of head. Similarly, H1 and the P tags are children of body. Okay, so they are just descendants. Now guys, this is a simple tree structure and this is what document object model is. It's not any complex concept. It's a very simple structure of your HTML file. Now let's move on to jQuery selectors. Now the first thing we're going to learn in jQuery is the selectors. Now why do we need selectors? These selectors allow you to select and then manipulate the HTML elements or the DOM elements. Now all that a web developer has to do in order to make a web page more interactive or just create a web page for that matter is to make sure that the DOM is easily manipulated. Only when you add effects into the DOM you can make any changes on your web. So that's why we use selectors. So basically selectors will select a particular HTML element and then you can use other functions on this HTML element and manipulate that element. All right. So what we're going to do is we'll look at examples. We'll type out codes and we'll look at examples. So don't get too confused. Okay. So I'm going to open up my file. So let's open a body tag. Now within the body tag, I'll have a header. I'm going to have a H1 tag, which will basically say jQuery tutorial. Okay guys, the Q is always caps in jQuery. So we'll have a header which says jQuery tutorial and let's have a simple paragraph by Edureka. Alright. In order to make things a little more interesting, I'm going to create an unordered list. Now within which I'm going to have a few elements in the list tag. So let's say I'm going to list my favorite dogs. I know there are no favorites when it comes to dogs because all dogs are really cute. But if I had to list down 3 favorites, I would definitely go with these 3. Okay, golden retriever. I'm quite old-fashioned when it comes to dogs. I really like golden retriever, even though there are new breeds right now. But I think this one's really cute. And then Siberian husky. So guys, you can make it interesting and put in a list of whatever you'd like. Like you can put in a list of your favorite fruits or your favorite colors, anything like that. Okay, and let's say boxer. Close the HTML tag. So I'm just going to save this file and what I'm going to do is I'm going to reveal an explorer. So basically this is how our web page looks. Now like I mentioned earlier, most of the browsers like Google Chrome, Safari, Internet Explorer have a JavaScript engine embedded into them. So this is a Google Chrome browser like y'all can see. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click on anywhere on the page and I'm going to click on inspect over here. Okay, so this opens up my JavaScript engine. Now this is basically the file. All right, 1 second. Okay, there was a small error because I had opened up a CSS file which I had linked. Okay guys, just ignore that error. So now what I did here was I opened up the JavaScript engine. We have a JavaScript console over here. It says JavaScript context. Now what you can do is you can manipulate the DOM elements through this console. So basically you can run different commands over here. You can type something and you can run it. Now just like in the vanilla JavaScript, we need to select things and manipulate them. In jQuery, we can select anything we want by using this $sign. Alright, so this is the $sign or the dollar function that you can use to select anything. Now in regular JavaScript, we have functions like document.getElementById, query selector all, then there is getElement by class, getElement by tag, and there are hundreds of such functions. But when it comes to jQuery, the dollar function basically replaces all of these other functions. Okay. Now let's look at an example. So let's say I want to select this header 1. This is H1 tag, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to type the $sign first. We'll open up brackets, and within quotation marks, we're going to type whatever we want to select. All right. So what I'm doing over here is I've used this selector function, and within the quotation marks, I've mentioned h1. So what this does is it'll basically select the h1 tag for me. Okay. So let's click on enter. Now, when I click on h1, you can see that it highlights my header1 tag. Okay. It also shows me the dimensions of the tag, and this is how the selector basically works. Now let's try selecting the body. Now that I've selected the body, you can see that it highlights the entire body and it shows me the dimensions of the body as well. Okay, so guys, this is how the selector works. Now let's make things a little more interesting. Okay, let's just go back to our Visual Studio Code. Now what I'm going to do here is within my first list element, I'm going to add an anchor tag. Okay, let's say we randomly add an anchor tag, and we're basically directing this to google.com, and let's call it Google. So guys, I hope you all understand basic HTML, because I'm not going to explain the HTML. It's going to be a very lengthy video if I sit and explain HTML to y'all. So for that, I told y'all that I'm going to leave a link in the description. Y'all can refer that link and y'all can understand HTML. So I saved the file. Now I'm just going to refresh. Okay, so here you can see the anchor tag, which is Google. Now let's say that I wanted to select this anchor tag. Okay, now we previously saw how to select the h1 tag. We saw how to select the body. Okay, but what if I want to select this particular anchor tag? So what I can do is I'm first going to type out unordered list. You have to type out the path to your anchor tag. Now in order to specify the anchor tag, what I'm going to do is I'm going to specify that the anchor tag is within a list li, and in turn this list is within an unordered list. Okay, so it's basically like specifying the path to this anchor tag. Now because there's only one anchor tag in this entire list, it's going to select this anchor tag only. So let's see how that's done. So you simply type out ul, li and a. So this is your unordered list, this is your list item, and this is your anchor tag. Now let's click on enter. So when I click on a, you can see that it highlights my anchor tag. It also gives me the dimensions along with it. So guys, this is how it works. Now let's make it a little more interesting. Now let me just type out this code first, and then I'll explain what it's doing. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to select the header, okay, h1 tag, and then I'm going to apply a method to this. I'll just type it out first, and then y'all can understand what I'm saying. So what I'm doing here is I'm selecting the h1 tag using this dollar function. After that, to this h1 tag, I'm going to apply this method, .css method. Now within this method, I've passed a parameter and a value to that parameter. So the parameter is color, or the property is color, and the value of the property is red. So what this line is going to do is it's going to change the color of the h1 tag to red. Okay, let's see if that works. All right, you saw that this turned to red. So guys, this is how you can play with the selector. It basically manipulates the DOM. Okay, so this is what I meant when I say manipulating the DOM. Now let's make it a little more fun, and let's say we change the background color also. Okay, we'll change the background color to black. So here you can see the result. So guys, basically the selector is just to select a DOM element and then manipulate it in whichever way you want. Okay, so this is the most basic concept of jQuery. Understanding the selector is very important because you're going to use selector at every line of jQuery. So with that, we're done with our selectors. Now let's look at our next topic. Now we're going to discuss a few jQuery methods. Now one of the methods that I already discussed is the CSS method. I just showed you all how CSS is used to style a particular header. Okay, but we'll come back to this later on. Now similar to that, we have other jQuery methods like the before method, after method. Now what does a before method do? Now this method inserts a specified content before the selected element. Now this is the selected element. Now before the selected element, it's going to add this content. So whatever content you want to add before a particular element, you mention that content within these parentheses. Okay. Now let's look at it practically. I'm going to open up my browser. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select my unordered list, and before my unordered list, I want to add something before my unordered list. So how I can do that is I'm just going to mention whatever I want to do. So within h2 tags, I want, let's say, my favorite dogs And let's close the h2 tag. So what I did here was I basically selected my unordered list first, and on my unordered list, I'm going to perform this function. Now what this does is it adds whatever I type within these quotation marks before my unordered list. Okay, let's just see how it works. So here you can see that right before my unordered list, I have my favorite dogs. Now similar to this is the after method. Okay, let's go back to the slides. Now the jQuery after method inserts a specified content after the selected elements. Okay, so this is the selected elements, and after the selected elements, it's going to enter this content. Okay, let's look at how this works. We'll look at the same example. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this to after. Okay, and let's say I type are adorable. Enter. Okay, so you saw that it says my favorite dogs, blah, 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 are adorable. Okay, so guys, this is how before and after functions work. So these are just simple examples of how before and after work. So up next, we have text. Now a text function is used to set or return the text contents of the selected element. So let's say we have a selected element over here, and if we pass this text method on that selected element, it's just going to return the text of this element. You can also set or replace the text of a particular element by using the text function. Okay, let's not get too confused. I'll just open up my browser and show you how this is done. Let me just refresh my page. Okay, let's look at an example. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a selector, and I'm going to select the list of elements within the unordered list. So I've selected li, and I'm going to use a text function over here. Okay, let's see what this returns. Okay, so over here you can see that it's returned golden retriever, Google, Siberian husky, and boxer. Okay, let's do one thing first. Let's remove this anchor tag because it does not make sense. Okay, so I'm just going to save my file, and let's open up the browser, refresh, and let's run this command. Okay, so here you saw that it returned golden retriever, Siberian husky, and boxer. Okay, similarly, let's say I just want to return the first element of my list. Then I would do something like this. So what I did here was I selected list, and in that I mentioned first. Okay, so I basically mentioned the first element of the list. Now this returned only the golden retriever to me, which is exactly the first element of my list. Here you can see that golden retriever. Now let's say that I want to replace some content. Okay, let's say I want to replace this by Edureka with something else. Okay, let me just refresh. All right, so how I'm going to do this is first always start off with the selector. So I'm selecting my P, which is my paragraph tag. Now since I have only one paragraph within this entire HTML file, it knows that it's this paragraph. Okay, so let's say there was another paragraph over here. Then what you would do is you would mention paragraph colon first, and you'd perform an action on it. Okay, so yeah, let's coming back to this. I'm going to say text, welcome to this fun tutorial. So what I've done here is I've selected the paragraph tag, and then I've applied the dot text function on this tag. Now let's see what this does. Okay, let's click on enter. What happened here was by Edureka was replaced by welcome to this fun jQuery tutorial. So this is how you use the text function to either set or to return some content. All right. So guys, I hope all of you are clear with this. Now let's look at our next function. Okay, the next one here is HTML. Now the HTML method is very similar to the text. It is used to set or return the HTML content of the selected elements. Now let's look at the difference between the two. Now first let's look at an example of how HTML is used to return the content of a particular element. So let's say li last.html. So what I've done here is I've selected the list, and from the list I've selected the last element, and I'm running HTML tag on it. So this returns boxer. You all can see that it returns boxer. Now let's see how you can set the content using HTML. Now what we're going to do is we're going to change this last element over here which says boxer. We'll change it to something else. So guys, bear with me when I type the code. So I'm going to replace boxer with German Shepherd. Now let's click enter. Here you saw that it got changed to German Shepherd. Okay, so this is how you set the content using HTML. Now, what is the difference between HTML and text? Okay, let me show you what the difference is. Let's say I'm going to select the entire unordered list and I want to return the value using text. Now, when I return the value using text, you see I get this. But when I do the exact same thing using HTML, let's see what happens. So I'm selecting the unordered list and I'm running the HTML function on this. Now here you saw that it's returning the HTML tags to me along with the text content. Over here it just returns the text content, but over here it will return the HTML content as well. Okay, so you can see that li and end li is not there over here. That's because it returns only the text content. This will return the HTML content as well. Okay, so guys, I hope all of you are clear with the difference between HTML and text. Moving on to our next function is the CSS function. Now I already showed you an example of this CSS function, but what exactly this function does is it styles a particular element. So whatever element you select is styled using CSS. So if you see any color or any pop in your page or any sort of design, very pretty design on a web page, it's because CSS was used. Okay. Now what this jQuery CSS method does is it sets or returns one or more style properties for the selected elements. Now let's quickly look at an example. So what I'm going to do is let's clear this unordered list. What I'm doing here is I'm creating a script tag. Now guys, script tag is always used in order to run some JavaScript or some jQuery script. So over here I'm going to create an object using the let keyword. So I'm using the let keyword to create an object, and the name of the object is design. And let's define some properties of this object. Let's say that the color is blue, and let's define another property like background. Let's set background to green. Let's define another property which is border. We'll set this to, let's say, 3 pixels solid black. What I did here was I created an object. I created an object called design, and I've given this object 3 properties: color, background, and border. Okay. Now these 3 properties have particular values. So color's value is blue. Similarly, background color is green, and the border is so on. Now let's just save this file. I know y'all are confused, wondering why I'm doing this, but just give me a second. So what I did was I saved this file. Now let's open up our terminal and we'll select, let's say we'll select the header1 tag. Sorry, I forgot to add the selector function. So we've selected the header1 tag, and on this we're going to apply a CSS function. And what we're going to do is we're going to pass an argument to this CSS function. Now what we're going to pass is we're going to pass the object that we just defined. So we created an object called design, wherein we had 3 different set of properties which had different values. So we're just going to apply these values and properties to this h1 tag. So let's click on enter and see what happens. So you saw that the background color, the font color, and a border was added to this. Now this happened because we had created an object with color, background color, and border. So we just applied all of these properties to our h1 tag. Okay, it's as simple as that. So guys, this is how the CSS function works. It's basically for styling your web page. Okay, so your web page looks more prettier with the help of CSS. Now let's look at our next topic, which is attributes. Alright, now the attribute method is used to set or return attribute values of the selected element. So let's say you select a HTML element, and that HTML element may have hundreds of attributes. So you're going to select a particular attribute of that HTML element, and you can return it using the attribute function. You can also use this attribute function to set an attribute to the element that you selected. So let's not get too confused with definitions over here. Let's just execute this and see how it works. Alright, let's go back to the Visual Studio Code. Now in order to make it a little more interesting, let me just clear this entire thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to display pictures of 3 puppies, and we're going to work on those 3 puppies. Okay, we're going to work on the images. We're going to try and add borders to those images. Okay. Alright, so first thing what I've done is I've created a folder called puppy, where I have 3 cute pictures of a golden retriever, a boxer, and a husky. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag this folder and I'm going to paste it over here within the jQuery folder. Alright, so here you can see that I've added the puppy folder, which has 3 different images. Now what we're going to do is we're going to display these images. Now, in order to do that, I'm creating a div and I'm assigning a class to this. Let's name it puppers. So now I'm just going to add these 3 images. So I'm going to use the img tag. I'm going to set the source. So the name of the folder is puppy slash, let's say, goldie.jpg. It's a JPG image. So let me just copy paste this. And similarly, I'm going to add the other 2 images also. So the other image is husky. And then there is a boxer as well. Now let's go ahead and save this first. And okay, so what I've done is I've moved this to the root folder. So let's just save this and let's refresh. Alright, so guys, I was facing a problem. It wasn't loading for some reason, so I just opened my jQuery folder on my computer and I just copied the puppy folder into that. Okay, so this is basically the index.html file we're writing, and I've also copied the puppy folder within this, which has 3 images. Okay, now this should work. So here you can see that within jQuery folder, I have a puppy folder and I have the HTML file. Okay, let's save this. Now this should definitely run. Let's reveal an explorer. So now you see that we get 3 cute puppies. Guys, how adorable are they? To make it look a little more presentable, I'm just going to align these images horizontally, okay, so that it's clearly visible. So in order to align them to the left, and also I'm going to set their width and their dimension. So what I'm going to do is I'll open another file. So guys, like I told you all earlier, that CSS is used for styling purpose. So I'm going to open a CSS file over here. Okay, so this is the symbol. This means that it's a CSS file. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the class puppers, and within this class I'm going to say float left. So what I did was I selected the puppers class, which I had defined within the HTML file. So here you can see that the class of the div was puppers. So I'm just selecting this entire div and I'm just floating it to the left, meaning that I'm going to align it to the left. And also let's set the dimension of the images. So I'm going to mention the image tag over here. I'll set the width. Let's set it to 300 pixels. And also the height. All right, let's say 250. So let's save this file, and we need to link this CSS file in our HTML file. So guys, don't forget to do that. A lot of people miss out on this step and then they wonder why their code is not working. Okay. All right. So I'm just going to add a link of my CSS over here. So it is a style sheet. So for those of you who don't know, CSS stands for cascading style sheet. I'm also going to write the type. It's a good practice to mention the type. So it is text/CSS, and also let's mention the path. So the name of my file is index.css, correct? So that's about it. Now let's save this file and let's open it up. All right, so guys, now you can see that they're beautifully aligned to the left and they all look so adorable. So guys, don't get distracted. Let's focus on our task over here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the console over here. So let's apply this attribute function to these images. Now first of all, let's select these images. For that, you're going to use the selector function, and within the quotations, I'm going to write img.attribute function. So what I've done here is I've selected all of these images and I'm applying the attribute function with the following properties. The attribute that I'm going to change is the border. So I'm adding a border and I am setting the border to this value. So it's a 5 pixel solid black border. Okay, so guys, this is how the attribute works. Now let's click on enter. Let's see what happens. So here you can clearly see that I have added a black border. One second, let me make it more visible. Yeah, see, it looks much better. So what I've done is I've added a border, black border of 5 pixels and a solid border. Okay, so guys, this is how the attribute function works. Now let's go back to our next method. All right, so our next method is the value method. Now this is basically used to set or return the values of the selected elements. Okay, so here you're just going to return the value. You're not going to return the attribute, or you're just specifying the value of the attribute and you're going to return this. So we're going to try something different over here. So in order to run a code on this val method, I'll have to tell you what is a click function. Okay, so what is a click event? So let's go to the click slide. All right. So here is the jQuery events list, and the first one is a click event. Now this event is executed when the user clicks on the HTML element. Okay, so you basically select an element using the dollar function, and then when you click on this element, some function is performed. So I'm briefly telling you what this does because I'm going to be using the click function. Now let's open up our file. So we're going to type in something different over here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to clear this entire thing. Let's clear the div element, and I'm just going to add script over here. Now script tag is used to add your jQuery or your JavaScript code. So I've just opened up my script tag. Now over here I'm going to type a function. All right, so what I'm doing is I'm selecting the entire document dot ready, and then there's a function over here. All right, so guys, before moving on, let me tell you what this document.ready function does. Now it's a very good practice to have this function in every file of yours, but I forgot to mention it earlier. So it's a very good practice. Now a page cannot be manipulated safely until the entire document is ready. So basically what jQuery does is it detects the state of readiness. Now whatever code you include inside this document.ready function, so whatever code I'm going to type over here, basically in these lines, it will run only once the page is ready. Okay, so basically the code that you include within this function, so let's say I type something over here. Okay, whatever code I'm typing over here, all of this code will be executed only after all of this is executed. So only after loading all of these jQuery libraries and frameworks, only after that, whatever is mentioned within this document.ready function will get executed. Because let's say that I wanted to run a jQuery function over here, okay, some jQuery function, and I just ignored this line and I didn't have a document.ready function. Now what happened was, let's say that for some reason this library took a lot of time to load, and by the time it loaded, this jQuery function was already executed. Now obviously that's going to return an error because it's going to say that there is no jQuery library or something like that, because this library was not entirely loaded. Okay, so that's why you need a document.ready function. Okay, so guys, I hope you all are clear. Now this is a good practice to include. It's not mandatory, of course, but it's always good to have document.ready function at the beginning itself. Okay, so after your title, after you load the libraries, you should always add in this document.ready function. It's a good practice. All right, so before we type out the code over here, I'm just going to create a button and an input type. Okay, now input type will basically create space for user input. So my input type is going to be text. So the people who are familiar with HTML, CSS know what I'm doing exactly. So I'm giving some ID to this input, and also let's give it some value. Okay, it's blank value. So whatever you enter here is going to be saved. Okay, so I created an input type over here. Now also I'm going to create a button. Okay, so you use the simple keyword button and you just type the name of the button. Let's say submit. Now let's come back to this function. Now what I'm going to type here is I'm going to start off with selecting the button. Okay, so it's selecting the button, and now I'm adding the click function over here. So guys, pay close attention to what I'm doing here. Okay, so basically I'm selecting the button using the dollar function. What I'm saying is when you click this button, a particular function will get executed. Now let's type out the function that gets executed on the click of the button. So click is basically an event. So on executing this click function, some event occurs, and that event I'm going to type over here. Okay, so what it's going to do on the click of a button is it's going to give out an alert with the value dot val. So this is where I'm using the value function. All right, now let's close. All right, so what I'm doing here is on the click of the button, this event is going to occur. Okay, so you're going to get an alert saying value, and wherein the value is going to be this some text identifier. So whatever value the user types in is going to get passed over here. Okay, and then this dot value function is going to return that value to you. Now don't get too confused. Let's save this and we'll run this and you'll understand exactly what I'm saying. All right, so what I'm going to do here is, see, this is the input wherein the user types input, and this is the submit button that we created. So let's say hello. Now let's click on submit. Okay, so when I clicked on submit, this is what happens using the click event. So basically an alert is shown wherein the value is returned. So whatever input is given by the user is returned using the val function over here. Okay, so you see it says hello. Let's say Edurika, how are you doing? Okay, submit. So this is just returning the value that I'm typing in the input. So guys, this is how the value function works. All right, it's very simple. It just returns the value. Similarly, you can set the value as well. So I want you all to try something with setting the value, and please comment down whatever you've tried or any new program that you've run using the val function or any other function. We'll be very interested to know how you have used these functions to build your own program. Now the next function I'm going to talk about is the add class method. Now this basically adds one or more class to the selected elements. So you're going to select an element using the dollar function, and whatever element you select, you're going to add a class to it by simply using the add class method. Now let's look at this through an example. So first of all, let's just clear this entire thing. Okay, so now similar to the previous example, we're going to load the images of all the puppies. So it has a class called puppers. Okay, and we're going to add all the images. Okay, so puppy, Goldie. Okay, similarly, I'm going to have the other two images over here. Okay, and the last image, which is a boxer. I'm selecting the puppy folder and then the boxer image. All right, so I created a div similar to what we did in the previous examples. Now I'm going to open a script tag. Before I type out the entire script, I'm going to have a button, right? So let's add a button over here. Okay, let's name it try add class. Now that we have the script, all right, now within the script, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start off with the document.ready function. Now earlier I already explained the use of this ready function. So that's exactly what I'm doing here. All right, now over here, I'm going to first start off with selecting the button. On the click of the button, some function is going to be performed. Okay, and what is that function? So basically on the click of a button, an event is going to occur, and I'm going to type out that event over here. Okay, now before I type out the event, let's define a style class. Okay, now the style tag is used if you want to specify some CSS code. Now you can obviously open another file called CSS and enter the entire thing, but it's a small code, so I'm just going to type it over here itself. So I'm creating a class called style class. All right, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to define some property called border, and I'm going to assign a value to this property. Let's say 5px solid green. So this is what is there in the style tag. Okay, now coming back to this function. So on the click of this button, an event has to occur, and I'm going to type out that event over here. So what I'm doing is I'm selecting all the images first, and then I'm using the add class method, and I'm passing this style class function that we just created. Okay, all right, now let's close our parenthesis over here. So what I'm doing here is on the click of this button, and on these images, you're going to run the add class method. Now to this method, I've passed a class called style class, and within this style class, I have created a border of 5 pixel solid green. Okay, so don't get too confused. Let's save and open the file. Okay, so what happened was on the click of this button, all these images were selected and a border was applied to all of these images. Okay, now this border was specified within a class called style class, which we had created over here. Okay, so guys, this is how the add class method works. Now let's go back over here and let's refresh first. Okay, now along with add class, we have remove class and we have toggle class as well. Now remove class will basically remove that class which you just added, and toggle class will toggle between adding and removing the class. Okay, let's just look at how this works. Okay, to the same example, let's open up the console. All right. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all of these images. Okay, and then I'm going to do remove class, style class. Now what I did here was I selected all of these images. I'm running the remove class method on all of these images, and I'm passing the style class as an argument to this method. So first of all, let's add it, and then we'll see how the remove class works. And you can see that every image has a green border. Now let's do remove class. Okay, so you saw that the border was removed. Now let's do toggle class. Okay, so when I did toggle class, it got added again. Okay, so if I do toggle again, it will remove the border. Similarly, again, it will add, remove. Okay, so guys, this is how add class, remove class, and toggle class works. Now let's get back to our next topic, which is jQuery events. Okay, now I've already explained the click event to you, but we're still going to run a program and see how this works. Now what the click method does is it's basically an event. When you apply the click event to a selector, some function occurs or some event occurs. Okay, and that event is specified within this function. Now let's look at an example. So first of all, I'll just remove the style, which is not needed. And then this button is also not needed. So we do require these images. Let's just keep this as it is. Now what we're going to do is we're going to edit this script path. So instead of having button over here, we're going to select images. So on the click of images, some event is going to occur. That event is specified within this function. So let's type out that event. What I'm doing is I'm using this keyword and I'm adding an effect called hide. All right. Now let me tell you what this does. So basically on the click of an image, this event is going to occur. Now this basically denotes whatever element you're currently selecting, and that element will be hidden using the hide effect. Now hide is basically a jQuery effect. Now this is used to hide a particular element. So whichever element you've selected over here is going to get hidden using this hide effect. Now I'll be explaining hide, show, and all of these other effects in my further slides. So for basic understanding, just know that this hide effect is just going to hide a particular element that you've selected. Okay, so I've saved the file. Now let's just open it up. So what I'm going to do is let's click on each of these images because we've added an event on each of these images, right? So let's click on this image. So you saw that it got hidden. Similarly, the other two images also get hidden. Now this is happening because on the click of an image, I'm going to hide that image. Okay, now this is just used to record my current event. So basically on the click of the images, those images are going to get hidden. Okay, that's exactly what we did here. Let me show it to you once again. So I'm clicking this image, it gets hidden. Similarly this and this. So guys, I hope all of you are clear with the click event. Now similarly we have on. Okay, now this method attaches one or more event handlers to the selected elements. Now whenever you have on, a lot of people get confused between click and the on event. Now on is used to specify other event handlers. So you can use on along with click and along with key press. Now key press is the next method that I'm going to discuss. So I'm going to be running an example where I'll show you how to use key press and how to use the on event as well. Now key press basically executes whenever a character is entered. So basically whenever you press a key on the keyboard, some event is going to occur with the help of key press. Okay, so guys, it's quite explainable. If you just read the name of the event itself, you'll understand what it says. Okay, now key press is a combination of key down and key up. Let's not get into too much detail. So I'm just going to create an example where I'll be showing you how to use key press and how to use this on event. Okay, so let's open up our Visual Studio Code. Okay, so what I'm going to do is let's clear this entire div. We do not require this for this example. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to create an input. We're going to give it an ID. Let's say press. All right, and also it'll have a type. Okay, and the type is text. And we'll also set some size to this. Okay, let's say 10. All right, now here we have a script. Now within the script, instead of selecting images, we're going to select the input. First of all, let's clear this entire block. So we have the document.ready function. Now after this, let's select the input. So here we're selecting the input using the dollar function, and I'm going to add the on event here. So here I'm also going to add the key press event, and some function is going to be performed. Okay, so guys, let me just type this out. Don't worry, I'll explain what I'm doing. p.hide. So what is happening here is on key press. So as soon as you start typing on this input, some function is going to get performed. This p is going to get hidden. So let's create a paragraph, another paragraph. Let's call it, let's enter this code here, start typing. Okay, now there are two paragraphs here, so I want to edit this paragraph. So I'm going to pass in a parameter called last. Okay, so this is basically going to select the last paragraph, which is this one. Okay, now guys, I know this is sort of confusing. Okay, there's a small error somewhere over here. Okay, so I haven't closed this. Now let's just save the file. I'll show you what's happening, so don't worry if you haven't understood anything. Okay, now basically I define an input there, and what I'm going to do is when I start typing, this paragraph is going to get hidden. So let's see how that works. Let's say hello. Yeah, see, as soon as I press the first character, the whole paragraph got hidden. Now how does that happen? That happens because we use the key press function. So on the press of a particular character on your keyboard, this last paragraph will get hidden. So guys, this is how the on and the key press work. Now on is used to specify other events as well. So on is an event and key press is also an event. Okay, so this is how on works, and this is the difference between click and on. So with this, we're done with events. Now we have to discuss jQuery effects. Alright guys, so now let's discuss the hide effects. Now there are a lot of effects over here. We have hide, we have show, toggle, fade out, fade in, fade toggle, and similarly we have a few other effects. Now like the name says, it's sort of an effect. So basically hide is like an effect. So it'll select a particular element and it'll hide it. Okay, you can have parameters for how long you want to hide an element or for how long you want to fade an element. Now we've already seen several examples of hide. So let me just show you a basic example wherein we'll discuss hide, we'll discuss show, we'll discuss toggle. Okay, now show will just make that particular element visible, and toggle will toggle between hide and show. So don't get too confused. Let's just open up our Visual Studio Code. So what I'm going to do is I'll just clear this entire thing. Okay, so we'll remove any sort of confusion. Now within the body, I'm going to have two buttons over here. Now each of these buttons will have a class called button, and I'm going to give an ID to each of these buttons. So the first ID is hide, and the name of this button is also hide. Okay, now let's just copy this entire thing, and we're going to create another button, and we're going to give it an ID called show, and let's name the button show. All right, so here I've just created two buttons and I've given a different ID to each of these buttons. Now what I'm going to do is let's load a single image. Okay, so let's not waste time and load 3 images. So we're just going to load the same puppy images. So the name of the class is puppers. All right, and let's add an image. Okay, so puppy, and let's select anyone. Let's say Goldie. Okay, so yeah, let's close this, and this is our div section. Okay, so now let's add a script tag. Now over here we're going to begin with the document.ready function. Okay, so let's select the document. I've already explained what this does. Now within this, let's define some code. Now first what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the ID hide. So wait, sorry, I forgot to put this in quotation marks. So what I'm doing here is I'm selecting this hide identifier. So basically this button hide. Okay, so we have two buttons here. That's why I've given each of them an identifier so that you can differentiate between these two buttons. So basically this is selecting the hide button. Okay, I'm selecting the hide button, and on click of this hide button, some event is going to occur. Now that event I'm going to specify in this function. So what is going to happen is I'm going to select the image over here first. Now I've selected the image and I'm just going to hide that image. So on clicking the hide button, the image gets hidden. Now let's close this. Now similarly for show, we're going to do the exact same thing. Okay, let me just copy paste this. It's going to be easier. So instead of selecting the hide button, we're going to select the show button. And on click of the show button, the image will get visible. So we're using the show function over here. So guys, it's as simple as that. Alright, so I hope all of you understood what I'm doing here. So let me just run you through what I did. So first of all, I created two buttons. I gave a different identifier to each of these buttons, hide and show. Okay. And then I'm displaying this image, a single image. So what's happening over here is on clicking the hide button, that image is going to get hidden. Okay. And on clicking the show button, the image is going to get visible. All right, let's save and let's just run it and see how this works. So let's click on hide, it gets hidden. Let's click on show, it's visible. Okay. Now what we can do is we can also use the toggle function over here. So let's just select the images, sorry, the only image that we have, and I'm going to perform toggle on it. So it gets hidden. Now if I click on toggle, it's visible. Similarly, it gets hidden and visible. So toggle toggles between hide and show. Okay. So guys, that was about hide, show and toggle. So we covered all of these three in that example. Now let's look at fade out, fade in and fade toggle. Now just like the name says, it basically fades a particular element. So either it'll fade out that element or it'll fade in or it'll fade toggle. Okay. Now let's just execute an example and see how this works. Alright, so first of all, let's clear this entire script path. I'm clearing this entire thing, and also we don't need buttons, so let's clear these two lines as well. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the other images over here as well. Now for each of these images I'm going to give a ID. Okay, so let's define the ID of these images. Okay, let's say this image has an ID 1, and similarly I'm going to do it for the other two images as well. So this image has an ID 2 and we'll change this to Husky. Okay, and in this third image I'm going to give it an ID 3 and I'm going to change this to Boxer. Alright, so basically I've assigned an ID to all of these images. Now in a short while you'll understand why I'm doing that. Now let's create a script tag, script, and we're going to have some code in this. So we're going to start off with the document.ready function. Okay, so document.ready, some function. Alright, so I forgot to create a button. Let's create a button. So over here only I'll create a button. Let's say the name of the button is buy, because we're fading out. Okay, so I'm going to create a button called buy. Okay, and now what we're going to do is on the click of the button, so we're selecting the button over here, and on click of the button some event is going to occur which we're going to mention in this function. Okay, so what is the event? I'm basically going to select all of the images one by one. So first I'm selecting this image. Alright, so basically it's the Goldie image that I'm selecting, and I'm going to fade it out. I'm going to use the fade out effect over here. So we can also pass parameters to these methods. So if I say fade out slow, then it'll slowly fade out. Okay, then similarly I'm going to do it for my other two images. Alright, so here let's select the second image, and let's keep it fast over here. Okay, it'll fade out really quick. And then I'll select the third image and we'll say slow. Okay, for this let's just keep it slow. Okay, now just close the parentheses and we are done with the code over here. Alright, so what I'm doing here is I'm loading three images and I'm giving an identifier to each of these images. Okay, then I'm selecting each of these images and I'm fading them out. Okay, now let's see how this works. So let's open it up. Alright, now let's say buy. So here you can see that The first one and the last one fade out slowly. So the first one to fade out was this image because we passed a fast parameter. Okay, for these two we mentioned slow. Okay, let's look at it again. Yeah. So guys, this is how fade out works. Okay, now let's look at an example for fade in. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to clear this div. So let's not use puppy images anymore, even though that's saddening, but yeah. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to have a script function. Now within this, we're going to have 3 divs. Okay, so instead of keeping this as fade out, let's keep it fade in. So we'll make it fade in over here. Similarly, for this also, we'll make it fade in. And for this also fade in. Now, what are we going to fade out and fade in? Let's look at what we're going to fade out. Now, first of all, let me create a button. I'm gonna, let's say Namaste. Okay, we're typical Indians over here. All right. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a div and I'm going to create a class called, let's say, fade. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is within this div, I'll have 3 different boxes or squares and we'll give ID to each of these divs. So that is 1. Now this is the ID that I've mentioned over here. Okay, so ID 1, we're going to style it and we'll give it some sort of width. Okay, let's say width is so much, and similarly we'll give it some height and let's say 60 pixels. We'll keep the display as none for now because initially nothing should be visible. When you're fading in, it starts with nothing to everything gets visible. Okay, so that's why we're keeping the display as none. And also we'll set the background color. We'll set it to orange for this one. Alright, so you can see that I've set the display to none because we're fading in the image. Okay, then the background color I've set to orange. Alright, now what we're going to do is that's the end of this div. Just close the div over here. And we're going to add another division. Now within the div, I'm going to give a small break. So you can use the BR to give a break. Now let me just copy this entire thing. We're going to have 3 divisions like these. So I'm just copying this whole thing. Now for the second div, what we're going to do is we're only going to change the background color. So I'm sort of trying to display our flag, the Indian flag. I won't be able to get the chakra in between, but apart from that, I think it should work. Okay, and this I'm going to change it to green. So we've created 3 divs over here, and on these 3 divs we're going to fade in. Okay, this is slowly going to appear on the screen. So for this also I've set slow, fast and all of that. Let me just change this. So the first one can appear by default. Okay, we're not going to pass any parameter. The second one we'll put slow. And the third one, let's actually give it some value. Okay, so this is basically time in terms of milliseconds. So I'm going to give this value. Let's save the file and let's see how this runs. Okay, so I forgot to remove the buy button. Let's take that off. Okay, we have the Namaste button. Let's save the file and now let's check. Okay, let's say Namaste. So I made a stupid mistake over here. I forgot to change the ID. So this is 2 and this is 3. Okay. So now it should definitely work. Let's save the changes and I'm just going to open up my browser. Right. Let's refresh. Okay. So here you can't see the white one because it's totally white. It's not visible. But here you can see that there is, this sort of looks like the Indian flag. So obviously I couldn't get the chakra over here. But yeah, so this is how it works. So guys, that was about fade in and fade out. So I hope all of you understood how fade in, fade out works. Okay, now let's move on to our next topic, which is slide down, slide up. And similarly, we're going to do slide toggle as well. Now, just like the name says, this effect is used to slide down a selected element. And it similarly has a speed and a callback parameter. Similar to that is slide up, wherein the selected element slides up. And then we have slide toggle, which toggles between slide up and slide down. So let's look at an example. Okay, so first of all, let me just clear this entire thing. Okay, I'm going to clear this whole thing. And so I'm going to start off with having a button. So let's say the name of the button is, we can name it slide. All right. And then we can, what we're going to do is we're going to add a div over here. Okay. A division. We're going to have an ID for that. Let's call it div1. Okay. This is not necessary, but it's a good practice to have an ID. Over here, it's not necessary because there's going to be only one div. So we're going to style it. Let's say we have the width. We'll set the width to 90 pixels. Okay. Similarly, we'll have height parameter and we'll set that to 60. And we'll also give it a good background color. We'll give it pink. Okay. And okay, I have misspelled background. So basically this is the div. Let's close the div. It ends over here. Alright, so we basically created a div over here. It's basically a small square or a rectangle, okay, of color pink. Now let's have a script tag. Now within the script tag, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the button over here, and we're also going to add on event over here, and let's also add click. Okay. So on click, an event is going to occur, and that event is defined within this function. Now what we're going to do is we'll select the div, okay, using the identifier that we gave it, div1. Okay, and we're going to apply the slide up or the slide down function to this. Okay, let's apply slide up first. Okay, we can also pass a parameter, say slow. Let's close this up. And this should work. Okay, let's save. So what I did here was I created a small rectangle using this div and I styled it. Okay, so I created a small rectangle over here and I have a button called slide. And on click of that button, this square is going to slide up slowly. Okay, so let's see how it works. Okay, let's say slide. So let's see it again. So it's slowly sliding up. Okay, so guys, this is how slide up works. Now for it to slide down, what we're going to do is, if it has to slide down, then initially the display has to be none. So we're going to set the display to none. And we're going to change this to slide down. Okay, let's save and let's see if this works. Okay, let's click on slide. See, it's sliding down slowly. So guys, this is how slide up and slide down works. Okay, you can also toggle it in the same manner. Okay, so if you toggle this, it will either slide up or slide down. Okay, so guys, with that, we are done with jQuery effects. Now let's finally move on to our last topic, which is jQuery user interface. Okay, this is just the UI. Now I'm just going to discuss three functions over here, which is draggable, droppable, and date picker. Now, like the name suggests, you can drag any selected element using the draggable method. And similarly, the droppable method is used to drop the selected element at a specified target. This is how draggable and droppable work. Now let's look at an example. Alright, so I'm going to begin with clearing everything over here. Oh, guys, I don't know why I removed the first header. Okay, let's just keep it as jQuery tutorial. Now what we're going to do is, first of all, we're going to begin with a style tag. So basically, we're going to style an element that we're going to drag around. So this is just going to be a small square or something like that. So I'm going to give this style a ID called drag. All right. Now within this, we're going to have a few properties like width. Let's have it 150 pixels. Then we'll have height similarly. So we're just going to design an element that we're going to drag around over here. Okay, 60 pixels. And then we'll give it a background color. Let's say blue. Let's click on blue violet. All right. So this is basically the style tag. Now, basically we have a rectangle over here with the background color blue violet. And we've given it an identifier called drag. Okay. So guys, one thing I forgot to mention was, if you know CSS, then you know that when you use a hash, it's basically for an identifier. But whenever I mentioned dot with some name, it means that I'm selecting a class. Okay, that was just extra information. So yeah, now let's just open up a script tag. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to have a function over here. All right. Now guys, you can use function as a shorthand for document.ready function. Okay, so this is like a shorthand for function. I forgot to mention this earlier, but you can use this. Now what you're going to do here is I'm going to select the drag identifier, and to that element, whatever we designed over here, sorry, I forgot to put quotation marks. Now this drag identifier basically selects this rectangle that we created. So that rectangle is getting selected and we're going to make it draggable. Okay, we're going to use the draggable function, and yeah, all right. Okay, so this is the script. Now what I'm doing here is I'm creating a div of id drag. Okay, so basically this drag, and I'm creating a div of id drag, so it's basically the same division, and I'm just going to have some text on it. Let's say drag me around. Okay, so yes, let's save this, and this should definitely work. All right, so this is basically what we styled. We created a rectangle of violet blue color, and now you can just drag it around. Okay, you can see that I can simply drag it around the entire HTML page over here. Okay, so guys, this is how draggable works. I know it looks really cool to drag it. It's like a small game. So this is how draggable works. Okay, now let's look at droppable. Now let me just clear this entire thing. So what we're going to do is we're going to have an image of a puppy whom we want to drop off at his house. So basically we're going to have an image of a puppy and we're going to drag it and drop it into his house. So we're going to involve draggable and droppable over here. It's a cute concept. So guys, yeah, I'm first of all going to start with displaying the image. So okay, I'm going to select Goldie, and alright, so now that I've selected the image, now let's have a style function. Okay, now we need a house for this puppy, so we're going to design the house. Now I'm going to give an identifier to this. Let's call it drop. Now within this I'm going to have a width. Okay, we'll set it to 400 pixels. Similarly, height 400, and we'll make it float to the right because I'll tell you why. Alright, so when I display this, you'll understand why I'm floating it to the right. Background color as, let's give it aquamarine. Okay, so this is the end of style. So what we did here is we basically created a square of the color aquamarine. Now let's add the script tag over here where all the work happens. Now over here I'm going to begin with function. All right, now I'm going to start off by selecting the image. There's only one image here. You can either say image or you can give the identifier of the image. It's the same thing. And this image should be draggable. Okay, draggable. All right, now I'm going to select this square that we created, which has an identifier called drop. So I'm going to select that square and I'm going to make it droppable. All right, let's just close the parentheses over here. All right, so this is it for script. Now let's also add a small text over here. So I'm creating a div with the id drop. Okay, within this div let's have a small paragraph which says my home. All right, okay, so what we did here was we started off by displaying this image, and then we created a square with the following properties. After that, we're going to assign the draggable method to the image and the droppable method to this square that we created over here. Okay, now let's just look at the output. You'll understand it much better. All right, so basically this guy wants to go home. All right, give me a second. Okay, so the reason it wasn't getting dragged was because I did not mention a hash over here. When you give an identifier, you have to mention hashtag over here. Okay, so let's save this and let's open that up. It should work. Refresh. Now see, it's draggable. So this guy wants to go home and this is his house. So it's droppable over here. Okay, it does not move around or go back. It's droppable. So his house is droppable. So we're just taking him to his house. I know this is silly, but this was a good way of showing you how draggable and droppable works. All right. So I hope you all understood draggable, droppable. Now lastly, we're going to look at date picker. So guys, this is an inbuilt function. It's an inbuilt widget in jQuery. wherein you can enter a date and then you can easily visualize the date. We're not going to go into detail with this. I'm just going to show you a simple example of how the date picker works. Okay, let me just start off by clearing this entire thing. Okay, right up to here. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to have an input wherein the user will enter the date. Let's give it an ID. Let's say date is the ID and the type is text. We'll also assign it some size. Okay, say 10. All right, now what we're going to do is we're going to open up a script tag. Now within the script tag, it's very simple, guys. What I'm going to do is I'm going to select the input. So I'm typing the input ID over here, and on that we're going to call the date picker widget. Okay, so let's save this. So guys, this is all right. So I'm just creating an input, and as soon as you type the input, you're going to get a date picker. Okay, so this is an inbuilt widget. There's not much to code over here. All right, so as soon as I clicked on it, the date picker got visible. So let's say I give some date. You can give some date randomly, or if you select on some particular date, that date is visible over here. Okay, so it just works normally like this. All right, so guys, I hope all of you are clear with the date picker.
Hi guys, my name is Arya, and yet again I welcome you all to a video that we at the Edureka are presenting to you. And today we are going to be taking a deeper look into Angular. So most of you out there probably know what Angular is, or you've heard about Angular at some point of time in your life when you are especially discussing web development with your friends. So this is the Angular tutorial that we are presenting from Edureka. We are going to be taking a deeper look into Angular, how it is written, how we can write Angular apps. And in this tutorial, we will be covering the very ground hard basics of actually creating any apps out there. Most of the YouTube videos out there that teach you Angular kind of assume what you already know, and they kind of start up with an app and you kind of learn on the way of creating that app. But this video is going to be very different. We are going to be taking a very classroom-like approach to learning Angular through this video. So this is the first video that is going to be out there in a list of videos that we have planned out for teaching you guys Angular. And we are aiming the latest versions of Angular, and we will be always updating these videos in any case when Angular is changed. So this is going to be targeted to Angular 8. So as I just said, we are going to be taking a very classroom-like approach. Now, what do I mean when I say we are going to be taking a classroom-like approach? Well, it's just that like in a classroom, after you've learned a chunk of what you are meant to learn, you are given an assignment which tests your abilities to apply those fundamentals in a very practical fashion. So we are going to be having two assignments in this thing. Actually, we are going to be having probably 3 assignments. We will decide that on the way. If I deem necessary that you go through an assignment, you will get one. So these are the topics that we are going to be covering throughout this Angular tutorial. So first of all, we are going to be targeting what is Angular, where I will give you guys a very brief introduction to what Angular is, what it does. We are also be going to look into what's new in Angular 8. So this is Angular 8, and some of you guys might be thinking that, I've missed out on a lot of things. How am I going to catch up? Don't worry, I'll get to that just in a second. After we have gone through a little bit of the theory of what is Angular and what's new in Angular 8, we're going to jump right into the practical parts. And the practical parts start up with you setting up your local Angular projects. So we will go through the project setup. We will also be writing our first very basic and simple application. We are not going to be incorporating a lot of complicated modules into this. This is going to be a very, very simple application, just so that you know how everything works, how Angular as a big jigsaw puzzle fits all the pieces together. After we have written a little of our first application, you will soon realize that Angular uses a superset of JavaScript called TypeScript. So we will be taking a very brief look into TypeScript. I will not get into much about teaching you guys TypeScript. You can basically look up another video for that. This is meant for Angular, and that is exactly what we will be doing. After I have given you guys a very brief introduction to TypeScript, we will be also looking at how you can integrate external CSS into your Angular application. So
We will mostly be using Bootstrap 3, and we will be learning how to actually integrate that into your Angular applications. After that, we will be looking at a very basic fundamental, and that is how an Angular app gets loaded. Most of the people who learn Angular today, and they're very beginner-like, they will go ahead and write an application, but most of them will not even know how the application is getting loaded and how it is brought to your screen and what are the file systems that are actually being invoked. So we'll be actually addressing this very important topic as to how an Angular app gets loaded. After that, we will also jump right into the building blocks of Angular, and that is a component. We will be looking at how you can create a component from a CLI. We will also be looking at how you can create your custom components manually. Above that, we will be targeting data binding. So data binding will include two-way data binding, string interpolation, and property binding. After that, we will also do event binding. We will be looking at directives, what they are, how they do it, but we will be not looking into how you can write your own custom directives. So if you are here on this video expecting to learn about custom directives and how you can write them, well, this is not the video meant for you. We will be releasing a video on how you can build your custom directives. In fact, we will be releasing a video on all these topics separately. That is components, where we take a much deeper look into what a component is, how it is made, every piece of code that goes into a component. We will be doing the same with data binding, event binding, and directives. Last but not least, about this particular video, we will be learning some inbuilt directives that ship with Angular, mostly ngIf, ngFor, and stuff like that. So those are pretty useful stuff, and we will be creating some really simple stuff. So as I said, I will be giving you guys some small assignments as we go along the way. So let's plan the assignments out. So after I've taught you guys how a component is made, I'm going to go ahead and get you guys to make your own components, and you can go ahead and then check your solutions with mine. We will also be having an assignment on data binding and event binding, and we will also be having an assignment for inbuilt directives and how you can use them in your application. So that's about it. So to make the most of this video, I will suggest that when I give you these assignments, and after you have properly understood the concept, only then you should attempt the assignment. So when you're attempting the assignment, please do not code along with me. Mostly use the code along part of the assignment just to check if you have done the solution properly. Not only will this give you a better oomph at learning Angular, it will also churn your brains, get them to think in a very Angular sort of way. Now that I have put down everything that I need to tell you guys before we start with the course and this Angular tutorial, let's get started basically. Just another small thing I want to get out of the way. If you don't know Angular 7, Angular 5, or anything like that, that goes up to late, don't worry, you can still follow along with this course because you'll understand just in a while why. So the first topic that we are going to cover today is a very theoretical topic. So that is, what is Angular? So it only makes sense to start with what exactly is Angular. So for viewers who are watching any Angular video for the first time, you deserve an introduction to what you are learning. Now, most of you, I assume, actually already have done your research before coming onto YouTube and typing out Angular tutorial. So it's only mandatory that I give you this introduction. So first of all, Angular is a front-end development framework. Now that's out of the way, let's get into what front-end development framework means. So if you have any web developer friends, you will constantly hear two words, backend and frontend, backend and frontend. So what do these two words mean? Well, the roles of a web developer are forked into two very distinct branches in this industry. The first is that of a backend developer, and the second is that of a front-end developer. Now, a backend developer is responsible for mostly everything that happens on the back end. So basically stuff like routing. Well, routing is also done by front-end developers, but that's another thing. But routing is basically the job of a backend developer. Fetching things from a server, writing the JavaScript for all that things, that is a complete backend developer thing. Setting up the server, for in fact, setting up the database schema, that's everything a backend developer does. What the front-end developer does mostly entails what you see on your screen right now. So the way you see Facebook, the way it's designed, how the news feed is actually placed like that, that is the job of a front-end developer. He makes sure that everything on the website looks tip-top and smack perfect. And he does this with a lot of optimization. So mostly back in the day, front end mostly used to be done by HTML and CSS. And CSS used to get very complicated in this fashion. It still is a little complicated if you want to present a very polished website. But creating the HTML and making it much more reactive is what the framework does for you. So most online sites will say that front-end development framework is also referred to as a CSS framework. Well, while this is very true, it's not so perfect of a thing to say that it is a CSS framework. It is more of a reactive HTML framework, and I will explain just now how. So the second thing that you should know about Angular is that it is maintained and developed by Google. So AngularJS is a JavaScript-based open source front-end framework mainly maintained by Google and by a community of individuals and corporations to address many of the challenges encountered in developing single-page applications. We'll also get to what single-page applications mean in a moment. It aims to simplify both development and the testing of such applications by providing a framework for client-side model view controller, that is the MVC architecture, or the model view view model controller, or the MVVM architectures as you might know it. So basically, it's maintained and developed by Google. Now, if you know Google, you know things they give you as a product is amazing. Things like Flutter really took off. Android, we know what it is today. And AngularJS has been out there since a long time. It's got an amazing community. If you have any sort of doubt, you can go ahead and post it out on Stack Overflow under the Angular tab, and you will probably get an answer almost immediately. Other than that, your problems might already be there posted by somebody else who is developing and face the same problem. So basically, you have a great community, great support from Google, and it's a breeze to work with Angular today. The third thing that you need to know about Angular is that it is a JavaScript-based framework. Now, if that was not already obvious from Angular 1, which is named AngularJS, well, I'm just putting it out there, it is JavaScript-based. So why is it a good thing that it is JavaScript-based? Well, JavaScript is commonly known as the language of the web. So if you are interacting with any part of the web, you're probably going to use JavaScript or the JavaScript engine. You might be doing unknowingly, but you are definitely doing it. For example, you're watching this video on YouTube right now. You are using a JavaScript engine that runs a video framework. So yeah, so if you know JavaScript, you basically know how to talk to the web. So when you're trying to learn Angular, you don't really have to learn a new language. For example, when you're learning Flutter, you have to learn about Dart. So Dart is a new language that is developed by Google and is used in Flutter, that is their mobile application development framework. If you want to go learn Flutter, you can check out my Flutter tutorial on Edureka. But for now, you need to know that Angular is based on JavaScript. Well, not exactly JavaScript, it is based on TypeScript. TypeScript is the main language that is used in Angular scripts, and TypeScript is basically a superset of JavaScript. And we'll get into what TypeScript is later on. So basically, the fact that it is based on JavaScript makes it much more common and easy to reach out for developers like us. After that, we just discussed that Angular is meant for single-page applications. So we are not trying to create multi-page applications with Angular. Angular is made for making single-page applications. So what exactly is a single-page application? Well, it does not require a page reloading. So for example, Gmail is a wonderful single-page application. So let me just go ahead and show it to you. So if you go ahead and open up your Gmail account, and let's say you are straight up going to open on the inbox page. Now, if you were to go into drafts, let the site stop loading. Okay, so if you were to go into drafts, you see that there is basically no loadout here. Your screen isn't going into that whole whoop-de-whoop of loading. But if you are not on a single page application, for example, GoToWebinar, which is a recording service. So out here we are on the My Webinar tab. And if I were to go to my recording out here, you see that this goes into a loading fashion. This is loading up a new page. So this means that GoToWebinar is not a single page application, while Google is a single page application. And you just saw how much faster Google can be. My God, this is still loading and Google was done with it already. So yeah, single page applications certainly have the performance and the speed that you require today to do all your things very seamlessly. So it's great to have a framework that lets you create single page applications with so much ease. Okay, so that was all about Angular and what you need to know about it to actually go ahead and start developing apps using Angular. Now, another elephant in the room is Angular 8. Most people I actually teach Angular are very flustered with the fact that Angular is on version 8 at this moment. They are mostly flustered because they think they have to go through everything from version 2 to version 7 and then learn 8. Well, that is not the case. First of all, Angular was released as AngularJS, and AngularJS was the very first release, and everything changed with Angular 2 itself. The whole engine changed, how Angular written is changed. So basically, the major overhaul was done in Angular 2. And since Angular 2, after every 6 months, Google actually releases an update to Angular. And since then, it's been like Angular 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and now we're at 8. So those many half years that have gone. So it's basically been 4 years, I guess, if my math is correct. So now we're at Angular 8, and every update that they make out there is basically backwards compatible. So think you've learned Angular 5, well, you can still work with Angular 8 because most of the stuff that's been changed are backwards compatible. So now that being out of the way, let's go ahead and see what is new in Angular 8. Now, if you're a beginner to Angular, most of this will not exactly make sense to you, so I recommend you skip it. Please use the timestamps that are there in the description to skip to the next topic, and that is the project setup. And that'll be way more interesting for you. But if you're a guy who is tech savvy and likes to know what he's working with, what's new in that version, well, this part's for you. So Angular 8 came with a few changes and one breaking change. Most of Angular updates have a few breaking changes. So the changes that are very relevant in Angular 8, firstly, is the IE engine. So Angular uses a visual rendering engine, and that is going to be replaced with Angular IE. It is still in its testing phases, to be honest. It's a beta release in Angular 8. It'll become very much prominent in Angular 9, I guess. So IE is the most hype thing out there because your visual rendering API remains unchanged. So basically, you don't need to change your code, but the way it gets rendered is completely different. It's faster, much more optimized, and it's basically a breeze to work with. The next thing that's new in Angular is the Bazel engine. So Bazel is your way of orchestrating how your dependencies are there. So basically, it's like Webpack, but don't get this confused. It's not going to be replacing Webpack. Webpack is the god out there, but it is going to make Webpack's job a lot more easier. It's going to orchestrate and really serialize out what dependency you need to actually build your projects. So the coolest feature of Bazel is that it has a very smart algorithm for determining the build dependencies and injecting them into your project. Another thing that is cool about Angular 8 is differential loading. So this is just to make sure that there is a different type of loading for legacy browsers and the modern browsers out there. So basically, the modern browsers use modern JavaScript and the legacy ones use legacy JavaScript. So basically, there is a load time difference, and when you are using legacy JavaScript, it tends to be a little slower, while modern ones are way faster. They're much more quick to even write as a developer's perspective. So differential loading, the Bazel engine, and IE. So these are the three changes that are there in Angular 8. There is also a very breaking change in Angular 8. I have not listed that out here. Well, that has to do with the HTTP library. So to invoke the HTTP library, you would mostly have to import Angular/HTTP, but that has been changed, and that is the most breaking change. And that to now use the HTTP libraries, you have to import @Angular/common/HTTP. And if you've used HTTP before, you know what I'm talking about. So with that out of the way, this is all the theory part. Let's go ahead and start up with our own Angular project. So the first thing that you need to do is to start up with Angular is go ahead to your browser, open up a new tab, and search for Node.js. Now, I am assuming that you don't have Node.js installed on your computer, so click on the first link and go ahead and download the one that is recommended for most users. After you download it, you'll get a setup file. Go ahead, click the setup file, and just follow the instructions. It's a pretty easy install, and I don't think there should be much problems with it. But just in case out there you get a problem with it, some configuration problem goes wrong, please go ahead and check out another video that actually explains how to install Node.js on your computer, because this video is meant for Angular. I have a lot to do, and I can't waste time with stuff like how to install Node. There are a lot of videos out there, including Edurekas itself, and you can go ahead and check them out. Now, once you have installed Node on your computer, you can go ahead and check if Node is installed by just typing Node on your command prompt, and this should open up a JavaScript console. You can say stuff like print, or let's say var x equals 5. And if you just call x, it'll say 5 out there. I know my text isn't very clear because I have this weird blue background in my command prompt. But yeah, if you can open up a JavaScript console with just typing Node, you have installed Node in proper fashion. Now to exit from this console, you can just type .exit, and that will exit you from that console. So now let's go ahead and clear up our command prompt. And the next thing that we are going to do is install Angular on our computer. So to install Angular, let's see what we have to do. So the best place that you have for any doubts of this sort is the Angular documentation. So go ahead and search for the Angular docs. So this will open up the Angular docs. It's at angular.io/docs. Go ahead and check the setup part. So out here you see that you need Node.js. Now that you have done it, you can go ahead and install Angular through an npm command. So npm is the node package manager, and all you have to say to npm is that you need to install. So install, or you can just simply say I and then -g, which basically means that it is going to be a global install and not pertaining to any particular folder or any project setup. So we are going to be installing this globally so that you can access the Angular CLI from almost anywhere on your computer. So after that, all you have to say is Angular/CLI, if I'm correct. Okay, it's @Angular. So for stuff like this, always keep the documentation open, and you should go ahead and press enter after that. So this command will go ahead and install Angular on your local machine. So let's just wait for this to finish. Okay, so as you guys know, I already had Angular installed on my computer, so nothing new has actually been changed. It just says it updated one package, so that doesn't really matter. So this means that Angular has been installed on our computer. And you can go ahead and check that by just creating an Angular project. Now I'm in my default user directory, so let me just go ahead and change it to the desktop directory. And out in the desktop directory, I want to make a folder called Angular tutorial. So Angular_tutorial. So this is where I'm going to be saving all the projects and all the setups that we will be needing for the various assignments and simple applications that we will be looking at and the concepts. So this is going to be the folder for the day. So let's go ahead and quickly change into that folder. And so Angular tutorial, and we are in our Angular tutorial folder. So out here, what you can do to start up a new Angular project is, as you guys can see, out here it says to create a workspace and initial application. You can use the ng-new command. So ng-new basically tells Angular CLI that you want to start a new project, and then you basically give your project a name. Okay, so ng-new, and what do we name our project? Well, let's think of some appropriate name. Let's go back and see what are we actually going to do next. So we are going to be writing our first app. So it's very simple that we are going to be calling this our first app. So ng-new will go ahead and create a folder which has everything that you need to create your first app. So you can opt out for routing for now because we will not be going for routing in this tutorial. And we will also be using CSS for our file. So just press enter twice and that'll be using the default settings for setting up your Angular project. And there it goes. So that completes our project setup. And for this project setup, we are also missing out one thing. So firstly, we are missing out our code editor. So I'm going to be using Visual Studio Code, but you can use other paid applications like WebStorm out there. WebStorm is amazing. If you can pay for it, please go for it. But for now, for a very free way of making a tutorial, I'm going to be sticking to my cheap ways and just use Visual Studio Code. Now, just because Visual Studio Code is free doesn't mean it takes away from any of the functionalities that come from the paid apps. It has all the functionalities like syntax highlighting for creating and generating components. It's really good. You even get a built-in terminal to actually run your Angular CLI commands. Okay, so let's just wait for this project to get set up. It kind of takes a couple of minutes from some time. So let's just give it some time. Okay, so now that our Angular app is set up and running, all we need to do now is go ahead and just download Visual Studio Code. So to download Visual Studio Code, go ahead and type in Visual Studio Code on your browser. Go to the first link and also the second link out here, that download Visual Studio Code. That should give you a setup file and you should just go ahead and set it up. That's very easy to do. So let's not waste more time and get started with writing our first app. Okay. So out here, if you were to go to your desktop and if you made a folder like me, like Angular tutorial, you will see that there's a folder that says first app. Now, if you were to open the folder, you see a lot of things you probably don't understand out here. So there is a tslint, which is a JSON source file. There's also the package file. There's a package lock. There's also this very important angular.json file, which basically includes all your dependencies. Now, this E2E file is not really going to be useful for us in this Angular tutorial, E2E basically means end-to-end, and this is made for end-to-end testing of Angular apps. What we are going to be interested in is mostly the node modules and the SRC. So out here in SRC, you see that there is this index page. There is an index page, which is your HTML file. There's also this style sheet, which is your basic styling of the web app that comes built in when you basically make any Angular app. So first of all, let's go back and let's open this folder particularly with Visual Studio Code. So as you guys can see, I have opened up our first app, and we can go into our SRC, and we can see that there's an app folder, and we get a lot of files out here. So we have an app component.css file, we have an app component.html file, we have an app component.spec.ts file. So all of these .spec.ts files are basically used for testing purposes. We're not going to be concentrating on testing, but rather more on developing an app. So this is none of our concern for now. You can feel free to actually go ahead and delete it. Now, if you go ahead and open up app.component.ts, you can go ahead and see that there is a bit of code written out here. So there's an import line from the first thing. We can see that it's importing something called components from a library called Angular/core. There's also this decorator out here that tells Angular that this is a component. It has a selector, it has a template URLs, it has styles URLs. And in the class, you can see that there is a variable that says title, and it says first app. Now, this really doesn't make sense to a beginner, but just wait on when we will know what all of these things mean, from components to a class and everything else. So first of all, let's go ahead and see what this app that Angular ships with looks like. So to do that, go ahead and open up your terminal. You can simply do that by dragging it up and down. And out here, what you want to say is ng -- open, which basically makes your default browser open up. And all you want to say is serve. So this command basically serves the app that is in the development mode right now, and it will serve it on a local host at port number 4200. So it's compiling at the moment. So let's go ahead and see what it actually looks like. Let's give it some time to compile, and it should open up the app for us automatically. Let's close off this one. Let's keep the documentation open. Let's close off the Node.js. Let's close off my mail. Okay, so this is the first app. Okay, so as you guys can see, we are greeted with a welcome screen. As you guys can also see, it's on a local server. This is not hosted at a global scale. This is just for your testing purposes as a developer. So you can see that it says welcome to the first app. Now, if you go ahead and see out here, it says title equals first app. Now, if you go ahead in the HTML part, you can also see that there is this little place where title is referenced back again. So as a developer, I think you can make some sense that these three files, the app-component.ts, the app-component.html, and the app-component.css, is kind of interconnected with each other. So yeah, this is basically what an Angular app looks like. Okay, so this is basically the application that Angular ships with. It's a very welcoming application. It says, welcome to first app. It has some useful links, such as the Tour of Heroes link. It has a link to the command line interface documentation and a few of the Angular blogs. Now, this is of really no use to us if you want to learn. So let's go ahead and actually fiddle around with this file that comes along with Angular when you create your app. So if you go ahead and look at the app-component.html page, it looks deceivingly similar to what we see on our screen out here with this app that Angular ships with. So as you guys can see, it has an H1 that says welcome to and title, and out here you can see welcome to first app. So basically we can say that the title out here, which we saw in the TypeScript file, which is said title equals to first app, and that gets converted out here. Above that, we also have a few links, and basically it's an unordered list. And also, if necessary, there is some styling that goes along too. But at this moment, there is no styling that is available. So let's go ahead and tinker around with this application just to give you an idea how Angular actually works. So Angular is basically divided into components, an Angular app. So out here, what you see is the app component. So every component has three files. It's basically, it's a template. So it has its own styling. So that is app.component.css. It also has its template. So the styling is CSS. The template is app.component.html. And the logic, the business logic that goes inside this thing is in the app.component.ts file. Now, there is also this app.module.ts file, and I'll get to that just in a moment. But for now, what you want to do is go ahead and just delete all the stuff that is there in the app.component.html file. Now, don't forget to keep your terminal running, which is serving this application. So every time you go ahead and save, it basically saves it. And you can go ahead and see that it has reloaded it, and we have nothing out here, to be honest. So let's make this page a little more interesting. So firstly, let's give this just an input, let's say. So we want a div, and in this div, we are going to have an input of type text. Now, every input should also go with a label, and this label is for name. So we can give this type name equals name out here. Right, so let's make this a little less confusing for you guys. Let's call this first name. Right, and out here you see if we go ahead and save it, we should get an input out here. We can type stuff out here, but it really does nothing even if we press enter and stuff like that. So we can also have a paragraph out here which outputs out our name for us. Please don't pay much attention to the syntax for now. Just try and understand what is happening in the background, because we will get to the syntax just in a few moments. So we want to display the name out here. So to display the name, we need to create a variable called name. So go ahead and go to your app.component.ts file and change this name, the title, to name. And out here, let's change it to my name. So we're going to say Arya. So let's save that. Let's go back and save our HTML file. And as you guys can see, Arya is coming out here. But if we still type something into the input, nothing actually happens. Now what I want to do is, whatever I type in the input should automatically be reflected in this paragraph below it. So we can do that very simply with so-called tool that Angular ships with. Now these tools are called directives, and we will get into directives just in this tutorial. I'll be teaching you how to make use of inbuilt directives like the one I'm going to be using right now. So let's go ahead and use this directive. Now pay no attention to the way I am writing this, because syntax is something that can be dealt with later on. So for now, what we want to do is start a square bracket and then an open parentheses bracket. That is the normal bracket. And all we want to say is ng model is equals to name. So name should be in your double quotes. Now this will tell Angular that whatever is being typed out here is going to be stored in a property called name, and we are also going to be displaying the same name down here in this paragraph. So let's go ahead and save this, and let's go ahead and reload our file, and you surprisingly see that the input part that we had has suddenly disappeared. Now what we want to do to realize our mistake is go ahead and say inspect. If you go into the console, it says uncaught error, template parse error. So it can't bind to ng model since it isn't known property of input. Okay, so basically Angular can't figure out what ng model is. Now this is because we have not imported the functionalities of ng model. Now I said that this is an input model and it comes shipped with Angular. But the way TypeScript works is that you have to go and tell TypeScript everything you are importing that you will be needing for your app to be running. Now all your imports to this is actually done in the module file. So things that need to be imported when you are running this is done in the modules file. So as you guys can see, we are importing a few stuff already. That is by default. So we are importing the ng module from Angular/core, and we are also importing the browser module from Angular/platform browser. Now, to actually make the magic of ng model happen, we need to import something, and this is @Angular/forms. So everything ends with a semicolon. So basically in TypeScript, you need to tell TypeScript where everything is particularly. So Angular/forms. And what we need to import is the forms module. Now, this was telling TypeScript that we are going to be using this, but you also need to tell Angular that your forms module needs to be imported. So you can do that by just copying this name and putting it in the imports array out here. So put a comma, you press enter, and type in forms module. Go ahead and save your HTML page also, just in case. And now what we see out here is we do not get any error first of all, and we have this nice little input box. So let's close this. We also have this nice little input box. It says ARIA in the paragraph. It also says ARIA in the input box. Now, if I were to delete that, everything in the paragraph also automatically gets deleted. So if this was not a single page application, for example, reflecting the changes you made to the input would probably take you to reload the page. But that is not with Angular. You can go ahead and simply type your name, and everything will happen like it's magic, and it'll appear down in the paragraph below. So that was all about installing Angular, setting up your project, and we set up a project. We saw how the shipping app actually looks like, and then we kind of fiddled with it. And this is how an Angular app basically works. You have components, and then you also have modules. So modules are like sub packages. Like any app would be divided into sub packages. An Angular app is divided into modules. Now, modules contain components, and this is the component out here that we worked with just now. It is called the app component. Also, another thing that I want to bring to your notice is if we go ahead and open up the source code, what you see out here is it's basically an HTML page, but there's this weird app root element out here. It almost seems like we have built our own custom element. Below that, what you see is a bunch of script imports that Angular does for you so that Angular works properly. But the main interesting part is this app root element. Now, if you remember, we had seen this app root element in our app.component.ts file, and we see that we have a selector called app root. Now, the page that gets loaded into the browser is actually this index.html page. Now, out here, you see that we have created this app root thing. So basically, app root out here is like a selector. So basically, this will help you understand how an Angular app gets loaded when we get to that. So index.html is basically the file or the source code that you see out here. It also happens to have this app root custom element. Now, we built this custom element using our components, and we told our component that the selector for this custom element will be app root. And the template of that component is stored in app.component.html, which is basically this file. And also the component has some styling, which it at the moment doesn't have any. If it would have any styling, it would be in this app.component.css file. And basically that's it. And we have our app.component.ts file, which makes sure of the logic that is working properly. So basically, this is how Angular works. It's a bunch of components. Now let's go ahead, and this was our first app that we created. Now let's go ahead with our next topic, and that is what is TypeScript. Now, you really saw that we are using something a little different from JavaScript. It's basically not JavaScript, it's TypeScript. So what exactly is TypeScript? Well, TypeScript is just a superset of JavaScript. It is a strongly typed, object-oriented compiled language. It was designed by Microsoft, and it is basically a superset to JavaScript. So anything that is included in JavaScript is definitely included in TypeScript, but the reverse can't be actually said. So everything in JavaScript is there in TypeScript because it is a superset, but everything in TypeScript is not there in JavaScript. So TypeScript is basically used when you want to create a JavaScript-based application that can actually scale at an industrial level. Because when we're talking about TypeScript, it basically compiles down to JavaScript, and this compilation is done by the Angular CLI. So if you want to go ahead and learn the nitty-gritties of TypeScript, you can go ahead and check out TypeScript tutorial out there on the web. There are plenty of them. TypeScript is really easy to learn. And even if you don't want to learn TypeScript, I think it's easy enough. If you know JavaScript, you can catch it up along the way. It's basically like JavaScript, but having classes, interfaces, and stuff like that. So with that out of the way, we can move ahead to our next topic, and that is integrating external CSS into our Angular application. Okay, so for the purpose of integrating an external CSS, we are going to be working with Bootstrap 3. So Bootstrap, if you don't know, is a CSS framework. So let's go and see what Bootstrap does. So this is Bootstrap. We are on Bootstrap version 4 right now, but I will be using version 3 for this purpose of this demo. So you can go ahead and see what Bootstrap does out here on Bootstrap's official site. I also have a Bootstrap tutorial. You can go ahead and check that out too. I'll leave a link to that in the description below. It's basically will show you how to use Bootstrap in its various forms and formats. Okay, so now we are only going to integrate Bootstrap into our project. So to do that, all you have to do is go out here and open up another PowerShell command. Out here, what you want to do is type in the commands npm install and dash dash save, and you want to say bootstrap @3. What this will do is download all the files of Bootstrap 3 and store it in this Node Modules folder. So Node Modules folder is anything that you use from the Node package manager. If you download some external package, it will be saved in your Node modules. After that, after it's downloaded, I will show you how you can integrate it into your project that you are working on. Let's give it some time to actually download the Node modules, or what we have here, that is Bootstrap 3. Okay, so we have actually downloaded Bootstrap 3. Now you can check that by actually opening the Node modules folder and going down till BOO. So A, B, C, D, B, should be somewhere here. Okay, it seems I can now find it there. Let's go ahead and check it out on our desktop. So we have Angular tutorial, first app, Node modules, and there should be a Bootstrap out here. Yep, below Bonjour. So it should be below Bonjour. So let's go ahead and find Bonjour out here. So this is our Bootstrap folder that we had just downloaded. Now out here we have a few folders. So under this Bootstrap folder, go into the dist folder, that stands for distribution, go to CSS, and all you have to do is copy this, right click on it, and copy the relative path. Now all you have to do is go into, let's minimize this a little so that it becomes easier to work with. Now all you have to do is go out here, go into styles. This is the angular.json file. On almost line number 27, you will see that there is a styles array. So out here, all you do is put a comma, press enter, and put in the address of the bootstrap.css file. Now beware that when you copy the relative path, you have to actually go ahead and change this all to a backslash. So just change all of these to backslashes and you should be ready to go. So let me just show you guys. This is without actually having Bootstrap installed. So this is the app that we have created. Now if we were to just go ahead and inspect, we can go ahead and see that in the head part there is only one styles, that it says text/CSS. This other styles is just a way of telling Angular that there's a source mapping of all the CSS styles. Now at this moment you can see that this is the global styles to this file. Now once we actually go ahead and save our angular.json file, and then what we have to do is actually go ahead on Node where we were actually serving, hit Control-C, and then what you want to do again is serve it again. So basically save your angular.json file, stop serving your application onto the server, and then save all your files, and then start up a new fresh serve process again. So to start a new fresh serving process, all you have to do is go ahead and type ng new, or you can just say n. Oh wait, we're not creating a new component. All we want to do is say ng-o and serve. So remember, this has only one style at this moment. So now let's see how we can actually integrate Bootstrap, if we actually could integrate Bootstrap into our project. Okay, so our application has actually compiled, and let's go ahead and see. Let's go ahead and inspect our page. And if you go into your head part, you will see that there is a new style that has been added. So this says that Bootstrap version 3.4.1 has been added, and now you can use all the styling that comes along with Bootstrap. For example, if I were to put this division inside a class called Jumbotron, this would give it a specific type of styling. A Jumbotron is not exactly meant to be used like that, so let's go ahead and change it to a container. Now, if you want to know about all these Bootstrap classes that I'm using, you can very well go ahead and check out my Bootstrap tutorial that I have up on Edureka's site. Okay, so let's remove this. We are not doing the styling properly at this moment. Let's get back to this. Okay, looks like we have actually broken something, but what I wanted to show you is that we actually have Bootstrap going on and our Bootstrap is completely working. So this is Bootstrap version 3.4.1 for us. So that is, guys, how you would add an external CSS file to your project. Okay, so our next topic for today is how Angular actually loads. So if we go back to our code editor and we analyze all the files that we've seen. So first of all, you have three component files. That is the component styling file, the component template file, and the component TypeScript file. Now, if you were to go back to your page where your application is loaded and you were to inspect it, or to be honest, you have to go and see the source. So in the source, you see that there is this app root element. Now, how does the app root element know that it has to insert an input box and a paragraph out here? Well, let me just explain that first, because this is a very important concept. This will help you in learning Angular, because you're getting to the root and fundamentals of how Angular is working. So firstly, the page that is getting served by the ng-serve process is this index.html file. Now, in this index.html file, we have somewhat of a custom element with the selector of app-root. Now, if you were to realize, we have tied in this app-root selector out here in this app.component.ts file. In this app.component.ts file, we have a decorator method. We have a decorator class, and in this decorator class, we have said that the selector is going to be app-root. Basically, it saves a string as a selector, and it gives it a value that this is going to be used for recognizing an element on an HTML page. We have then also said that the element will have its templating in an app.component.html file. So very basically, when an app-root component is present on your HTML file, Angular knows that it has to serve these three files out here. These three files out here, the app component files, it knows because it's tied in with the selector. Now, if you go ahead and see it out here, there is a module file also. Now, before we get to the module file, I'd like to tell you that the first piece of code that is actually run is always the main file. So out here, the main file is the main.ts file, and out here you see this line out here. So out here in this file, basically there are a few imports. One is to enable production mode for development purposes, but the most important line out here is platform browser dynamic, and it's a Bootstrap module. So in this Bootstrap module, we are passing in the app module as an argument. So since the app module is being passed as an argument, the app module part is actually invoked out here. And out here you see it has another Bootstrap array. So this Bootstrap doesn't actually refer to our Bootstrap CSS framework we just included. Bootstrap means what should be run first when you are actually running an application. So out here we are saying that we want to run the app component, and the app component here happens to have this HTML file, the CSS file, and this TypeScript file, which are also tied into the index.html, which is app-root selector. So whenever this app-root selector is found on this HTML page, it is going to actually serve these three files, and that is exactly how an Angular app is loaded onto your screen. So this workflow is very important for you to understand, such that you know where you are going wrong, just in case in future debugging processes. We will be having a very detailed lecture on debugging in the future, so please hang on for that. So this part that I just explained will act as a precursor of knowledge for the future videos, which will need you to understand how an Angular application is actually being presented to you on your screen. Now moving ahead, we are going to go ahead to our next topic, and that is components. Now what we have here under this app folder is a component. Now components are the building blocks of Angular. Everything that you see on your screen using Angular is basically a component. So imagine there is this website that you see on your mobile phone, and it is a website built by Angular. Now everything on Angular will be starting with the root component, and they will obviously contain subcomponents and even more subcomponents after that. So basically it is a tree of components. Now if you were to remember my Flutter tutorial, If you haven't watched that, please go ahead and check that out. Flutter is amazing and you should be learning it today. Well, in Flutter, I had said that application built using Flutter is a tree of widgets. Now, the same analogy can be put to a web page that is built using Angular as a tree of components. It's basically a unit or a building block, and each framework gives its building blocks a different name. So for Flutter, it's a widget, and for Angular, it's a root component or just components in itself. So what we did out here is that we had a component. Now let's say that we want to create another component. How do we do that? Well, all you have to do is go ahead and right click on your applications folder. And what you want to say is you want to put in a new folder. Now let's call this folder, let's say we want to have a component called servers. So let's call this servers. And out here, what we want to do is we want to create the server files. So out here, we are going to create a new file. So we are going to create a new file, and this file is going to be called the server.component.html. So why did we choose this naming process? Well, when you are building an industry level applications, you tend to forget what is what. So naming something appropriately. So out here, you know that this is the server.component.html file. This gives us very good information. For example, it is a server, it is a component, and this is the template HTML file. Now in this template HTML file, we could be putting anything. For example, let's just put an H3, and we could say that this is the server component that you are viewing. So if this is coming on our screen, we will know that this is a server component. Now we also need to add a new file out here. So to serve this file, we need a TypeScript file first of all. So what we need to do is create a new file, and this will be the server.component.ts file. So TS stands for TypeScript. Now, if you were to go ahead and check out the app.component.ts file out here, you see that there is an import and then there's a class. So first of all, we are going to try and replicate this because that is also a component and we are making our component manually. So we will know what we want to do. So first of all, we want to say export class, and let's say server. Out here, let's see the naming fashion of how it is used. So it says app component. So to make it more clear that this is a component, we could just use something of a naming structure like server component. Those are brackets. Now we said export because we want to be using this class everywhere else. So this was your way of telling Angular that this is a component. But this is not where it actually ends. You also need to tell Angular by actually putting a decorator. So @component will tell Angular that this is indeed a decorator. So out here, if you were to go ahead and again look into your components file, out here you see that we have to open the components part and type in the selectors. Now basically what we want to put in this component is we want to say how we want to select this. So we're going to say selector, and our selector will be, let's say, a server. I'm sorry, that's not how you do it. Let's just go back. And as you guys can see, our things are becoming much more easier because of this IDE. Things are getting imported into our file system. Now what we want to say out here is our selector will be, we have to pass a string, so it is going to be server. Now we can actually call this a server, but that is not the proper naming fashion. So just to make sure your selector doesn't actually go ahead and clash with any inbuilt selector or some selector that might probably ship with Angular, what you want to do is call this app server. So you just put a hyphen in between and you call this app server. Now another thing that we need to do is pass the HTML file. So we can say template URL. So let's see how we can actually use the template URL part. So you see that it is a template URL and we have to pass in the components.html. So out here, let's go back and let's say template URL, and all we have to do is pass server.component.html. Now let's see if we are missing out on anything. You can always go back and check there. So we have to put the dot and the slash just to tell it that it is in the same parent directory. So dot slash, server.component.html. And for now, we can skip on the styling because there is no styling involved. So we do not put a semicolon here because this is basically like an array. So let's go ahead and save that. So that saved successfully. And now what we can do is go back into our app component file, an HTML file. Let's go ahead and delete all this. Now what we can say is, let's put an H1 to know that we are in the app component file. So this is app component that we are looking at. Now, if you guys remember, we have used a selector out here that our selector for this will be app server. So whenever we put an app server type of selector, then H3 should be rendered, which says this is the server component that you are viewing. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's go back to our app component and let's say app server. So since we have put our app server here, what we should be able to do is, so since we have put an app server there, an H3 should be actually rendered there. Now let's go ahead and check if that actually happens. Let's save all our files. Let's save that. Let's save this. Now what you see out here is nothing is actually getting loaded. There is no H1 and there is no S3 either. Now this is because we have forgotten to actually put it in our modules. So if we see that nothing is actually getting loaded, there is no H1, there is no H3. So let's go ahead and inspect and let's go into the console. And if you go ahead there, you'll see that app server is not a known element. And the beautiful part of Angular is that it also gives you a solution most of the time. So if app server is an Angular component, then verify that it is a part of this module. So this gives us an idea that there is something missing in the app modules part out here to know that what this actually does. So if we were to look at our app modules TypeScript file, we would see that it kind of looks like a normal TypeScript file. There are a bunch of imports in the beginning. Then there is a decorator, which is the ng module decorator, and it has a bunch of arrays. Now in these arrays, we have understood what the bootstrap part does. It basically tells which component should be loaded or which service should be loaded when our app is loading for the first time. Now, we also need to tell Angular that there is another component that you should be aware of. This is not done automatically if you are creating your servers and components manually. So what we need to do is go ahead and tell Angular that there is a server component. So if we put a server component, we also see that there is another import line that has been added. So out here, this is TypeScript. This is the way you tell TypeScript that there is a server component, and this is the way you tell Angular that there's a server component. Now, if we were to go ahead and save that, we can now see that there is two parts loaded. One says that app component, and the other said this is the server component that you are viewing. If we were to go ahead and inspect, you would see that this is the head, then this is the body, and inside the app root, we will have the app server component that is running. Inside the app server, we see that there is an H3, which is basically this part. So this is how you can create your components manually and then add them to your project and add them successfully too, so that Angular and TypeScript both understand how your components are being made. Now, you can also add a styling to your components by just adding a styling folder, a styling file. So you will be calling this the server.component.css. So this is going to be a CSS file, and out here we can just say, since we have an H3, we can say color will be, let's say, blue. Let's go ahead and save that. And now what we need to do is go into the TypeScript file, and we also need to give the styles URL, and this is going to be, so let's go ahead and see how styles are actually put. This is put in an array, so that's exactly what we're going to do out here. So what we want to say is, let's just copy this out because it's going to be the CSS file in the similar fashion. Just go ahead and paste that in and just change this to CSS. Let's go ahead and save that. And now if we go ahead and load it, we will see that our styling has also been applied to our component. So this is the server component, this is the app component, which makes it very clear. Now, if you are actually a guy who likes things to be much more automatic and seamless like me, worry not, because Angular gives you the power to create components and not worry about if they're included in your module and everything just through the CLI. So if we were to go to our PowerShell part and we were to actually run a command that says ng generate component, and we could say, let's say, so we have a server, so we need somebody to, let's say, sub server. So sub server. Now what the CLI will do is it will go ahead and create everything that you need for your component. So we see we have a sub server folder out here. This sub server has a subserver.css file, and this also has a subserver.component file. Now only we can go and put this. So it has a component file, has a paragraph that says subserver works. There's also the testing file which we didn't create. There's also the components file out here. I mean the TypeScript file. And as you guys can see, it says app sub server. So that is a selector that you use it with. So let's go ahead and use this. So we go ahead and put this into our server's HTML file, and we can just say app sub server. Let's go ahead and save that. Now what you should see is that there is a sub server works out here. So basically what you did was you created a component through the CLI and you basically just used it. This is how you are going to be using most of your components, creating most of your components, and that is through the CLI. I just wanted to show you how you can do it manually too, just so that you know how a server is written, I mean how a component is written, and what each line of code means when a component is also written. Now, if you were to go ahead and compare this, there is a constructor function and there is this ng on init. We will get to these parts later in our playlist. Because for now, if I were to go into the nuances of ng on init and a constructor, it would only create chaos and confusion in your mind. So that was about components for now. So it's time for our first assignment. Okay, guys, so that is how you use and create components using the Angular CLI. Now, coming back to the server component that we created, I would like to bring to your notice a few different things that you can do. So first of all, let's go ahead and analyze the selector part. So if you have any experience with web development, you will know that a selector is basically a way of selecting stuff or elements on your HTML page. Now, when we say app server like this out here, this could be anything. This could be a property, this could be a class, or this could be an HTML element too. For now, this is an HTML element. But let me just show you this can also be used as a class. So let's see. We say it's .app server, and let's go ahead and save that. So this is going to be .app server. Now let's go ahead and find where we actually used our server. So we have used the app server like this. Now if we were to comment this out, and let's say we put in a div that had a class and it said app server. Now as you see, this is the server component that you are viewing and the sub server works. So let's go ahead and inspect that. Let's go into the body. That's the app root. And then there's a div which has a class app server instead of an app server component. So what we did was that we created an app server and we made the class a selector. So the selector is basically a class now. Now the class can also have its own styling, and that is basically how you do it. Now, instead of actually writing your template URLs like this, you could also, let's comment this out, you could also say something like a template. So your template could be just a template, and you are going to put your template in these quotes. Now, this could be something like subserver. Okay, so this will basically put the app subserver in this template. So instead of a template URL, you could be using a template too. And instead of your styles URL, basically you can do some inline styling. Now, before we go ahead with our next topic, what I would like you all to do is solve an assignment for me. So this assignment will test how good you are at creating your components. So let's go back and just change everything back to the way it was. So let's save it. Save this. Let's save this. Save everything. So out here we can just say app server again. And now that creates an app server for us. Okay, so this is save. And now I want you guys to do a basic assignment actually. So let me just write down the instructions for the assignment. Okay, so for your first assignment, this is exactly what you are going to do. So as you guys can see on the screen, I have put down 3 instructions. So first of all, what you have to do is create 3 components called red, green, and yellow. Now we have to use them in the app component part, and then we have to give them some appropriate styling and probably an appropriate message. So you guys can pause the video out here and go ahead and try and create these 3 components, and then come back if you actually are successful or not also, and check out the solution that I will provide you guys. Okay guys, so that was the first assignment I just gave you all. So I hope you guys had paused the screen when I told you that I'm giving you guys an assignment, and I hope you guys actually try to solve it, because in this part we are going to try and solve the assignment I just gave you. So this part you can use to see how correct you were. Well, it was a pretty easy assignment, so I hope most of you guys got it, because that means I could successfully teach you how to actually use components. So for the solution, we have created out here Angular folder that says assignment 1, and it has nothing in it. So let me just go ahead and open it with Visual Studio Code. Out here, if I were to go ahead and go to my source folder, into the app folder, and just go ahead into the spec.ts, into the TypeScript file rather, and we were to go ahead out here and I were to serve this, you would see that there is nothing. Okay, so if we were to just serve this file out here, you would see that it is the normal application that ships with Angular. So let's just ng open and serve. Okay, so as you guys can see, it says welcome to assignment 1, and this is the basic application that Angular ships with. Now what we're going to do is we're going to delete everything and we are going to start from scratch. Now let's go back and see what we actually wanted to do. So what we have to do was create 3 components called red, green, and yellow. So let's go ahead and do that first. So to create these elements, first of all, let's go ahead and delete all this garbage that we do not need. Save it again. And let's just keep the title. So to keep the title, just pay attention to what I'm doing. Keep the title. This is you don't need to do this to get the assignment correct. All you need to do is make the components. So this is just me being fancy with you guys. So this, or we could say welcome to assignment 1. Make this an H1 so that it looks better. Yeah, so welcome to assignment 1. So that's it. Now what we have to do is create 3 components. So to create 3 components, what we want to do is create a new terminal in Visual Studio Code so that we can create the components really easily. And out here we want to type ng generate component red. And we're going to do this for 3 different times. So we're going to have the red component, we're also going to have the blue component, and we're also going to have the yellow component. Now, since we're doing this with the CLI, our app.module automatically gets updated with red, blue, and yellow. Now, all we need to do out here is use them, because that is the second part. We have to use them in app component. So our app component is out here. This is our app component. So what we can do is say app red. This will produce the red part. This will produce the app and blue part. And this will produce the app yellow. Let's go ahead and save this. Now what we see is red works, blue works, yellow works. So we have successfully created 3 components and we have put them in our app component part. Now what we need to do is give them their styling. So let's go ahead and go into these separate components. Let's open up their styling files. We want to say, because we already know that it's a paragraph that works there. So paragraph will have border of, so since this is the blue component, we'll give it a blue border. So it'll be 1px solid and blue. And maybe we can also turn the color to sky blue. I'm using very basic colors out here. Let's also copy this because we're going to be using a very similar type of styling for red and yellow. So let's go into red and let's paste that. We want this to be red and this to be crimson. And let's go into yellow and let's say the same thing. This is going to be yellow. We could use here, and we could also use another color, maybe a much more paler yellow. Let's keep it dark because fonts need to be dark actually. So let's save these. Let's save this file, let's save this file, and let's save this file. Now let's go back and see how it actually is working. So blue works, yellow works. We need to go and put up some more styling for the yellow part because that seems to be kind of going haywire. So let's go to yellow.css. Let's go here. So we have actually done this in the app component. Let's save this, go back to yellow, go back to yellow.css, paste this out here, and let's save it. So now our yellow is yellow, our blue is blue, and our red are red. We can also add some new styling to them by adding a background color. So this is also going to be a yellow, or we can rather choose some different yellow maybe. Let's make it much paler on the yellow side. Let's copy this line, put in red component.css. Okay, so for red, we can choose something of pale red sorts. That makes it like that. And in blue, we can choose something of a blue sort. So for blue, we could go for a paler blue, and that should be much more paler. Let's save all of this. Now let's see. So yeah, we have a blue background, a yellow background. Why isn't our red background working? We haven't saved it, it seems. And our red background is working too. So we have successfully completed our assignment 1. So I hope you guys are satisfied with the solution. I hope you guys could do it on your own too, because that's exactly what matters. Okay, so now that we have learned about how components are the building blocks, we even made our own custom components, and we even did an assignment on one. So it's time we move on to the next topic, and that is data binding. So data binding is like communication. Well, what are we communicating? It's communication between your TypeScript file and your template. So basically your business logic and what basically the user sees. So suppose you click a button on a screen and you want to take some action according to that, or you are retrieving some information from a calculation or from a server and you want to output that on a screen. Well, you do that with the help of data binding. Now, there are two types of data binding. The first one is string interpolation and the second one is property binding. So this is the way of you outputting something onto the screen. So string interpolation and property binding. So let's go ahead and see how we can do them. So let's go back to our assignment that we had just done. So first of all, what we want to do out here is go to the modules, and we actually want to remove all these components. Let's go ahead and just remove these components. Let's go ahead and remove these imports. And then we can go ahead and just delete these files out. Let's delete that. Let's delete this. Let's also delete this. Now let's go back to our app component and we have to remove these. So app module, we have to actually save this to. Now that we have saved it, we go ahead and see that it says welcome to assignment 1. Now out here you see that we are using this double curly braces, and this is string interpolation. So what does string interpolation mean? Well, it converts anything, any variable, any string like this into an interpolated format, and it shows it to you on the screen. So let me just give you a rather better example of a usage of string interpolation. So let's go back to our app component.html, and out here we want to say there is a paragraph, and in this paragraph we are outputting some server status. So let's say server is server with PID is offline. So we want to actually put out something like this. So at this moment, it'll just simply say server with PID is offline, right? But what if our server had a certain name? So server name, let's say dash 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 with PID dash 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 is at a status of dash dash dash. Let's see. Now what we need to do is go ahead and go into our app-component.ts file. So that is our TypeScript file. And now what we're going to do is create a few of these variables that we need. So first of all is server name. And let's say the server name is Apollo. Okay. And we also need a server PID. So server PID is going to be, let's say, 11. And we also need a server status. And then we can set the server status to offline. So this will be a string. So that's why we just surround them with our single quotes. So now we can say something like this on our components.html page. So if you remember, we were getting the title of our general application that ships in with Angular when you make a new Angular project. You see that it says, welcome to so-and-so application. So that was done with string interpolation. If you remember, it was the curly braces that held something like title in there, right? So out here, what we can do is put some variable or even a function that will return a string or anything basically that can be converted into a string, and that will be displayed out here between these curly braces. So what we can do is we can reference the server name. So server name is basically kept in like this. And then with PID, so we can put the PID out here. So this is a number. So the number can also be converted into a string. So therefore, string interpolation will work in this process. And we can also put in the server status, of course. So we put in the server status by referencing the variable that holds the server status. Okay, so now we have done the string interpolation. So let's go ahead and see what our output looks like. So server name Apollo with PID 11, that is process ID 11, is offline. Now, I had also said that we could put in a function out here. So let's go ahead and create a function. So in this function, we will basically toggle the server ID. So we can say toggle. So in this function, we will basically be toggling the server status. So we will say something like toggle server status. And this will return this dot server status equals to not. Okay, so what we do out here is for toggling this, we will say equals to false. So if it's false, let's just understand that it is going to be offline. We could put in some logic to say that false will print out offline, but let's not get into that for now. So we can say something like, or rather, let's not deal with this. Let's do it the way it should be done, not be lazy people. Now we can say there is a status flag and it is set to true or false in this case because it is offline. Now this .server status flag will be made true out here. Server status equals to true. So we're going to make it true, or rather we could make it not of this .server status flag and status flag. Now that will work properly because this will basically convert it and there should be no spaces out there. And we can say if this dot server status flag equals to true. So we can say if this dot status flag equals true, we have to open our braces and we'll say server status, this dot server status will be set to online. Okay, and there we go. And after this has been done, we can just return this dot server status, right? So basically what is happening out here is we have set a flag, okay, missing white space, quick fix. So we can put in a triple equals just to make sure it's exactly true, and not only check the equivalence, that is, and also check the value. So out here what we are doing is we are setting a status flag to false, and according to that status flag we are changing the server status to online or offline. Okay, so now that we have put in this function, we can use that function by calling it in our string interpolation method. So just instead of putting a variable, we can put in a function, and this will change the server status to online. Now, basically, what we are doing here is really simple, is it's returning a string and it's being converted into a string. Okay, so now that we have toggled the server status to online, and we did that through passing a function in the string interpolation, so now let's understand how we can do property binding. So every HTML element has some property or the other. These properties lists can be easily found on MDN, that is the Mozilla Developer Network. So let me just give you an example of a property. So let's say we had a button to toggle the server status further from offline to online again and again, instead of just being toggled from offline to online hard coded into the code. So let's say we had a button, and let's say this said toggle server status, right? So if we had something like a button like toggle server status, so we have a button like this out here, but it really doesn't do much at this moment. But let's say, just for the sake of showing property binding, let's say the button was disabled, and you wanted this button to be actually enabled after 2 seconds that your website has loaded up, just so that there are no discrepancies in the button press. Okay, so we can achieve that by writing a constructor function in our class component. So out here you can make a constructor, so we can say set timeout. So we have to first give the time after which it will be enabled, so let's say 2.5 seconds. So it's 2.5 seconds, and now we have to put in a logic of actually turning this button to be enabled. So let's say we have a variable called button state. So button state at this moment should be true because our button is disabled. First it should stay disabled, and then it should get enabled. So we have to say this dot button state equals to false, right? So now that we have done that, all we have to do is go ahead and bind this property. So we do property binding by putting the property in between this square bracket and then binding it to the outcome of a variable or a function. So out here we can say we are going to bind it to button state. Okay, we need double quotes for this. I'm sorry, not single quotes. So button state. Now what is happening out here, after the constructor is going to get executed, our button state is going to become false. So disabled will become false, and first of all it will be true because the button state being true for the first 2.5 seconds. And actually let's see this in action. So our page is loading, and after 2.5 seconds our button becomes active. So let me just show that to you again. It's inactive for 2.5 seconds, and then it suddenly becomes active. So this is how you perform property binding. So what we just saw here is we saw string interpolation in action. We passed a string interpolation arguments with variable names, and we even did a function. Then following that, we did property binding. So for property binding, we first created a button so that we can toggle the server status, but we haven't really added that functionality yet. We are yet to do that. But what we did was we binded the disabled property of the button to a certain variable. Now this could have also been a function, and it will be the same way. You just pass in the function with the brackets and it'll work. And now what we will see is something that is our next topic, and that is event binding. So event binding is basically binding DOM events to certain logic that will reside in your TypeScript. So we want to bind our toggle server status that we had created out here, because we are basically toggling the server status and then returning the server status. So we can basically do that by passing an event. So every button has an event called click, and to click we will pass the event toggle server status with the brackets. Now this will become active after 2.5 seconds, and basically it's not working as we wanted it to. So let's go ahead and inspect it. Okay, so it's not working because we are toggling the server status out here, and what we want to do is return the server status. So it should actually work, to be honest. So this dot server status. So if we were to just output the server status out here, okay, so we do not have a logic out here. So to make it back to go offline, so else we can just add something like else this dot server status equals offline. So now that we have set up our function to even display offline,
And because we were first changing it back to online and there was no real logic to change it back to offline again. So now let's do that. And now we can have a toggling happening out here. So we can change it to online, we can change it offline. So now we have a button that can actually toggle our server status from online to offline and so forth and so on. So that was event binding and property binding. And we also saw string interpolation. So with the help of event binding and property binding, now we have a button that can actually make it offline and online. But there's another way that we can do this, and that is two-way binding. So for two-way binding, what we're going to see is basically we are going to combine property binding and event binding. So let's try and do that. So for event binding, let's go back to our code editor, and out here, let's go to our HTML page. And what we want to say out here, okay, so let's remove all this. So we can make this server information. So first of all, we can have a form. So basically we can have an input of type text, and this will take in, let's say, let's put a placeholder and let's put in server name. Let's also put a button below this, and this will be a submit button. Or rather, instead of a button, what we can do to show two-way binding is put in a paragraph, and we are going to type out our server name out here, and we are going to put in the server name here. So server name is going to be here. So this is basically string interpolation, and what I am interpolating is the server name that we had created. Okay, so this has a capital S, so let's not forget that. So our capital S should be out here. And what we are going to do is basically use ng model. So to use ng model, what you need to do is go into your app module out here. So in your app module, what you need to import is basically the forms module. So to import the forms module, you have to say import forms module from @angular/forms. So that's it, and we have to put this in single quotes. And out here, what we need to do is, let's go ahead and see what it's saying. Disable rule import spacing. So we basically imported the forms module, and this forms module will have a functionality called ng model. So ng model will let us bind whatever is being typed to be actually binded to a certain variable. So we can put that ng model property to our input. So this ng model will be binded as an event and also as a property. So we need to pass in the server name. So let's see, we have a server name called Apollo out here. So it's already pre-filled with Apollo. And let's say we want to name our server something else. So let's call it the Jigsaw. So Jigsaw could be the name of a server. And as you guys can see, it is being automatically updated out here. So that is two-way binding. So just to give you guys the difference between two-way binding and one-way binding, what we can do out here is say put a placeholder. So this is the same part. We will have server name. So what we can do is make another input, and this time around we are going to put ng model as just a property. So ng model with camel casing, and we are going to say it will be binded to server name. So let's bind it to server name and let's see what happens. So now we have two inputs and everything is filled with Apollo. Now if you see out here, if I go ahead and change Apollo out here, it is not automatically changing in the paragraph 2 because it is only one-way binded. While out here, if we were to give the name Paul to our server, it would automatically update it everywhere. But if you were to go ahead and delete a little bit, it's not really updating it out here because it's not two-way binding. You need an event to actually go ahead and submit this so that your event and your property gets binded together, and basically you have two-way binding then. Okay, so that does it. And just to make this a little more interesting, let's make this something like h1. So we can put an h2 and let's say input server information. Okay, so once we have that ready, so we can say server name and the server ID will be the PID basically. So we have an input server name part, and then we can display server information out here. So display server information. What we can do is Let's just copy this out. So server PID. Is it the server PID? I constantly forget. It's server PID. So that's why server PID will be presented and server status. So now we basically have a small little server page going on, and we have a button that can toggle the server status. We have a place where we can input the server name. So what we just saw out here is basically we saw string interpolation. So all this output is being shown to you through string interpolation. We are binding a property to this button, and with the help of that, we are toggling it for the first 2.5 seconds. This is disabled now, and this will become enabled. Then we saw event binding, where we actually toggle the server status with the help of a button. And then we also saw two-way event binding, where we put in an input method or an input element, and we are constantly displaying what is there in the input with the help of two-way binding. So this brings us to our second assignment for today. And in this video, I would like to say that again, please try and solve the assignment on your own. And these are the instructions for your second assignment. So for assignment 2, what you have to do is create a page that can take the input of a first name using two-way data binding, and you have to output the name using string interpolation. So again, for using two-way data binding, remember you have to use ngModel, and to use ngModel, you have to go and import the forms module into your app, into your apps.module.ts file. And in that apps.module.ts file, you will also have to declare it out there. So don't forget to do all that. And in the output, you have to actually use string interpolation. Then we have to add a button to reset the name to a blank string. So this should be something like property binding, I guess. I won't know until I solve it myself. And again, this button should be disabled if the name field is currently empty. So I would suggest that you pause the video right here and you go ahead and solve this. And if you can't solve it, you can always follow along with me, because I will be coding to the solution of this assignment right now. So let's go back to our code editor, and what we're going to do now is try and solve assignment number 2. So I'm going to keep on editing the assignment project that we had made. I'm not going to make new assignment project. So what we're going to do is basically remove everything from here. Let's remove everything. We will also be needing some new logic. So this is not going to work for us. So let's go ahead and remove that. We also don't need a constructor function. We don't need anything. We just need the class to be there. And that's all. At this moment, I will also let ngModule be there in our apps.module, because we will be needing it. So I'm not going to edit this out. So let me just say that I have saved everything, and now all we have is a blank canvas that we can start developing on. So our first instruction says that we have to create a page that can take the input of a first name using two-way data binding. So let's see. We want the user to know that he is inputting his first name. So label, and this will be going to be for, so going to be for first name. So we can say f name, something like this. And then we can say first name. And out here, what we can do is put an input that has type text, and it also has a name of f name. So the label is now binded to our input. This is how you should properly always code. We also should put in a placeholder even though we have a label, because that is just good practice. So we are going to say first name in the placeholder, and now we have a place that we can put in our first name in. So we can also put in a space out here. First name is going to be here, right? And we also need to input our first name in a paragraph according to the second instruction. So we can put it out in a paragraph, and we can use string interpolation for this, and we can just use a variable called name, because we are only dealing with one name. There's no last name, so we can just create a variable called name. Now we go back to our TypeScript and we create a variable called name, and let's keep it blank for now. Okay, we are not going to use double quotes, we are going to use single quotes, and let's keep it blank for now. So now we can say our name, which should be displayed out here. So basically what we need to do is two-way binding. So that is pretty simple. We learned that really easily, that we can do this through the ngModel, and we can bind it to the property of name, or rather the variable name that we just created. So out here we will have a name, and we can just go ahead and start typing now, and our name gets typed out here. Now the other thing that we need to do is we need to add a button to reset the name to a blank string. So first let's go ahead and create that button for ourselves. So we need a button, and this button should say reset name, and basically it should have a function or an event whenever it's clicked. So whenever it's clicked, it should have a function that basically goes ahead and turns the name blank again. So we can have a function called reset name. So reset name is going to be our function. So let's go ahead and create that function now. So reset name is going to be our function, and what we want to do is set this dot name equals to blank again. We can actually do this without the event, I guess. So we can fix the missing white space. Let's see if we are actually, if you do reset name, it goes ahead and resets the name to blank. So we have binded it to an event, and that is the click event, and we need reset name out here. We are not passing anything because it is directly being binded to the property, or rather the event out here. So now we need to bind it to a property. So the property that we are going to bind it to is disabled. So the disabled property is going to now check a function basically to see if the name has any value or not. So this can be really easily done by actually saying something like name.length 0, but we are not going to try and add code out here, so let's just stick to the functions. Actually, we could actually have done a tertiary operation and basically done it in one line, but why do that? So let's see, check name. So check name is either going to return true or false. So now we have check name, and what we can say is if this dot name equals to, and we can also set state. So state is true. We are going to need the state variable to actually handle the disabled functionality. So if this dot name is equals to blank, what we want to say is this dot state will remain true. Or what we can do is if it is unequals to this, what we can do is say this dot state equals to. So let's go over our logic again. So if our state is true, and if it is not an empty string, rather, we are going to turn our disable to false. So if it is false out there, what we need to do out here is say check name. Okay, so we made a mistake. We can't do that. Let's see, inspect, console, and template. Can't bind to disable since it isn't a known property of button. Okay, so disable is not the known property because it's disabled. So that was the silly error that we had made. Now let's see, let's go ahead and load it. Okay, so check name is not a function. Okay, so let's go ahead and use check name. We actually forgotten to save this out here. Go ahead and put the white space there. So now we have a button that can actually set the string to a blank string again. But according to our assignment, it says that this button should be disabled if the name is empty. So this way we can actually practice our property binding. So basically we have to bind the property disabled to a function that will basically return the state. So let's say it is a function that is called check name. And now let's go ahead and create this function. So check name is going to be our function, and put that in double quotes. Now let's go back to our app module out here. So let's create a state first. Now the state is going to be false first of all, and let's say we are going to have another function called check name, and in check name what we want to do is check whether, so we can do the checking part with an if statement. So this dot name, we are checking for the name if it is empty string, and if it is an empty string, what we want to do is make our button disabled, and that can be done by just returning true in our state variable. So we're going to set it to true and we are going to return it. So return this dot state. So if we return this dot state out here, we are going to have a button now that is basically disabled. Okay, first of all, we need to go ahead and check what we have done wrong. So we need to go ahead and save this. So check name is actually being passed. Now let's go ahead and reload that. So now we see that we have a button that is disabled, but as soon as we start typing, the button gets enabled and we can click it to basically put it back into disable state, and also making the first name string into a blank string. So this is the solution to assignment number 2. I hope you guys had followed along with me, and if you had any doubts when solving it on your own, the doubts have been cleared now. Now let's move ahead and let's look at the last topic for our Angular basics today, and that is directives. So what exactly are directives? Well, let's head over to Angular's site and let's see what they are saying about directives. Well, it says that there are two kinds of directives out here. So one is attribute directive and one is a structural directive. So an attribute directive changes the appearance or behavior of a DOM element. So in short, a directive is basically an instruction to the DOM. Now this instruction may be to change the DOM due to some attribute, or it could structurally change the DOM too. So that is a structural directive. So structural directives are basically used in places where you want to input a certain, let's say a division, like out here, a division is being used with the directive ngIf, and we are outputting hero.name out here. So what this is basically there is an if statement, and we will get to what ngIf means just in a moment. But this is a directive, and this has instructions written in a module, which we will also get into future lectures about directives, where we take a much deeper look into what directives are and how custom directives can be built by you. But for now, we are just going to understand what a directive does. So in short, a directive is a structure, and this structure gives instructions to the DOM. So let's look what a directive looks like and how directives can be made by just reading the documentation. So to build a directive, what we have to say is, let's say we give a directive as app highlight. So we have to create a directive, say ng generate directive. So this is a CLI command out here. So we can generate directives like that. But for now, what we are going to do is we are going to use some built-in directives to understand how attribute directives and how structural directives are actually working. So the directives that we are going to be using are ngIf, ngElse, so basically if and else, and ng-for. So these are the three directives that we are going to be using today. And after I show you how to use these directives, I will also be giving you an assignment, and that will be your last assignment for this Angular tutorial, and we will wrap it up after that. In the future, we will be actually discussing every single bit that we have learned about today, that is components, data binding, two-way data binding, directives, everything will be done in much more detail. And when we are doing this in detail, we will have an overarching project. So we will be building a project through the course of this playlist. And by the end, you will feel pretty confident that you can go out there and pretty much crack Angular interview job out there, because we will be teaching you how to build an app. And in the end, we will also train you for Angular interview questions. Okay. But for now, let's just focus on how to use the built-in directives that ship with Angular. So to use the built-in directives, let's see what we can do. So the first directive that we want to use is basically an ngIf directive. So let's see what we can do to show ngIf. So ngIf is basically to show something structurally. Let's put up an h1 that says this is an example of ngIf. Now we want to show something if a variable is true, and we want to show something else if it is false, right? So we can do that by simply saying p. So we will show a paragraph, and let's say ngIf. So we are going to tie it up to an expression, and we're going to call this expression a flag, and we are going to say flag is true, and we are going to say flag is false otherwise. So out here, to show flag is false otherwise, we are going to use something called a local reference. So a local reference is used within the ng template. So for the ng template, we have to give a local reference name. So let's call it the else block. And in the else block, we want to put out a paragraph that says flag is false. Now we need some way to actually toggle this flag. So let's create a button. So we are going to say something like toggle flag, and out here for toggling flag, we are going to put an event, and we are going to bind this event to a function that toggles our flag. So we are going to call this function toggle flag. Okay, so we have our template created. Now all we need to do is add the business logic for this. So for all the logic that we need to do is create a variable called flag first of all. So let's go ahead and delete all this that we don't need. So we are going to have a variable called flag, and flag will be first of all set to true. Now there is also going to be a function called toggle flag, and in this function what we are going to do is we are just going to toggle it. Now to toggle this, all we can do is this dot flag equals to not of this dot flag. So this is a really easy way to toggle a variable, and just now we can just return this dot flag. So since we're doing that, so now what we can do is save this and let's see how that actually works. So it says flag is true and flag is false. So flag is false is actually not being displayed because we have not referenced this local reference that we have created. So we have a local reference and we need to create it, and we do that by saying else. We create the else block. Now let's go ahead and save that. Let's see, flag is true and now flag is false. Flag is true, flag is false. So to make sure that we are actually putting up two different paragraphs, so let's go ahead and inspect this. Let's go into our body, let's go into uproot, and let's see this button. So this has a paragraph created out here, so let's toggle this, and a new paragraph gets created which says flag is false. Now flag is true, flag is false, flag is true, flag is false. So this is a brilliant way to actually show something very conditionally. Now I can show you this is other block that we are actually showing. Instead of one block being constantly just modified, it is a separate block in itself. So that is a very important thing to note. So let's go ahead and do that again. So let's save it. And now let's go ahead and see what we can get. So in our head, or rather in the body, we have the uproot. And now we have paragraph that says flag is true. And now there is another paragraph with the ID flas, which is a very wrong way to spell false, but it proves the point that this is a new block in itself. So this is how you can use ngIf. Now let's look at another interesting inbuilt directive that ships with Angular, and that is ngStyle. So with ngStyle, what you can do is you can give dynamic styling depending on a certain condition. Now, if you analyze what we have out here, we do have a certain condition, which is whether flag is true or flag is false. Now, what we want to do is we want to color this. This is an example of ngIf into red or green if flag is true or false, respectively. So we can do that very easily with the help of something called ngStyle. So with ngStyle, what we do is we give a property. Now, this property may not be in single quotation marks. So you can say color, and what you can do is you can put an expression. Now you can say something like a function that is get color, and you could execute that. Now what we need to do is we need to go ahead and create this function called get color. So we are going to get the color, and we are going to return a color that is probably a string according to the flag. So what we want to say is if this dot flag is equals to true, we want to return green, and if it is false, we want to return red. So let's go ahead and see. So as you guys can see, this is green right now, and this turns red and then turns green and red again. So what we did, basically, we passed an expression, and in this expression we are putting in a color, and the get color method is returning a string which either says red or green. So this is how you can dynamically add styles to your elements on your HTML page. Now another way to do dynamic styling is with the help of ngClass. So what we can do out here is we can add a class to an element dynamically. So let's say we have another h2, and let's say this is just an example of ngClass. Now what I want to do is we want to turn this. So the class we want to add is basically, let's call it white, and we want to add this when get color returns true, let's say. So we just want to go ahead and paste that logic out there. And now what we have to do is go into the app component CSS file and create a class called white. And this class will basically put a black border 1px solid black it will rather, let's make it a red, and then we want a background color of, let's say, black, and we want the font color to go white. So this is a bunch of styling that we are adding, which is basically the real reason you use classes in CSS, so that you can use a bunch of styling together. Now that we have created the class, let's go ahead and save all our files. And let's go ahead and see what it looks like. So this is what it looks like. This is just an example of ng class. Now when this is set to false, the class is removed. Let me just show that to you. So if we go ahead in the body part and go into uproot and just look at this class that will be added. So we add a class called white, and then we remove a class called white, and this is how ng class can be used to put in all sorts of dynamic styling into your HTML elements with the help of ng class. Okay, so the next directive that we are going to have a look at is called ng-for. So let me just give you guys a quick example of how to use ng-for before I dive into the last assignment of this tutorial. So ng-for is used when you actually want to iterate through an array. So let me just show you what I mean. So let's say you had a bunch of names, or let's make something very viable. So first of all, let's call this something like the student roster. So h1, so this is called the student roster. Now suppose you had a method, so input, and what we are going to say is placeholder is name, and out here we also want to display the name. So all the name of the students we will want to display. So student roster, and there will be a button to say submit. So this will say submit student name, and this will have a function. So whenever we click it, we want to add the name that we just entered into, let's say, an array. So we can say add is the name of the function. Now what we want to do is go ahead and first of all create a student roster. So student roster is equals to, let's add some pre-built students, so Arya, and let's say Rohit, and let's say Upasana. Now what we want to do is, let me just fix these white spaces up. Now what we want to do is we want to display the student roster, and then we also want to add to the student roster every time the button is clicked. So we have a function for that, and it's called add. And basically what we want to do is we want to push an element. So that could be a current name. So current name could be blank for now, and let's leave it like that. And what we want to say is this dot student roster dot push, we want to push in this dot current name. So what this will do is this will push in the current name. Let's go ahead and make a place so that we can display it. Now the whole point is that we want to display it in one single item. We do not want to create, let's say, a paragraph for every time this list has to be populated. So what we can do is we can simply create a list item, and out here we can just say ng-for, let's say, names in the student roster. So student roster, so is that how we had named it? Student roster, and that's exactly how we had named it. And what we want to display out is the names. So what we have done right now is we are pushing in something, but what exactly are we pushing in? Well, we need to add that to our input. So what we need to do is say ng model, and we are going to ng model this into the current name. So now that we have done that, now what we want to do is we just want to interpolate the name out here. So this will just display the names. So this is going to be names. Let's go ahead and save that. Let's see that if it displays the names. So we have the names Arya, Rohit, and Upasana. So let's say someone like Rahul also joins the class, and we can say submit student, and Rahul is now added to the student roster. Okay, so this is how you can basically use ng-for. We have one list item, and basically it is going around and circulating through everything that is there in this array just out here. So now that we have seen the usage of ng-if, ng-if-else, and ng-for, let's go ahead and do our last assignment. Let's not forget, we also saw how we can use dynamic styling. So we are also going to incorporate that into our assignment. So let me just go ahead and type out the instructions for your assignment. Okay guys, so this is your last assignment. I will again remind you that for assignments, you have to pause the screen and try and do the assignment on your own. And then you can compare your solution with the code along part that comes after the assignment. So for assignment number 3, we have create a button to toggle a paragraph display. The paragraph could be saying anything. So after that, we have to log the number of times the button was clicked. Okay, so it says button out here, but its button was clicked. And after the 5th click, we have to give some specific style to the log. Okay, so this seems like a pretty easy thing to do. What we have to do out here is basically get rid of everything that is here. And let's first create a button that says toggle display. And then we can add a paragraph that says lorem ipsum. So lorem ipsum is just a random paragraph. So let's go ahead and see this. So this says toggle display, but toggle display at this moment does nothing. So we have to put a functionality into the click. So click will basically return true or false. So we can bind this to a function that, let's say, toggle display. So this will return true or false. So we have to go ahead and create the toggle display method first. So toggle display, and what we want to say is this.state, let's say. So let's create a state variable first. So state is going to be true, and toggling is basically what we had learned, that we have to turn it into something that it is not. So this.state equals to not of this.state, and that should do it for us. So this will toggle the display. So now that we have toggled the display, now all we have to do is bind this logic. So we say ngIf, and we only want to show this if state is equals to true. So if that is what we have done correctly, we are toggling the display and this is true. Now what we need to do, another thing is, according to the instructions of the assignment, is that we have to log the number of times the button was clicked. So what we need is basically a counter to count the number of times we have clicked the button. Now every time the button is clicked, we want to actually increase the counter, and we can simply do that with an incremental statement. So this dot counter. Now what we want to do is we want to say out here we want to create a paragraph, and this will have ng for, and so click of clicks, so rather counter. So for ng4, this needs to be pushed into an array. So we are going to say button click. Okay, so there's another way to do this. We don't really need a counter, or rather we can make counter into an array itself. And when this is clicked, all we need to do is say this dot counter dot push a counter dot length plus 1. So we're going to say this dot counter dot length plus 1. So the length initially is 0, so this should just go ahead and add it to this counter. Now what we want to do is we also want to cycle through this array of counters. So clicks in counters, and what we want to do is we want to print out the click information. So let's see. So now that we have actually put the logic to push the length of a counter into our array, we need to do and cycle this array. So to cycle the array, we are going to create a paragraph, and we're going to say ng for, and we're going to say clicks of counter. And what we are going to try and interpolate out here is the counter, or rather the clicks, and let's see if that works. So out here we have our display. We're going to click it once, click it twice, and we can see it goes on and on and on. And we have kind of created a counter, and this is kind of logging it all down. Now that we have set up our counter for our toggling, all we need to do is follow the last instruction, and that is after the 5th click, we have to give some specific style to the log. Okay, so we can do this with the help of ng styles. So ng styles, let's see, we want to make the color of our font blue only when get length is more than 5. So get length is a function. So this will return some value or the other. So let's go ahead and create that too. So get length is going to react and create If, let's see, this dot counter dot length is greater than 4, then we want to return the string blue. Else, we want to return the string black. So now we have a function that returns something, and we have binded that function with the color style with the use of ngStyle directive. So let's go ahead and see if this works for us. So let's toggle the display 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that has turned our list into a blue list just after 5. So this is how you would approach the solution to assignment 3. And this brings us to the end of this Angular tutorial. We learned a lot today. We saw what is Angular. We saw the differences that Angular 8 has brought about in the industry. After that, we also started with installation of Angular. Then we went ahead and set up our project. We learned how to create our own custom components manually and through the CLI. Then we came to know how to use these components. We did data binding, did property binding, and then we did event binding, which of course includes two-way binding. Then of course we saw the inbuilt directives and what exactly directives are. And this brings us to the end of the basics that you need to actually make an application through Angular.
Welcome everyone, this is Swati from Edureka. In today's session, we'll go through React.js tutorial. So if you guys are familiar with the term React.js, then you might know that it's a front-end library developed by Facebook. So today, we'll learn in and out of React.js. But before we start, let's explore a React.js application. I'm sure all of us spend a lot of time on Facebook. If not a lot, at least some. So all of you can easily relate that this application looks exactly like Facebook comment section. In this comment application, we can add a new comment, delete an existing comment, or even can reply to some other comment. Let me show you how. Here I'm adding a comment. I can delete my comment. I can even delete some others comment if I have the authority, and then I can reply to others comment like this. Perhaps you would have noticed whether I'm adding or deleting comments, only that section is getting updated instead of the entire page. So what I'm trying to say is that we do not have to reload or refresh the entire application to see the updates. So how exactly is this happening? Well, this is the magic of React.js, and that is what we are going to learn today. But here, some of you might ask that why React.js when there are so many other frameworks available out there? To understand this, let's take up Facebook as example. So let's go back to the year of 2009-2010 when Facebook used to look somewhat like this. If you guys remember, during this time, you had to repeatedly reload the page for new updates. At the back end, the Facebook was using the traditional data flow. As you can see from this diagram, the data came from various sources like the initial data, the real-time data, or the user input data. Now this data was passed to the dispatcher, then to the store, and then ultimately came to the view. Now view is the part where the user is actually interacting with the application. And being a user, whatever you see on the browser as a web page is the view itself. So if there is a change in data from any of these sources from the backend, in order to reflect those changes on the view, you have to refresh the entire page and then it's seen by the user. This surely was not user-friendly, and moreover, this traditional data flow had some drawbacks, like it used the DOM. Now what is a DOM? DOM stands for Document Object Model. It is an object that is created by the browser each time a web page is loaded. What this DOM did was, it can dynamically add or remove elements from a web page at the backend. But each time it did that, the browser had to create a new DOM object for the same web page. This led to more memory consumption, which ultimately made our application slow. Let's take another example to understand this. Suppose this is our application in which we have 4 blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4. Suppose there is a change in block 1 from the backend. But in order to see those changes, we had to reload the entire page and then only we can see the changes. Now as you can see, after reloading, the 1 became 101. So guys, this is where the React.js comes into the picture. With React, our entire application is divided into various components. Now, each time data is added, it will automatically update the specific component whose state has actually changed. So, if we have change in block 1, it will automatically change the block 1 only without reloading the entire page. This reduced our page reloading task, and because of this, the UI became more user-friendly. Moreover, the React uses a virtual DOM instead of the real DOM, which makes our applications lighter and faster. Now, what is virtual DOM? We'll understand it later in this tutorial. For now, let's see how React changed Facebook's UI. So, Facebook started implementing React.js in its newsfeed section since 2011. After this, its UI became more user-friendly. Now, whenever new updates gathered, a new stories button popped up at the top of the page. Now, clicking on this button will automatically reload only the newsfeed section without even touching the rest of the page. This drastically improved the application's performance. So, what changed at the backend? At the backend, it still used the traditional data flow. But now, instead of loading the entire page again, what React did was it blew up the previous view, rendered the components with the updates, and then placed the new view in place of the old one. This was possible because unlike other frameworks, React don't have any explicit data binding. In React, the only thing we have is a render function which gets called once for each component. In this render function, we tell how our component will look like at any point of time. Then this render function returns a representation of our view. Since the components can compose other components, the render function gets called recursively, resulting in building up the whole view. So now that you have understood that why we use React.js, let's now proceed with our tutorial. Before we start off, let's take a quick look on today's agenda. Today, we'll first understand what exactly is React.js, and then we'll find out some of its major advantages. Then I'll show you how to install React.js on your systems. Once we are done with the installation, we'll start coding with React.js by taking up a simple program of Hello World. Then we'll jump onto the various fundamental concepts which all lie behind React.js. So without any delay, let's take up our very first topic, that is what is React.js. As I have already told you that React.js is an open source JavaScript front-end library that is used to develop interactive UIs. Though Facebook was using it since 2011, but it was introduced to the rest of the world on May 2013 and later on March 2015 it was open sourced. Moreover, the React.js is concerned with the components that utilizes the expressiveness of JavaScript along with the HTML-like template syntax. That is, it combines the features of JavaScript and the HTML and then provides us a dynamic language. It is basically the view in MVC, that is the model view controller. It is not concerned with anything except for the view, that is, it handles the representation of our web page at any point of time. But what aspects make it handle our dynamic view so effectively? Let's proceed further and find out. Well, React has three main aspects. First, it uses the virtual DOM. Second, it has one-way data binding. And third, it provides a server-side rendering. Let's now discuss them in details. The first is the virtual DOM. So, as I've told that it uses the virtual DOM. Now, many of you might be wondering that what is a virtual DOM and how it is different from the actual DOM. Well, like an actual DOM, the virtual DOM is also a node tree that lists the elements and their attributes and contents as objects and their properties. React's render function creates a node tree out of the React components and then updates this tree in response to the mutations in the data model, which are caused by various actions done maybe by the user or by the system. Now this virtual DOM works in three simple steps. First will be whenever any underlying data changes, the entire UI is re-rendered in the virtual DOM representation. After this, the difference between the previous DOM representation and the new one is calculated. Once the calculations are done, only after that the real DOM will be updated with only the things that have actually changed. You can think it as a patch, as the patches are applied only to the affected area. Similarly, the virtual DOM acts as a patch and is applied to the elements which have actually updated or changed in the real DOM. This makes our application faster and moreover there is no memory wastage. Unlike other frameworks, React follows the unidirectional data flow. Let's now move on to our next aspect, that is one-way data binding. Unlike other frameworks, React follows unidirectional data flow or one-way data binding. As you can see from this diagram, in whole of the process, the data is flowing in the same direction. The major advantage of one-way data binding is that throughout the application, the data flows in a single direction, which gives you a better control over it. And because of this, the application state is contained in specific stores, and as a result of this, the rest of the components remains loosely coupled. So our third and last aspect is the server-side rendering. Server-side rendering allows you to pre-render the initial state of your React components at the server side only. Because of this, the page loads faster. With the server-side rendering, the server's response to the browser is the HTML of the page that is ready to be rendered. Thus, the browser can now start rendering without even having to wait for all the JavaScript to be loaded and executed. All of these features together makes React.js a powerful and robust language which provides us with some major advantages like because of the use of virtual DOM, the application's performance increases. Moreover, it can be used on client as well as server side. The React's JSX file increases the readability of the code so it becomes easy to debug and maintain. And lastly, the React.js can be easily integrated with frameworks like Meteor or AngularJS. So now that we have already understood that what is React.js and what are its advantages, let's now proceed to its installation. Well, installing React.js is very easy. You just need to add the React.js dependencies to your code and then you are good to go. You can add these dependencies either directly from online repositories or you can also download them and then add them to your project folder. As you can see from this code, I have added the dependencies here from the online repositories. Now, let me show you how to add the dependencies after downloading them. For that, you need to go back to your project folder. So now this is my project folder. Inside this, I will be pasting all my dependencies. For that, I'll go to my downloads. Here I have already downloaded the dependencies. I just have to copy this and then I'll go back to my project folder and paste them here like this. So inside this, I have all my dependencies which all I need. So now to start coding with React, you can use any text editor or any IDE you want. So here I'm using the WebStorm IDE. Here inside my project folder, you can see that I have already all my dependencies. So now what I'll do, I will create one HTML file here. Let me name it as index. Now in this HTML file, we have to provide it with some title, like I have given it demo. Okay, so now inside the head of this file, now we have to tell that we have the dependencies. So using the script tag, we will add the dependencies one by one. So let me see the source, and my dependency source is the build folder. In this first dependency which I need to add is the react.min.js. Now this is the main React dependency that you will need. Like this, I have to add the rest of the dependencies. Okay, so now I'm done with adding my dependencies. So next thing what I have to do is I have to create one division. I have to create one division so that I can display my React code over here. So I will give this division one ID as well. Okay, so here I have given the ID as content. So for now we are done with this HTML file. Now we have to create one React JSX file. So for that we will create one file. Let me name it as script.jsx. So this JSX file is the file in which we will add all the React code. Now JSX is a type of syntax that you can just type and it's very easy to understand. In React, as you know, that everything is a component and each component needs a class to survive. So first we have to create a component and then provide a class for it. So let me just create one component. Okay, so as you can see, I have created one component named my component and then I have created one class. So now I have created one component with the name my component and then I have provided one class for it to survive. Now inside this class, I will be adding all the functions and the attributes that my class is going to do. So now each component has one render function which returns an HTML representation. So here we'll add the render function which will contain what we want to display. So since we are going to return the hello world just, so here first let me just create the render function. So render, this is a function. Okay, since this will be returning an HTML representation, so inside the return I have to write, okay, we are returning only the hello world, so I'll write hello world. Okay, so just save it. So now we are done with creating our component. Now you have to tell React that you want this component to be displayed over here. So for that, Okay, so here we are calling the render function of React DOM. Now inside this function, I'll tell that I want my component to be displayed on the HTML page. So for that, I will fetch it by its ID. So I'll call document dot get element by ID, since we have given the ID and its ID is content. Okay, so now here we are done with our JSX file. Just save it, go back to the HTML file. So now you can think this JSX file as external CSS or JavaScript. As we refer this file in our HTML file, similarly we have to tell our HTML file that we have our React.js code in some other file. So for that I'll say script and its source is script.jsx. Okay, so one thing we need to add here is its type. So its type is text babel. Okay, now we are done with both of the files. Now what I need to do is just run this file. So now you can see that hello world is showing. That means we have successfully compiled our program. And this is how the React.js is working. So here you will see that I've written the same program here. Okay, and this is my HTML file, and then this is what we saw in the output. Since we are done with our first program, let's now find out the various fundamental concepts working behind it. Here, first we'll understand what is a JSX file and how it is used. Then we'll learn about the component and its different forms. After this, we'll find out what are props followed by the states. Then we'll have a quick look on different phases of component's life cycle. Next, we'll learn about the React events and how they are triggered. After this, we'll see what are the references and keys and understand their importance in React. Finally, we'll understand what is React Router, and then we'll proceed to our demo. So without wasting any more time, let's take up our very first topic, that is the JSX. So JSX stands for the JavaScript XML. It's an XML HTML-like syntax that is used by React. This syntax extends the ECMAScript so that the XML HTML-like text can coexist with JavaScript React code. This syntax is used by the preprocessors to transform the HTML-like syntax that is found in JavaScript files into standard JavaScript objects. With this file, instead of just embedding the JavaScript into HTML, we can embed the HTML into the JavaScript as well. This makes the HTML code easy and also boosts up the JavaScript's performance. Moreover, it makes our application robust. Let's now see how this JSX can be used. Well, the first is the regular use of JSX, which we already saw in our Hello World program. Next is the JSX nested elements. Now, as you know, in React, the render function can render only one HTML element at a time. So in case you want to render multiple HTML elements, then you need to put them inside the one enclosing tag. Let's see it how. Okay, so let's try and add one more HTML element inside this render function. So here, let me say I have h3. You can see as soon as I add this h3 tag, it's showing that here something is expected. That means it can't compile when error symbol is coming. So that's why we need to include this inside one enclosing tag. So I'll be using div here. So let me say div. Okay, so I'll just cut it from here and paste it. Now inside this tag, I can add as many elements as I want. So let me just use h1. You can use any tag you want. So just, okay. So now inside this, I'll say Edureka. I'll just save it, go to my browser. Okay, here you can see Edureka and Hello World. So this is how we can use multiple HTML elements inside our JSX code. So the next is the specifying attributes. You can always make your code beautiful by adding the attributes to it. Let's see it how. So inside this, what you need to do, you have to create one variable with the CSS element. So here I'll say that I have a variable, let me name it styles, and I'll just say that in this the color will be, okay, let me say the color is red. Okay, so here I will add this styles as a style to my HTML element. So like this style, I'll say it will follow the styles. So now the entire division will be in red. So just save it, go to the browser and reload it. Now you can see everything is in red. You can specify style for a single element as well. So you just let's just say that we have styles 2, and here let me say the color is yellow. Okay, and I'll say my h1 tag will come in yellow color. So I'll say that it will follow the style 2. We just save it, go back to the browser and reload. You can see the Edureka is in yellow color. Okay, so this is how our attributes work. So the next is embedding JavaScript into JSX. As in normal HTML, we embed the JavaScript expressions. Similarly, here also we can add the JavaScript expressions directly into the code. Let me show you. Okay, I'll go to the ID and I'll just say, I'll take one h3 tag, and inside I'll say just sum is something. I'll throw in some random numbers over here. So let me just say, save it, go back, and here it will give me the sum. So the sum is 13. So like this, we can use JSX in different forms. Okay, so here we are done with all the uses of JSX. Let's now move to our next topic, that is the component. Since the beginning I'm saying that in React everything is a component. So now let's find out what actually this component is. To understand this, let's again go back to Facebook. As you can see, this is a Facebook page. Now this page is divided into various components, like this is a component, this is also a component, and again this is also a component. Like this, there are many more components over here. Since in React everything is a component and each component returns a DOM object, it results in splitting up the entire UI into various independent and reusable pieces. To understand this better, imagine the entire UI as a tree. Here, the starting component becomes the root and each of the independent pieces becomes the branches, and which are further divided into sub-branches. Now, this pattern keeps our UI organized, and moreover, it allows the data and state changes to logically flow from the root to the branches and then to the sub-branches. Moreover, the component can always refer to other components. Let's see how this is happening. Okay, so here I have one component named my component. So let me just create few more components over here. For this, again, I'll use the variable and let me name it as header. So here I'll call the react.create class. So inside this, again, I'll create one render function. Now what I want, that this render function should return me just one HTML representation to show that this is my separate component. So therefore I'll just simply write return, and I'll put one h2 tag over here, and I'll say that this is header component. Okay, like this. So I'll create one more component like this. So for that I'll just copy this and I'll paste it up here, and I'll change its name to footer. Okay, and here it will say this is footer component. So now how I can refer these components from my component? For that I just need to go inside the enclosing tag, and here I'll just say header, and moreover again I can just say footer, like this. Save it, go back to your browser and reload. So this is how our components work. We can call one component from other component, as we have seen. Okay, I hope this thing is clear to you. Now let's go further in our PPT. Okay, so here a valid React component can always accept a single object argument and then produce a React element. Now these are called the functional elements, as they are literally the JavaScript functions, as you can see. So here we are calling one handle click function. Now whenever this function is called, it will always return us one HTML representation. So that's why these are called the functional elements. On addition to this, we can simply define a component through JavaScript. As you can see, here we are creating one function which is named prop demo. It is accepting one props and then it is returning one HTML representation. So this is how the components work. Moving further in this, the components in React.js can be in two forms, the stateful and stateless components. The stateful components are those components which remembers everything it does, whereas the stateless components are those components which doesn't remember anything it does. So let's now discuss these components in detail. So first we have the stateful component. These are the core components which store information about this component state in the memory. Now these components can change the states as well. They contain the knowledge of the past, current and future possible changes in state of the component. In case there is a change in state, they will always receive the information from the stateless components. Thus, these components are called the smart or active components. Next, we have the stateless components. These are the stateless components which always calculates the internal state of a component. They can never change the state. Moreover, they do not contain any knowledge of the past, current, as well as possible future changes of the state of a component. These stateless components provide the referential transparency. That is, for same set of inputs, it will always generate same output. Thus, these components are called the dumb components. Now, I hope you have the fair understanding about the components. So now, let's move on to our next topic, that is props. The simplest way of describing props would be to say that they function similar to HTML attributes. These are the read-only components which provide configurational values. Thus, by using the props, we can always pass data from parent component to a child component. Whenever the component is declared as a function or a class, it must never change its props. All such components are therefore called the pure functions. If you see this function as I have seen in this demo, we have the function called sum, which is accepting arguments x and y. So its prop is to always return the sum. So whenever this function is called, it will never change its prop. In React, the only rule we have and that we must follow is all React components must act like pure functions with respect to their props. So let's find out how it's happening with the help of practical demo. Okay, so now here what I'll do, I'll use the header and here I'll provide the prop. But before that, inside this header, since we have to provide information from the parent to the child, let me say that my component is the parent component and header is the child component. So from here I'll say that header has a name. Let me say Alex. Okay. Now what I'll do, I'll just copy and provide one more header prop. So I'll just change its name to, I'll say Max. Okay. So now how we can provide this information to child component? For that, what we need to do here is, I'll just use one h3 tag and inside this I'll refer my component. So here I'll say this dot props dot, since I've given the name, so I'll say name here. Okay, here we have to create one division as well. Okay, so what I'm doing here is that I'm passing one name from my component, from here, from my component to the header component, which is just printing out the representation. So this is how the props work. Whatever you give as input, it will always display the same out. So let's just save this, go back to the browser and reload. So here you can see Alex and Max. It's print. So each time the header component is referred, it will print this element. I hope you are clear with the props. Let's now move to our next topic, that is states. So what is a state and how state can be assigned? Here in React, the states are the heart, or we can say the core of React components. Though most of the components simply take in props and render them, but they can also provide states. These states are used to store information or data about the components, which can change over time because of user or system events. You can say that they determine the component's rendering and behavior, and therefore the state must be kept as simple as possible. Using the states, it leads to a dynamic and an interactive components which adjust themselves according to the changes. So let's now see how the states can be assigned with the help of the demo. Okay, so since we have already used the props, I'll use this footer to show the state. Now to access a state, first we need to assign one initial state to the component, because by default its state will be set to null. So for that I'll call one function. It's called getInitialState. And see, inside this class I have two functions, so I need to separate them. So I'll put one comma over here. Inside footer I'll say I have user and let me set its initial state to, I'll say Edureka. So it's the user initial state is Edureka. So now whenever we call this user, it will always display the Edureka. Now how can we refer to this? For this, what we need to do is, okay, now I'll add one div over here. You just cut this from here and paste it. And now here I'll say I have one h1 tag, and here I'll refer to the state. So to refer to the current state, what you need to call is this dot state, and our element name is user. So here you will say user like this. Save it, go back to the browser and reload it. See, so our user is Edureka. To make it more clear, let's go back to the, and here I'll say user is Edureka. Moreover, you can put any number of elements you want. Let me just say I have one ID also whose default state is 101. I'll save it, and inside this I'll say, okay, here I'll use one break, and then I'll say ID is, and again I'll refer this thing with the this dot state dot ID. So now again go back to the browser and reload it. So here you can see user is Edureka and ID is 101. So this is how we set the initial state. But as I have told you that we can change the state as well. So let me just say that after some time, these two elements change their state. So in order to do that, what we have to do is we need to call one other function which will automatically change its state after, let's say after 2 seconds, it will change the state. So I'll call the set timeout function, and it will automatically after 2 seconds, let me say that 2 seconds, it will change the state. So I'll write 2 seconds, and after 2 seconds it will call one function. So let me write that function as well. Okay, so now inside this function I'll call this dot set state inside set state. So inside this state function, what I'll say that my username should change from Edureka to, let me say, Swati, and my ID should change from 101 to, let me say, 303. Okay, so let's now just save it, go back to the browser and reload this. So now you can see the user is Edureka and ID is Swati. Okay, let me just go back, and I will increase its time to, let me change it after 5 seconds. So here, okay, so let's now see. So here the user is Edureka and ID is Swati, but after 5 seconds it will automatically update to Swati and 303. So this is how the React works. It will automatically update the DOM manipulations for us, and because of this the applications become extremely fast. So this state is mainly used if the component has some internal value, and moreover which doesn't affect any other component. Then only we can use the states. So I hope you guys are clear with the state. Okay, so let's move to our next topic, that is life cycle of the components. So React provides various methods which notifies when a certain stage of life cycle of a component occurs, and these methods are called the life cycle methods. Now these methods are not very complicated. You can think these methods as the specialized event handlers which are called at various points during a component's life. You can add your own code to these methods to perform various tasks. When we are talking about the life cycle is divided into 4 phases. They are the initial phase, the updating phase, the props change phase, and the last is the unmounting phase. Now each of these phases contains some lifecycle methods which are specific only to them. So let's find out what happens during each of these phases. The first phase in the component's lifecycle is the initial phase or the initial rendering phase. This is the phase when the component is about to start its life and make its way towards the DOM. So in order to do so, all these methods are invoked in an order. So first method we have is the getDefaultProps. This method allows you to specify the default value of this.props. It gets called before your component is even created or any props from the parent are passed. Then next we have the getInitialState. Now this method allows you to specify the default value of this dot state before your component is created. Just like the previous method, it too gets called before the component is created. So next method we have is the componentWillMount method. Now this is the last method that gets called before your component gets rendered to the DOM. There is an important thing to note here. If you were to call setState method inside this one, your component won't re-render. Then we have our render method. Now this is a method you should be familiar with. Every component must have this method defined, and this method is responsible for returning a single root HTML node. Though this single root may have many child nodes inside it. So if you don't wish to render anything, simply return null or false. Then we have our final method in this phase, that is the componentDidMount method. This method will get called immediately after your component renders and gets placed on the DOM. At this point, you can safely perform any DOM querying operations without worrying about whether your component has made it or not. Now, one thing you need to remember here is that except for this render method, all of these lifecycle methods can fire only once. So this concludes our initial phase. Then we can move on to our next phase, that is the updating phase. So after the components get added to the DOM, they can potentially update and re-render only when a prop or a state change occurs. During this time, a different collection of lifecycle methods gets called. Let's see what happens when a state changes. Whenever a state change occurs, the component will call its render method again. Now, any component that is relying on the output of this component will also call their render function again. Well, this is done to ensure that our component is always displaying the latest version of itself. So when a state change occurs, all of these methods gets invoked in an order. So here our first method is shouldComponentUpdate method. Sometimes you don't want your component to update when a state change occurs. Now this method will allow you to control this updating behavior. If you use this method and return a true, the component will update. Else it will skip the updating part. Next we have the componentWillUpdate method. This method gets called just before your component is about to update. One thing you should note here is that you can't change your state by calling this .setState from this method. Now again we have the render method. So if you didn't override the update via shouldComponentUpdate method, the code inside the render method will get called again to ensure that your component displays itself properly. Again, the last method we have is the componentDidUpdate method. Now this method gets called after your component updates and the render method has been called. If you need to execute any code after the update takes place, you can put it inside this method. So now let's move on to our next phase, that is the props change phase. After a component has been rendered into the DOM, the only other time the component will update is when a prop changes its value. Now this is when all these methods will be called. The only method that is new here is the component will receive props. If you want to compare, we can go back to the previous slide and you can see we have the shouldComponentUpdate method, componentWillUpdate method, render method and componentDidUpdate method. And in next phase we have shouldComponentUpdate, componentWillUpdate, render and componentDidUpdate. So here only this method is new. Now this method returns one argument and this argument contains the new prop value that is about to be assigned to it. The rest of the lifecycle methods behave identical to the methods which we saw in the previous phase. So this is how the props change phase is completed. Now move on to our last phase, that is the unmounting phase. Now this is the phase when the component is destroyed and removed from the DOM. There is only one lifecycle method over here, that is the componentWillUnmount method. You can perform any cleanup related tasks here, such as removing the event listener, stopping the timers, etc. After this method gets called, your component is completely removed from the DOM. So here we are done with all the phases of the component's lifecycle along with their methods. So now let's move on to our next topic, that is the events. Well, if you guys are familiar with HTML and JavaScript, then you might know that what are events. In React also, events are the triggered reactions to specific actions like mouse hover, mouse click, key press, etc. Handling these events are very similar to handling the events in DOM. But here are some syntactical differences. In React, the events are named using the camel case instead of using the lowercase. Moreover, in React, the events are passed as functions rather than the strings. Here, the event argument contains a set of properties which are specific to an event. What I'm trying to say is that each event type contains its own properties and behavior which can be accessed only via its event handler. Moreover, in other UIs, one event handler is assigned for each event, which leads to more memory consumption and also makes our work tedious. But in React, the event handler is not attached to the DOM elements directly. Rather, it only uses the root event handler, which is responsible for listening to all the events and then calls the appropriate event handler as per need. Let's now see how the event is created and triggered practically. So to make you understand, I'll be using one demo code here. Let me show you how it will be looking. So I'll show you how the events work by the help of this example. Here I have one bulb now and one button with me. So clicking on this button will turn on the bulb, and again when we click, it will turn off. So let's see how this is happening. For this, let's go back to our code. Okay, so now what I'll do, I'll leave this file like this and I'll create one more JSX file. So here I'll say event script.jsx. Okay, so now inside this file, what I'll do, I'll create one variable and let me just say its name as bulb. Okay, so again we'll call react.create class, and inside this first we have to mention our render function. Okay, now inside this render function, I'll say that I have one image and just close it, and I'll say that it's coming from some source. I'll name that source later. Then we have one button over here. Okay, so I forgot to put it inside the division. So here div, just cut it and paste it over here. Okay, so it's fine now, and now I'll add one button over here. Okay, here I'll say that this button, on clicking this button, something happens. So what will happen, I'll write it later. For now, let me just name it as click me. Okay, so here we have one button, clicking on which it will do something, and here is one image which will be shown. Okay, so here we are done with the render function. Since we want on our HTML page, we want one button plus one bulb. So here we have described both of the things. Now we have to set one initial state for our bulb status. So let me say get initial state, and this is a function, and since inside this bulbs class we have two functions, we have to again separate these, and inside this we will say that okay, let's return the status. Let me set the status first. So I'll say the bulb status is, by default it's false. So now inside this I have to add two images as well, because on the page we are displaying the images. For that I'll go to my downloads. Okay, here I have already downloaded two images. I'll copy them, come back to my project, and here I'll say that I need one directory and I'll name it as image. So now inside this I'll just paste them. Now here you can see I have both 1 and 2 image. So this is the initial state, but now we want that on clicking this button, something should happen. So let us create one function to tell what exactly will happen on clicking the button. So for that I'll say that we have one function named switch. So this is a function, again separated. So now this function will change the status from false to true and true to false. Because we want on each click the status should change. So here what I'll say is this dot set state. Okay, inside this I'll say that my status should change. So for that I'll say status should always change from whatever the current state is. So for that, this dot state dot status, and we want each time the state to change. So for that, I'll say not. So whatever the current state is it will always change it to the opposite one. So if it is true, it will change it to false, and if it's false, it will change it to true. Now we have to provide the source. For this, what I need to do is inside this render function. Okay, so here we have to put this code inside the return, which I forgot. Okay, return, since return, it will return as the HTML representation, you must remember this thing. Okay, so now inside this one, what I'll do, I'll say I have one variable and I'll say disp bulb, means display bulb. So which bulb will it display? So here I will put the sources along with a conditional operator. Whatever the condition is, according to that, it will display the bulb. So I'll say this dot state dot status. If this returns a false, it will show the image 1, and if it is true, it will return the image 2. So for that, I'll give the path of the image, that is image2.png. So this is the folder where my image is, and this is the name of my file. Versus when my condition is false, it will show image slash first image, that is image slash png. Okay, just save it. Okay, so like this is, we are changing the image over here. So here I'll say that image source is disp bulb. So depending on the condition, it will automatically retrieve the image. Okay, here we are done. So here what is happening, depending on the condition, the image will change. But now we have to tell it also that on clicking the button, you have to do this thing. So for that, here I'll say that this dot switch, that whenever I click on my button, then switch function should be called. So for that, I have written this dot switch. Here we'll call the React DOM dot render. Okay, and inside this, I'll say that grab this bulb component and display it over the HTML page whose ID is content. So here we are done. So save this, go back to the HTML file and tell it that our JSX file is now eventscript.jsx. So just save this now and run it. Now you can see we have a bulb along with a button. Now clicking on this will turn this on, and again if we click, it will again turn off. So this is how the events are created in React. So now I hope that you can create your own events. So let's take up our next topic, that is refs. Ref stands for the references. Now in React, a parent component can interact with its child components only through props. So if you want to modify the child, you need to re-render it with the new props. This is the typical data flow. So in case you want to modify the child without following the typical flow, what you need to do is make the child an instance of the React component or the DOM element. In such cases only you can use a reference. Now the ref attribute makes it possible to store a reference to a particular React element or a component returned by its component's render function. Now this can be valuable when you need to reference it from within another component render function. As you can see here, one of my render function is returning one reference, which is then used by another component's render function. So let's now see how this works practically. So here I'll go back to my code. Here what I'll do, I'll create one more script file because I don't want to confuse you guys with all these stuff. So here I'll create one more file and I'll just name it as ref script .jsx. Okay. So what I'll do here, I'll create one variable. Let me name it as ref component. And again, I have to create one class. For this, I'll call react.create class. Okay, so inside this, I'll be putting my functions. So here, first of all, I have to create one render function. So this render function will always return me something. Okay, so here let me create one division first. So what here I'll do, I'll create one input text box along with a button. So inside this text box, you have to type your name, which I'll take and display it back to the web page. So how we can do it with help of reference, we'll see. So first, let me say that I'll use one h2 tag here, and I'll say the name. So here inside this, I'll create one input element. Okay, so its type will be text only, and next I'll create one button for this. Let me say click. That's it. And here, whenever we click this button, something will happen. That is, it should retrieve the name from this input box and then display it. For that, I'll say that on click, it will do something. So for now, we are done with this. So how the references are created now? So here, whatever we get as input, I want this to refer by this method. So for that, I need to create one ref here. So here I'll say that we have a ref, and in this we have to take the input. So from here we'll grab the input. Whatever the value the user is passing, it will take that input and it will be then referred by the function which will be called on click. So here I'll just name this reference as, let me name it as input demo. So let's say this dot input demo. Okay, and it will be referred by the input like this. Okay, so now let me say that, okay, let me put one break function over here so that this input text box and the button should appear in different lines. Okay, so here we are done with the render function. Now what we want to do is we will call one function over here that whenever this is clicked, it should retrieve the value from this thing. So for that, I'll create one function. Let me say display function. So what this function will do, whatever the user gives as input, it will take the name and it will display it over the HTML page. So for that, I need to create one more. Let me say I have h1 tag over here, and I'll say hi to whatever the name is. So here I want to display my user's name. So for that, I'll create one span over here, and I will provide one ID to this. So I'll just say disp name. Okay. So now what my display function will do, it will take this input value and it will display it on this area. So for that, let me create one variable and say it name. So here now this function can refer to my reference. So to refer this, we'll say this dot whatever our reference name is, that is input demo. I'll just copy this and paste it here, and then I'll say that receive its value. So here we are done. So one thing here which we need to do is we have to display this name. Whatever the value is in name, we have to display it over here. So for that, what we need to do is, as you know, to display it on the web page, we have to use the inner HTML, and for that we have to get the span by its ID. So get element by ID, and the ID name is disp name, and then we'll say dot inner HTML, and here we want to display the name. Okay, so this thing is done here. Now again, since we need to tell React that you have to render this ref component over the content area, so here call the React DOM dot render. Inside this you have to call ref component, and again get the division by its ID. So document dot get element by ID, where the ID is content. Okay, so here we are done. Just save this file. Okay, no, here we are still left with this thing. We have to tell that on clicking you have to call the display function. On each button click, this display function should be called. So now we are done. So I'll just save this, and I'll go back to the HTML and I'll tell that our JSX file has again changed, and now it's like ref script. So save this and run this. So here you can see that I have name and I have one button and then it says hi. So as soon as I put my name over here and just click it, it will say hi Swati. So this is how the references are used. But one thing you should remember is references should be used in the dire need only. So references can be used when you are trying to manage the focus or text selection or media playback. Then it can be used while triggering the imperative animations. And moreover, when we are integrating with the third-party DOM libraries, then also we can use the refs. So I hope now the refs concept is clear to you. So let's take up our next topic, that is keys. Well, keys are the elements which helps React to identify different components uniquely. They are especially helpful when we are working with dynamically created components. Assigning the key value will help you identify the components uniquely even after they have changed. As you can see from this diagram, here we have two components with different key values. One with key 101 and one with key 102. Now these are rendered for the first time. So the React will render them without any problem. But next time when we try to render them, here the component 1's key value is same whereas component 2's key value has changed. So now the React will render only the second component, not the first one, as the first component's key is same. So here the React will think that as the key haven't changed, so the element is same, so no need to render this one, and it will go ahead and render the second component. So this is how the key works in React. Now finally we come to our last topic, that is router. In React, router is a powerful routing library that is built on the top of React framework. Using the router, we can quickly add new screens and flows to the application. It keeps the entire URL in sync with the data that is being displayed in the web page. Moreover, it provides us some of the major advantages, like it can easily understand different views of the application. It can restore any state and view of the application just by using a simple URL. Along with this, it can efficiently handle the nested views and resolution. With React Router, the state of the components can be easily restored by the user himself just by navigating backward or forward. Moreover, by the router, we can maintain a standardized structure and behavior of the application. Also, it can do implicit CSS transitions while navigating only. So here we are done with our router also. I hope now you understand about React.js thoroughly. What it is, how it is implemented, and what all things we can do with it you know now. So I think you guys are ready to create one application with React.js. Thus without any more delay, let's now find out the code behind our Facebook comment application which I used in the beginning. So if you guys remember, I showed the demo of this application. So now we'll see what are the codes which are working behind this application. Okay guys, so here we are with our code. So to save time, I have already created the HTML, the PHP and the CSS files which all I am going to use in my application. And moreover, I have already downloaded the pictures also so that I can display the profile pictures if you remember from that application. Okay, so this is our HTML file. I have included the dependencies here and I have told that I have one script.jsx since I'll be naming my JSX file as script only. And here I have added the CSS style sheet as well. So now next step what we have to do is create the JSX file. So without any delay, let's get started with it. So inside this, as we were doing earlier, we'll create one script.jsx. Okay, so now inside this file, I'll be creating some components along with their functions, and these all components will be doing some or the other work. So here first we'll start off by creating the base. Means first we'll create one wall in which all our comments will be posted. For that I'll create one component named wall form, and then inside this I'll be putting some functions like get initial state, means to set different states. I'll be setting different states inside this, and then finally I'll use one render function which will be displaying one text area. So without any delay, let's quickly start. Okay, so here we are done with our first component. Now let's move on and create another component, and let me just name it as var comment form. So now what this comment is doing, that it will accept all the new comments and it will at the back end process them and integrate them with this wall. So for that again we'll set the initial state and then tell that how many phases it will go through, and then we'll put it to the render function. So let's quickly do that. Okay, so we are done with our second component as well. Now let's move on to our third component, that is where, let me say, comment grid. Okay, so now this component will be taking the comments and then it will link them to a particular user. I have specified 4 users in my PHP files. Now whichever the user will add the comment, it will take the comment and it will just integrate with it at the backend. So for that what we have to do is again create the class and put some initial state and then give a render function to it and just add some methods in order to integrate them. So let's proceed. So here as you can see, in this render function we'll provide one division in which we'll place our comments along with its related profile pic. So this is how we are integrating the comments along with the pic. So now we'll create one other component, and now let me name this as comment block. So now this comment will be displaying the comments along with its user in order they are inserted. Like in this, what we are doing, we are presenting one representation. This component will be taking in the comment and integrating it with its related profile pic. And then this block, what will do, it will display it back on the HTML page. So for that, let's see. So now we are done with our comment block. So since this component is done, after this we'll create one more component, and what this component will be doing is it will be responsible for updating our comment wall. Like whenever a comment is deleted or any comment is added, at that time this component will get activated. Since we are updating the wall on this, so let me just name it as wall update. Okay, so I hope you can understand what's going on. So let's just quickly create this component and see. Inside this component we will have some functions, and along with that we will have the render function which will keep on updating the HTML representation. Like whenever the comments are updated, that is added or deleted, at that time it will assign the particular profile pic and link it with the component and then display it. So let's see how it's doing. Okay, so here we are done with our wall updates, and then okay, so here we'll create one more component, that is wall feed. And now this component will be responsible for maintaining all the comments on the wall. So whether we are adding the comment or we are deleting it from there, this component will render accordingly. So let's just get on it. Okay, so finally we'll create one final component. So this will be the component which will be triggering the render function. From this component, rest all the components will be triggered. So basically this is the component which will be responsible for our view. So let's get started with this one. Okay, so this is our final and main component. So here we'll tell React that first you have to render this wall container. Then this wall container will call the wall feed. Okay, so this is our wall feed component. Now this wall feed will in return then it will call wall form and wall updates. Like this internally one component will call another component and this will build up our whole view. So let's just quickly render this wall container. So for this we have to call the React DOM dot render, and now inside this we'll tell that you need to render the wall container and you have to put it in the place of container. So here we'll see document dot get element by id, and let me just cross check the id. So id is container, just copy this one and go back and paste. Finally, we are done with our whole of the React.js code. So there is no errors are there, I hope. Yeah, okay. So here I'm on my browser. So what I'll do, I'll just say localhost, okay, localhost 8081, and my application is React.js. So okay, so you can see that my application is up and running. So let's just test it out whether it's working or not. So I'll say hi. Yeah, it's accepting the comments. I can delete my comment and let me try replying. So I'll say hello. So as you can see, our application is perfectly working. So I hope I was able to make it clear how it's working, how the codes are working. So now I'll conclude this tutorial here.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Node.js tutorial from Edureka. I'm Ravi Veliath and I'm your trainer for today. Let's check out the agenda for today. So if we see the agenda, we would see that what Node.js is. We'll see the Node.js architecture. We would see what Node.js package manager, that is NPM, is, Node.js modules, what is a package JSON file. Then we'd go more into Node.js basics, which is any language basics that is there. We will also move into the file systems. There is an FS module in Node.js that would enable us to read file and write files on our server. And then there is an events module in Node.js. There is also something called HTTP module, and there is also something called Express that we would be going for, which is a Node.js framework. So at the end, we would be going through the entire code and we'd be going through a small demo as well, which would be something of a mix of all the Node.js concepts that we go forward to. So let's go ahead and see what Node.js is actually. So if we speak about Node.js, it's a powerful JavaScript framework, or I might say it's a runtime where you can run JavaScript on the console. It is developed on Chrome's V8 engine. So if anyone doesn't know what a V8 engine is, let me just tell you what it is. So if I check out the v8.dev, the official website of Chrome's V8 engine, you would see that it is an open source high performance JavaScript and WebAssembly engine written in C++. And more or less, this is the engine that runs on the Chrome browser. So you would see that whatever your Chrome browser understands, it would be the same thing that Node.js also understands. So the creator of Node.js thought that, okay, this is an open source JavaScript engine. Why not implement that in a platform which enables you to run JavaScript on the server? So this is the reason why Node.js understands JavaScript. So that is one thing that we would like to also keep in mind. So it's something that runs on Chrome's V8 engine, and it compiles JavaScript natively into the machine code. That is all because of Chrome's V8 compiler that we have. And it is basically used for creating server-side web applications and also network applications actually. So mainly Node.js is used for. And basically, if it is a data-intensive application, Node.js is something that is specifically made for that. Let's see how that happens basically. If we talk about the features of Node.js, it is open source. It is simple and fast. It is asynchronous, highly scalable. You would face no problems in scaling your Node.js application. It basically works on something called a microservice architecture as well, and it facilitates that microservice architecture really well. It is a single-threaded model, which means it is not resource intensive, and yet it is fast, yet it allows things to be done in parallel. We'll see how that is done. And then there is no buffering. Basically, there is no waiting as far as Node.js is concerned. And that is because of a concept in JavaScript, which is called event loop. We'll see more about that as well. And it works on so many platforms. So that is some brief of the feature. Let's see Node.js architecture. And before going into the architecture of Node.js, we would also like to see the traditional architecture. So traditional architecture, if we speak about traditional server architecture, is basically where every client request is managed by separate threads. So there is a multi-threaded model going on. In normal server architectures like Java, for example, it's a multi-threaded application or a multi-threaded setup altogether. So where your web application runs on multiple threads and various client requests are processed parallelly. Now, there is nothing to take away from this model because it is really good and it has been working throughout years when Java is, at this point of time, Java is actually one of the best languages and secure languages to be programmed in. However, this is resource intensive because you can see that there are so many threads going on in parallel, which means your server or your machine should be something which is capable of running these many threads. However, if you talk about Node.js, it only runs on single thread and still it processes requests in parallel. So one thing that I would also like to clarify here is in the background, or maybe under the hood if you may say, Node.js doesn't process any request in parallel, but it goes through an event loop where once the request comes, it goes into the process and Node.js doesn't wait for the output of the request to come in while it takes in the next request. So as and when the first request, for example, gets the output, it would just respond for the output or with the output to the respective client basically. So, in the background or under the hood, it is basically running only one thread, which is not resource intensive, and it is at the same time processing requests from so many clients. And it provides a virtual feel that everything is running in parallel, but everything is not. So that is all because of event loop that is going on. So that is basically the architecture. And then we talk about something very important as far as Node.js is concerned, which is called Node Package Manager. Now, it is called NPM in short, and it was primarily known as Node Package Manager. But nowadays it is not known as Node Package Manager because it is doing so many things than package management. It's doing so many other things as well. We'll see what it is. So if we talk about the official definition, it's a package manager for Node.js packages or modules, which has been added as a default installation from Node.js version 6 or 0.6 onwards, and then it's stuck. It is already there in any installation that you do in Node.js. If you are a Java programmer, you can relate this with Maven. And if you're a PHP programmer, you can relate it with Composer. So it is the same mechanism where NPM has a repository of so many libraries, and then the repository serves whatever the package you need for your project. And if we talk about the features, it provides and hosts online repositories for Node.js, which can easily be downloaded in our project using a command line. So it provides a command line utility as well, and it also allows you to manage the repositories or the versions of libraries that your project may use. So we'll see what are the versions and what are the libraries that we are talking about. So the libraries that I'm talking about, when I say libraries, it is just Node.js modules. So Node.js modules, or if we talk about the module system, there are core modules, there are local modules, and then there are third-party modules. So core modules are the ones that are actually available in the default installation of Node.js. You don't have to program anything, you don't have to install anything else, just Node.js to get the core modules working. Few of them are listed in here like HTTP, URL, query string. We'll be using them, and there are some others as well which we'll be using today. And then local modules. It is something that a programmer builds. It could be a function, it could be an object, it could be anything. The programmer builds and the programmer exports, so that other team members or other programmers can import that module and use them. So it's something that a programmer would build. It's like a custom module. And then third-party module. This would be installed through the NPM repository. So if we speak about NPM in this particular case, let me just also open up the NPM website. So it is basically npmjs.com. And you can see that it has so many repositories. There are so many companies that it is serving and all. There are so many repositories available as well. Let's just search a few repositories in this particular case. I'll search one of them. If we talk about React, you might have heard of React. React is one of the repositories that is available in NPM. You might have heard of Angular. That is also one of the libraries that is available in the NPM repository. You might have heard of jQuery. You might have heard of Bootstrap. These are like naming just a few of them. There are so many repositories that are available. Even Express that we are going to use is one of the libraries that is available in this particular repository of NPM. So you can see here that Express is one of the libraries that is to be used. So we'll be installing Express and see. By the way, this is the way you install any third-party library from the NPM repository. All right. So that is the third-party module, and you would be using npm install or npm-i to be in short to install this particular repository. Now let us see the package.json file. Package.json file in Node.js is the heart of the entire application. It is basically the manifest file that contains the metadata of the project. Now at this point of time, let me just create a Node.js project and see what this package.json file looks like, and then we'll analyze what this file actually is. So let me just create a folder here, Edureka, and in this folder, I'm willing to initialize a Node.js project. So let's say I'll call it Node.js demo, or maybe I'll call it task manager, even better. We'll try to create some of the task manager functionalities in here, and it'll be an API that will be creating or a web service that will be creating. We'll see what it is. So in this task manager, I'm going to initialize a Node.js project. And in order to initialize a Node.js project, you need to have Node.js installed in your computer, which means you have to go to the nodejs.org website and you can download this LTS version. This is a current release, which is basically experimental. It'll have all the latest features, but it is prone to be erroneous at some time. So, generally for development, you don't use this one, but you use this one. But say if you want to check out the new features, you can also install the current release, but we'll always go with the LTS. And I already have this installed. Clicking on this will allow you to download the MSI file, that is the setup file, and then you can just double click on that setup and just install it on Windows. And in Mac as well, the setup is really simple. And in Linux as well, probably it'll give you a deb file, for example, if you're going for Ubuntu. So the setup of Node.js would be really straightforward, but after the setup is done, what you have to do is you have to just check whether Node.js is installed in your computer or not, and you'd be checking it this way, node-v. That'll give you the version of Node.js, and you can see that I already have it installed and I have the version 10.15.3, that is the LTS. And then I'd also check npm. If you recall, we saw that npm is something that comes in inherently with Node.js altogether. So we'll be going for npm-v. That will give you the npm version. So we're all set and we're all ready to go. So let's go for creating or initializing a Node.js project. It is something like this, npm init dot, which means current directory. So if we just hit enter, I think dot is something that is not to be done, right? So this would ask you certain questions like, what is the package name? Let's say I want the same package name as Task Manager. I want the version to be 1, okay? The description, let's say this is a Task Manager project, all right? Entry point would not be significant at this point of time, so we'll just keep it as it is. No test command as of now. No Git repositories. I'm not going to even commit that to a Git repository, and no keywords as well. Author, I can say Edureka. And license, no meaning as of now for a license because we are not going to make it public or anything. So it tells us that is it okay, and also it tells you that it's about to write to this particular file, package.json, inside our Task Manager folder. So which means after I say yes, there is a possibility of this being written into a file called package.json inside my project. So let's go for hitting enter. Let's say yes. And if I now check out my folder, you'll see that the package.json file is in. Let's just open this up in our editor. You see that here is the package.json available with every information that we provided. Now, this is a very basic package.json. There'll be so many things inside a package.json file. And a normal or a real world package.json might look something like this, where there are so many things like the name of the project is there. Then there is something called version as well, description of the project, what is the starting point of the project, which is your main script to run first. There are certain scripts. We saw that we didn't provide any test command, and then there are certain engines. What all tools do you use to run this project? Who is the author? What is the license? There are certain third-party modules that we would like to have. You can see in this particular example that there is Express that is there as a third-party module which we'll be using. And then there is dev dependencies. Like when you go into a development environment, like for example, our computer, there will be certain dependencies that will be there, and that will be listed inside the dev dependency. Then there is repository related information, which we didn't provide actually. If you want to see what are the bugs and all, there has to be a separate URL and the homepage. So that is your package.json file, which got created, by the way, when we initialized the Node.js project. And you can also manually create it, but it's better that we go for npm init as a process. So now let's go for Node.js basics. So if we talk about basics, it's like any language basics. And the main thing that we need to check out as a basic is the data types. So there are certain primitive data types, there are certain abstract data types like non-primitive data types. So primitive data types are string, number, boolean, null, and undefined. Abstract data types are object, array, and date, to name a few, by the way. There are so many others, but these are to name a few. So say for example, if I create an application, let's just create a string as a variable, and let's see how that works. So let me just create an app.js file, and in this I'll create a variable, and I'll be very specific. I'll say first name, and I'll say first name to be Edureka. So this is a variable that we declared. And if I want to show this variable in my console, I'll just do console.log first name. So when I do this, the main perception is basically if I want to run this app.js, I might have to create an HTML file where I might have to include this app as a script file, and then I might have to execute the HTML file and open the console to see this particular output. But if you have installed Node.js on your computer, which we have, you'd actually be able to run this particular app.js really easily. Let's run this one. For that, I would have to go into my project. Let me just clear the screen and run this one. And really simple to run a Node.js application. It's simply node and the file name, that is app.js. And you can see that it displays the first name in my console. So whatever I do as console.log gets displayed in my terminal. That is something that I would like to keep in mind. And remember, this is a string that we have created, but there's no concept of a strict data type. So basically the first name can also be something like this. So first name can be reassigned to, let's say, a number, and that will not be a problem for JavaScript. That is the core nature of JavaScript. It's not strictly typed. So that is something that I would also like you to keep in mind. So there are so many data types that are available, which we have created a string, and then there are so many others. This is how you create a variable that we already saw. And then there are operators. Now, as I said, like there is something that is already similar to all the other programming languages variables are one of them, operators as well. However, there is one operator that is pretty unique, and that is the triple equal to sign. So say for example, if I go for something like this, var, let's say age 1 is equal to 30 and var age 2 is equal to 30, and then let's say var result is equal to age 1 double equal to age 2. Now I'm using this double equal to similar to any other binary operator, like I might go for plus, and similarly I'm going for double equal to. Now this is because this is a comparison operator. This would return either true or false, and this would get stored inside the result variable. So this time I know that you might have guessed it, it would be returning us true. And if I do the result, if I go for console log of result, and if I execute this app.js, you see that it returns as true. Now if I go for a string, all right, and when I declared a variable in the previous example, we saw that there is no strict data type. So this would not actually check for the data type. This will just check the value. And though it may seem that it should give us false, this would give us true. And the fact is, like, JavaScript doesn't care about data types. So if, say for example, you want to also compare the data types along with the value, instead of double equal to, use triple equal to. And that way, this would give us false. There is so much going on inside, or in this particular two examples that we have. But for now, you can remember that double equal to doesn't compare the data types, while triple equal to also checks the data types. But then again, there is so much going on under the hood, which it's not in the scope of this particular session. But just keep this in mind. There's a unique operator that is available for JavaScript specifically. And then there are certain other languages that might have these operator, but JavaScript is the one that came up with this. All right, so this is one thing. And by this time, you might have got an idea on how we run an application or how we run a file in Node.js. So this is one other thing that I would also like to mention, where functions are created. Say for example, if I have a function to create, let's say function say hello, and I pass in name inside it, and I return, let's say hello plus name. Now plus here is a concatenation operator, and that will return us a name or a hello message with the name, whatever we have passed in. So I can do this like console.log say hello, and let's say hello to Ravi. All right. So if I run this particular file, it'll give me whatever output we expect, which is fine. Now, one thing I would also like to tell you is, in JavaScript, there is a provision where you can create a function without a name, an anonymous function, which is also something that JavaScript came up with, a function with no name. And if this is the case, then how would you call the function? So for that, you can do something like this, var say hello is equal to a function, something like this. And then the rest of the thing remains the same. Function gets called as normal. What we have done is we have created a variable, and inside this variable, we have assigned a function rather than a value. So, and then we are calling the variable as a function. So again, if I run this particular code, the output would be the same. Just keep in mind that function here can be anonymous in JavaScript. All right. And then objects. Now object, there are two ways you can create objects. One is through object literals like var, let's say student is equal to a constant object, which has, let's say, name Ravi and email ravi@gmail.com, for example, right? And then we can do something like this, console.log student.name, right? And then student.email and so on. And that would display whatever the name is, basically. So an object.property can be done. And then there is a constructor pattern as well available, but it's okay if we don't go for that. But then there is another pattern which uses object constructor to create an object. Now going into Node.js core modules. One of the modules is file system, that is the FS module. FS module, if you want to include, or any module, if you want to include, you go for this syntax. A variable is equal to require and the module name. And this would be something like this. For example, var fs is equal to require fs. Now for this FS module, you don't have to install anything else, but Node.js has to be there, and which is there. And FS module would be available. It's a core module in Node.js. So let's say, for example, if I have a file called hello.txt and it has some data, all right. And if I want to read this file, I'd be able to do this like fs.read file, and it asks me the path of the particular file. So let's just give the path basically. I can try with a relative path first. So it'll be basically hello.txt. Let's see what it gets. And the second argument that we need to pass is the callback function. So Node.js or any JavaScript platform would work more on the basis of callback function. That's how it creates the virtualization of so many things working at the same time. All right, so I would go for a callback function, and this function, anonymous function, would go for two arguments. One is error and one is data. Let's see, if there is no error, then we'd go for logging the data inside the console. Let's see what data we get. All right, so if I run this file now, hopefully I should get the contents of hello.txt file. Let's see. Here, I don't get the content, but I get something called a buffer. That buffer is basically some container that contains raw data. Out of this buffer, I can get the string basically. So let's say if we go for buffer.toString, which is a function which will convert the data to a string. So now it'll give me whatever the content hello world has. And similarly, if I, for example, have to write something inside a file, let's say if I want to write something inside a file and then once the file is written, I would like to read out the file, we do something like this. fs.writefile, and writefile would again go for the path, and I would be going for the data as well. And the data is something like this. And once I go for the data could be any data type, by the way, could be Boolean, could be object, could be any data type. And then I go for a callback function. Now the callback function would have something, only one argument here, which is error. If there is no error, like if no error, then I would like to read the file, right? So then I can go for fs.read file. So I can just take this whole thing and I can put it in here. So what I have done is I have written something into the file, and if there is no error after writing whatever I have written, I would be trying to read that file. And in here, if there is no error, I would like to display the content. So hopefully this should give me how are you, or maybe let's see whether it overrides, whether it appends. Let's see what happens. If I check out this, you can see it gives me how are you. And if I go into hello.txt, you can see that it has overwritten the particular content that was there before. So this is an FS module demo. This is how you'd be reading and writing files. I might like to also try and read and write JSON in some JSON file. That might actually give me a feel of an API that has been created. Let's see how that goes. And then there is something called events. But before going for events, I would like to create a server first. So let's just create a server. And the events are basically something that we would be working with, where we would be emitting certain events and then we'll be listening to those events. Let's see how that whole mechanism works and how the event handlers would work and all. But before events, I would like to go into creating the server through the HTTP module, because server is also a network application, which is something that Node.js would enable us to create. So we'll create a server through the HTTP modules and then I'll come back to the events. Let's see how that goes. All right. So let's just get rid of this FS related code, and I'll again go for the FS code in some time. I would also get rid of the hello.txt. I don't need this. Right? And then what I'll do is I'll create a server in here. So for the server, I'll go for var HTTP is equal to require HTTP. And then there is something which is really simple to create a server in Node.js. As opposed to all the other languages, the server is something that a programmer would create. So say, for example, if you compare Node.js with JSP or Java, there is Tomcat Apache web server that is already available. If you compare Node.js with .NET, there is IIS server that is already available. If we talk about PHP, there is Apache server that is already there, compiled and available. In Node.js, there is no server. So the concept of Node.js being a server, it's something that is not true. In Node.js, it is just a runtime which enables us to run JavaScript on your machine so that you can create a server if you want to. And creating a server, it's not a big deal in Node.js. This is how you create a server. http.createServer. That's it. And I'd save it in a variable called server. And my server would listen to the port number 3000. The server.listen 3000. All right. So this is what your server would listen to. And if you want, you can also provide the host name here, which is by default localhost. But if you want explicitly, you can provide localhost as the host name. So your server would be listening to localhost and 3000. And after it, starts listening, I would also like to provide a message. And again, the callback function or an anonymous function would come into the picture. So function console log will go for server started on port 3000, right? Okay. So what have we done? We have simply created a server by HTTP create server, and we are listening on port number 3000. So that is what it is. And then at the end, we are displaying some message on the console. So let's see. One thing that you would notice is in the other programs, the application actually ended. Like once you are done with the whole program, you see that you get the command prompt back. But in this case, when we are listening, the server is constantly listening to the port number 3000. So the application would not end in this particular case. You may have to end the application forcefully by hitting Control C. So let's see. Now, if I run it, you see that server started on port number 3000 and the application is not ending. All right. So if I go for, say, localhost port number 3000, there'll be something that might happen. You see here that the request is sent to the server. The server is not responding because we have not programmed our server to respond with something. So here the server is not responding while the server is running. All right. So if I stop my server, you would see it would tell you that the site can't be reached. So basically what that meant was previously the server was running. So if I, for example, run the server, this would again, let me just open up localhost 3000. This would again start to load, but the message that the site can't be reached won't come because the server is still there. The site is reached, but the server is not responding to us. So let's program our server so that it responds to us, in which you go for a callback function inside your create server method. And this callback function has two things, request and response, two arguments. And if I want to send a response in this particular case, you go for response.end, all right? And if I, let's say, server works, that's the message that I want to send. All right. So what this would do is this would send a message to your browser saying server works. So let's just take that message. So for that, because I have changed something in my app.js, I might have to stop this and I might have to restart my server. So server listening on port 3000. And if I now refresh, you'd see that it gives me the message server works. So this is pretty cool. We have created a server in like almost 3 statements, right? So that is something on how you create a server. But generally what people do is people use this functionality of creating a server along with Express and then create a server through Express, the framework that we were talking about. So we will see how to create a server through Express. But before that, let's move back to the events and let's see how events would work in this particular case. Now, when you talk about events, there are 2 methods that you would be generally going for. One is called emit and one is called on. So remember these 2 methods, emit and on. Let's see how we can make it work and what are events basically, or how an evented system would work. So in that case, we again use a core module, which is called events. So var events is equal to require events. Again, a Node.js core module. We don't have to do anything to include this one. And in this particular case, we'd also create an event emitter. So var event emitter is equal to events dot event emitter, and it should be a new event emitter actually, right? Now, if we go for the presentation, you would see that they have also emphasized on 2 things, that is on and emit. So we will see what these things are. All right. So now in this particular case, let's go for something called event.on. Now event.on, or not event.on actually, event emitter.on. Now this function, it's basically an event listener. Now whenever an event occurs, this function would listen to that particular event. All right. So this would listen to the event, and event.on, we would have the name of the event, and let's see what we can do as a function. There's a callback function that is also something that is involved in here. So we will see event emitter where it'll go for event.on and something inside as arguments. But as of now, I'll just keep it this way, and I'll simply go for something on the emit side of things. I would like to emit an event, and let's see how that goes. All right. So in this particular case, what I would do is whenever there is some request on the server, I would like to emit an event, and then I would like to listen to the event and log something on the console. All right. So let's see. In this particular case, I'll go for event emitter.emit, and I can name the event anything. The event that I'm trying to, emit is basically someone has requested to the server. So what I would say is on request, maybe just someone. I can name it anything. That's why I'm naming it a very bizarre name. So someone requested, that is an event name. And if I want, I can pass in some data as well. But as of now, I'll just keep it this way. I'll just emit someone requested. And when I would like to do something when someone requested, so I would go for event emitter.on, someone requested, and function. That is a callback function. Let's just go for console.log, and I'll just say a request has been done on the server. Something like this on the console. All right. So this is an event emitter, and basically on is an event listener. All right. So we are triggering an event, or maybe I can call event trigger. That'll be a better name. So this is an event trigger, and this is an event listener. So event emitter.emit is an event trigger, and event emitter.on is an event listener. So whenever this would be triggered, this event would be executed, and this function would be executed. So let's see. So if I now rerun my server, because I have changed something in my Node.js app, I'd have to rerun this. It says server started on port 3000. I will just refresh, and it'll give me server works. That is fine. But if I check out on the console, you'll see that a request has been done. If I refresh again, you'll see that a request has been done. And then there are two requests. That is because one is checking whether the method get is available on the server or not, and the other request is basically executed with the method get actually. So there are two requests, but we don't need to go into detail in that particular case. However, one thing is for sure, that whenever the event emitter is triggered, we can execute the on method and we can listen to that particular event. All right. And if, say, for example, I want to pass in some data, let's say test, right? And this data can be taken into the function, the anonymous function, as an argument, and I can just display that, for example, data. That should display test to me. So whatever you pass in, could be a string, could be a boolean, an object, anything, could be taken into the function as an argument. You can name it anything, and you can display that particular argument as well inside the console. Let's rerun our program, and let's refresh. The server is requested, and you can see request has been done on the server, and test. This particular data is also being displayed. So that is the event emitter. You can emit events and you can listen to events. Whenever the event would be emitted, the listening would happen. All right. So this way, our Node.js server becomes an evented server. And this is really good if we want to create a chat application or any real-time application. Event handling would actually help us create a good real-time application. So that is where this would basically come into the picture. So, you can check out Socket.io. There is a library called Socket.io, which helps you to create a chat server. This would heavily use event emitter on and emit methods. All right. So this is the one. Now we have created the server using the HTTP module. And if we talk about the server, you can always see that the client would be either a web browser, a mobile browser, or an application that might request to your web server. And the web server would contain your server file, that is the app.js that we created, plus some application logic as well if we want. And the logic might be taking data from the data layer or any external system, and it might be serving the request back to the client. So basically this data would be taken into the business layer and to the web server, and the web server would respond, like response.end sort of a thing would happen in this particular case. So this is how the request and response cycle would go on. And then we see here that it's creating a web server using Node.js. You can pause this particular portion and you can also try out this whole thing. I think you would know how a server is created. You already know that. And then there are certain other things that are listed in here, which you can try. Now we'd go for a third-party module or a third-party package, you may say, or even we can call it a library. It is called Express.js. And Express.js, it is a Node.js framework, which is basically facilitating the management of data flow and routing as well. It is very lightweight. And nowadays, if you create a Node application for an API or a web server, Express.js is something that you would definitely have. So it's like basically the part of the language itself right now. It facilitates faster application development. It provides applications with template engines. Two of them are Jade, which is nowadays which is known as Pug, and EJS, two of the very popular ones, but then there are so many others. It helps, building single page applications, building multi-page applications as well. It helps you to connect with any database, MySQL, MongoDB, Redis, etc. The configuration is really simple. We'll see how you create a server in Express. It's really simple. And it also helps you to handle errors, or maybe it gives you a good facility to define error handling processes so that your maintainability of the application is something that would work. So let's just create a demo in Express and let's see how that goes. And as I said, I'd be using HTTP and Express together to create a server. That is an ideal way of doing it. So let's just get rid of everything and let's just start with the Express server. For that, I'd have to include Express. Var Express is equal to require Express. Now, when I do this and if I execute this, you might expect that this might work, but remember, Express is a third-party library. It's a third-party module. So in that case, you would have to install that particular module on your system. Obviously, if I run this, let's say if I try to run this, this will give me an error, cannot find the module Express. So let's install Express in here. In order to install Express, and remember the file structure that we have an app.js file, a package.json, there's nothing else in here. So let's just install Express. Let's say npm install Express. You can go for install the whole word or I as a short form, it's all fine. I'd install Express, and this would actually download Express from the npm repository and install it on your local machine. And you'll be able to also see where that Express exactly gets installed. So you can see that Express is installed, 48 packages installed, alright. And now you can see a change in the file structure. There was already package.json and app.js in my file system, while there is a folder called node modules created and package_lock.json also created. So node modules folder would actually have the library Express. And then there are so many other libraries that Express depends on, which are also imported and installed. So now if I execute this, this will not give me an error. However, we have not created a server. We have not listened to a port number. So we'd be doing that through Express. Let's do that. What we would do is Express and brackets, like we are calling Express as a function, and we'd be saving it in server, a variable called server. So this is how you create a server in Express. Pretty simple. And what we would do is server.listen 3000, and then the same drill, like 3000. I'd not specify localhost because I know that it is localhost. And at the end, a function that tells that the server is listening to 3000. So console log server listening to port 3000. All right. So the Express is required, like included. A server is created and the server is listening now. Let's just rerun the application. And because the server is listening, the application would not stop. It'll keep on listening. And let's go into our browser and let's refresh. Now this time around, when we refresh, you'd not get that whole loading thing, but instead you'd get an error. And it says that it cannot get /. This is actually not an error on the server side. The server is all okay. The thing is that we have not programmed our server in a way that it would address the GET request on the root path. This is our root path. There is no GET request addressed on the root path. That's what it says. So what we'll do is we'll address the GET request. Like we'll do something like this. We'll go for server.get. Well, actually, rather than naming it a server, because I would like to use this server identifier somewhere else in some time, I'll go for app. And I'll go for app.listen this time around. All right. So app, and this also tells you that you don't have to name it server. You can name it anything that you want. So this is my Express app, and app.get / and a function, request and response, the same request response function that we had, but it is now specifically for the root path. And in here, I can go for response dot, either I can go for end or I can go for send. And response.send, let's say, express works. I can also, let's say, have an h1 tag so that our browser displays it as a heading. That can be done. And now let's rerun the application, and hopefully the root path get request is addressed. So let's go for it. I'll stop this, rerun the application. By the way, there is a utility called NodeMon, which would help you to run your application automatically once there are some changes. But this time around, we'll just, rerun the application manually. So if I now refresh, you'll see that it gives you an H1 which says Express works. So which means this is all done. Your root path is addressed. Your root get request is done. But what I would like to do is, I would like to go for something called tasks. Okay. There is no route that is tasks that is defined yet. We're not programmed our application so that it addresses the get request on the tasks. In this get request, let me just go for the get request first. So app.get/tasks is what I want to have the server address, and function request and response. So now I can go for response.send. I can go for another H1 which says tasks work. If I now restart my server, and remember, to stop my server, I'm just pressing in Control-C. And if you're a Mac user, it's Command-C. That is stopping the server. And now if I refresh, you'll see that tasks work. Now this works. Now what we have done here is we have created two routes. One is app.get for the root, and one is app.get for the tasks. It could be app.post, it could be app.put, app.delete, app.patch. Anyone who is familiar with the REST API would be familiar with all these words. Your server can address any request: get, put, post, delete, patch, any request that you want to address. Here we are just going for get request. All right. So now what I would like to do in here is I would like to return something from a file. Like for example, I'd create something called db.json. It's a JSON file. And in this JSON file, I'd like to go for, let's say, a key called tasks. And tasks would be basically an array of tasks, which would be learn Node.js. Now in JavaScript, you can create an array with square brackets. Similarly, in JSON syntax, that'll work. Let's say learn JavaScript, learn Express. So these are the three tasks that I have. And what I would like to do is, from this JSON file, I would like to read these three tasks and I would like to return them as a response. So let's see what we do in this particular case. Let's see how that works. And that response has to be in this particular case, right? In this particular response.send, I'd like to read the file and then send the response. So we know that what we use for reading the files, which is the FS module. And also we know what we use to create a server as well. Here we have created a server by Express, but generally people always use a mix of Express and HTTP to create a server. Let's see how that happens. What I'll do is, first I'll go for HTTP. It's equal to require HTTP. And for this, we don't have to install anything. It's a core module. And I'd go for var server is equal to http.create server, right? And app is something that I'll be passing in as an argument. So my server is created, which has all the goodness of Express. So instead of app.listen, I'll go for server.listen. All right. Again, this will all stay the same. It'll listen to the port 3000 and then go for a message that the server is listening to port 3000 and so on and so forth. So what we have done is we have included Express, we have included HTTP, we have created an Express app, we have created a server with the create server method, and we have passed on the Express app as an argument, which means all these routes would be something that would be addressed. And then at the end, we are listening to port 3000. Now, this is the common way that people would use to create a server and an Express app together. All right. So now let's rerun our program. Let's see what happens. It gives me an error, and that is a typo. So let me just resolve that. Right. And now let me just rerun the program. Server, again, listening to port 3000. This would not probably give me anything. You can see that it is still loading because there's no response that I have programmed in here, which I would like to. But say, for example, if I go to my root path, it gives me Express works. So that is all working fine, which is cool actually, to be using Express and Node.js server together. All right, so now I'd like to read from the db.json. So obviously I would need var fs is equal to require fs. And in here, I'd go for fs.read file. I'd go for the path that is db.json, the relative path, and the callback, which has two things as far as read file is concerned. One is error and one is data. Let's go for console.log, or not even console.log. Let's just do a response.send. Once you have the data, you go for data.toString would be something that we'd be going for. Let's see what we get in this particular case. I would have to restart my server, and this works. And if I go for tasks, this gives me an object that has an array of tasks. So I would not like to have the whole object, but I just want the array of tasks to be there. So one would think that, okay, I can do something like this. Like, let's say var tasks is equal to data.toString.tasks. That is the object that we want to get. But the thing is, like, this toString would convert the whole data to a string, which would not have that property called task. So if I want to convert this string to a JSON, I'd like to do something like json.parse. It's one of the core JavaScript methods. This would then have the property called task. So json.parse data.toString, which we are passing in as an argument, and that will convert this string to a JSON, and then I'm going for tasks as a property. At the end, I can simply send in tasks. So that will give me the plain array that we require, all right? And specifically, if I want to send JSON, I'll just do response.json rather than going for response.send. So I'm being specific in here. So let's just stop this and start the app again and refresh. And now you see that you get the array. Now you might not get the same output that I'm getting as far as the color is concerned, because I have an extension which is running in my Chrome browser. That is a JSON reader or something like that. I had installed it years ago. So that is the thing. But the more important thing is you're getting the plain array from the file that we have. So in this case, we have used almost all the things that we have learned. We went for Express, we went for HTTP, combined. It was a server that was created, and then the FS module to read something from the file. This would probably be something that we would like to go for from a database. Like, we would like to get a database connectivity done and get all the data in and then read data from this particular case. But as of now, read file would be enough, and this might give you a good introduction to Node.js. So this is what it is. And further down, you can try out more routing and more database connectivity in Node.js. See how that goes for you.
Hi everyone, this is Ashish from Edureka, and today we are going to learn how to build a MinStack application from scratch. So before moving ahead, let us discuss the agenda for today's session. So we'll start with what is a Min application. Then we'll talk about MongoDB, Express, Angular 2 and Node.js. Basically, Min is an acronym for MongoDB, Express, Angular 2 and Node.js. So we'll be talking about all these four technologies. Then we'll talk about CRUD operation, and at last we'll start building our application, which is contact list Min app. So let us start with very first topic of today's session, which is what is a Min application. MinStack refers to a collection of JavaScript based technologies used to develop web application. So from client to server to database, everything will be based on JavaScript. If you see the diagram, which shows a simple client server architecture that will be following in our Min application. If you see there, you will find Angular 2 that we'll be using for our client side development. Then we will be using Express, which is based on Node.js for our server-side development, and at last we'll be using MongoDB as our database. So this is the architecture that we'll be following. So let us talk about these four technologies, starting with MongoDB. So MongoDB is an open source schema-less NoSQL database system. So if you are working on MongoDB, you will be working on collections and documents. A collection is a group of documents, whereas document is a set of key value pairs. You can refer to a collection as that of a table in RDBMS system. So basically all the data that we'll be working on inside MongoDB will be in the form of key and values. MongoDB saves data in binary JSON format, which makes it easier to pass data between client and server. So next in our list is Express. So Express is a lightweight framework used to build web application based on Node.js. It provides you a set of robust features which you can use to build single page application as well as multi-page application. The idea of Express came from Sinatra, which is a very popular framework based on Ruby. So basically, Express provides you boilerplate by encapsulating the functionalities of Node.js so that the whole app building process becomes easier and fast. Now let us talk about Angular 2. Using Angular 2, you can make applications for your mobile as well as your desktop. Angular 2 is by far the most popular JavaScript framework available today. And with the introduction of TypeScript, Angular 2 is bringing a true object-oriented web development into mainstream. So we'll be using our interface through which our client will be interacting using Angular 2. So at last, let us talk about Node.js. So Node.js is a server-side JavaScript execution environment built on Google Chrome's V8 JavaScript engine. It follows an event-driven architecture where there is a single thread mechanism to process your events. An event can be clicking a button or filling a form in a website. So all these events are then sent back to your server for processing, and then the server, after the processing is done, generates the response. The processing of these events are done asynchronously. That is, if we have multiple events in our event queue, our Node server doesn't wait for a particular event to complete. So it can process or serve multiple requests at the same time. So this very whole event-driven architecture makes our Node.js server highly optimized and scalable. So I hope guys you have a clear overview of all the technologies that we'll be using in our MeanStack app. So now let us talk about CRUD operation. CRUD is an acronym that stands for create, read, update, and delete. So basically these 4 operations will be performed on our database. So we'll be using post method for inserting new data into our database. We'll be using get for retrieving data from our database. We'll be using put for modifying or updating any data that is there in our database. And at last, we'll be using delete method for deleting resources or deleting any data that is there in our database. So we will be implementing all of these 4 functionalities or operations using RESTful APIs. That we'll be learning while building our whole application. So guys, let us start with building our application. Before that, we need to install MongoDB and Node.js locally into our system. So let us go ahead and do that. So for installing Node.js, you need to visit this website called nodejs.org. Go to the download section. Then according to your operating system, choose the correct installer and download it. So I'm going to go ahead with Windows. So basically installing Node.js or MongoDB in your system is pretty easy. You just have to go through setup, click a bunch of next buttons and specify your location where you want to install it, or go with the default, and that's it. So my download is complete. I'm going to install it. I have already downloaded and installed Node.js in my system, so I'm not going to install it, but I'm going to show you the procedure or way to do it. It's pretty easy. And then we're going to install MongoDB. I think I have also installed MongoDB in my system, but I'll tell you how to do that. So specify your location here, then click on next, next, and then finally install. So once your installation is completed, click the finish button and open the Node.js command prompt. So basically we'll be using this command prompt, Node.js command prompt, to build our entire project. So let's check out the Node version. Then you can go ahead and check out the NPM version. NPM stands for Node Package Manager, which is there for managing your dependencies and their versions. So whatever dependencies you need to run your application or for your project, you're going to use NPM to manage that. Now let us install MongoDB into our system. So you go to mongodb.com, you click on download. Then again, as per your operating system, choose the correct installer. I'm going to go ahead with this very version and I'm going to download the MSI. It's a big file, 148 MB, so I have already downloaded it. So I'm not going to go ahead with the download. You have to run this setup. Click on next. I have MongoDB already installed in my system, so I'm going to remove it first. Then I can show you the installation. I could have done that with Node.js as well, but It's pretty same, like you just have to click bunch of next. You have to specify your path, and that's it. I have uninstalled it, then go next, agree, next. I want complete, install. You can go ahead with the custom options as well, where you can specify the location and other configurations. But I'm gonna go ahead with the default mode or the complete installation. And the MongoDB files will be installed in my program files. If you're using Windows, then you can go ahead and check out that. So I'm gonna show you that once the installation has been completed. Yeah, so click on finish. Your file will be installed by default in your program files. If you're using Windows, go to MongoDB server 3.4 bin. So this is where your all the files reside in your system. Now for running your MongoDB service, for example, whenever you are creating a mean app, you need to run the MongoDB service so that you can make connection to it and perform data operations. So for that, what you can do is go to docs in mongodb.com, because you will get the whole procedure or step-by-step process to do that. Go to MongoDB server, installation, MongoDB Community Edition, Windows. We have already completed this very step, that is install MongoDB Community Edition. Now we need to run this MongoDB service. So for that, we need to create two directories called as data and one subdirectory as DB. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll open command prompt. Okay, let me delete the data file because I had a MongoDB already installed in my system. So I'm going to delete it. So yeah, DB has been created. Now the next step is to tell MongoDB that this is the path where my database data or data for the database will be residing. I'm going to copy this command and I'm going to paste it here. I'm going to change my path, which is C and / data. That's it. So my connection has been started, my service has been started, and it's waiting for connections on port 27017, which is the default port for MongoDB to connect. If in case, like if you go ahead with this very step and it doesn't work out, then you have to execute the mongod.exe, which is the third step. You can do that as well. So we have MongoDB ready and node.js ready. So now we need to create our project. So I'm going to go ahead and start building my application. For that, I'm going to go to my project directory, which is in D drive. Yeah. So I'm going to make a folder where I'll be putting all my source codes, server side as well as my client side. So let's name it as the name of our application, which is contact list. Now I'm going to use npm init command to build my project as well as create package.json file, which will contain all my dependencies and their version. So you go ahead with npm init. It will ask you your project name, version, description of the project that you're building. Simple main application. Entry point is the file from where your server-side execution will start. So let's name it as app.js. You can go ahead with index.js as well. I always use app.js, so it's up to you to name whatever you want to name that file. You can do that. You can put your name as author. I'm going to put mine right now. So let's open this folder or project. Okay, I have already opened in my VS Code. So I'm going to use VS Code as an editor. You can use any editor of your choice. So this is your package.json file, which contains all the information regarding projects. We haven't installed any dependencies yet. That's why you're not seeing any dependencies or anything like that. we're gonna go ahead and do that. So for that, I'm gonna use the command npm install. So for installing any dependency or module, you use npm install command followed by the name of that particular module, which is express. Then you can use -- save flag. In that way, whatever dependencies or modules you are installing, it will be written to your package.json file. So I have installed my Express, and you can see over here in the dependencies section, we have Express of version 4.15.2 and over. So this is how you do things. So now if you want to share your project with your friend or colleague, so you don't need to send the entire project along with the dependencies. So you just need to send them the source code and this package.json file so that they can download the dependencies or install the dependencies and start working with your project. You can also install multiple dependencies or modules, or at the same time, what I mean to say is using a single command. Install, you go ahead with mongoose, and then we need cors, we need body parser. So mongoose is an object document mapper for using MongoDB, and body parser is used for parsing the incoming JSON data, and cors is for because we'll be having our server code running at port 3000, whereas our client-side code run on 4200, port 4200. So that's why we need to enable cors so that we don't get an error, which is not allowed by default. Now, as I told earlier, we have our entry point file called app.js from where our server-side execution will start. So we'll start server-side code by making that very file or creating that very file in the first place. So we'll go ahead and do that. App.js. Then what we'll do, we will import the modules or dependencies that we need to build our project or our server-side code. So importing modules. So first we need Express. We need mongoose. We need body parser. We need cors. And we need path. We haven't installed path because it's one of the core modules. So you don't need to install it separately. Now for making a Express application or using Express, we need to use Express method and assign it to some variable. So we'll assign it to app. Okay, now we need to define a port number. Now we need to bind our server with this port. So this is a callback. You can go ahead and I'm using arrow function. You can use function as well, the JavaScript function. After a successful connection, we want to say that server started at port, concatenate the port number. Now what we need to do is we need to add a route so that if we go to localhost 3000, then we need to specify our server what it needs to render for that home page route. We'll write testing server, because we're gonna later on create all our routes in a separate file called route.js or something like that, so that all our routes are in particular file and it's not in our app.js file. For creating route, you need to use get method. For example, like this is how I'm defining a route, and the route is for my home page, that's why I'm using slash. And the next argument is request response res.send. Now let's go ahead and run our server. For that, you need to execute node space your entry point file name. So our server has been started. Let's go ahead and check that. So we have a foo bar. So everything's running fine now. So remember I told you that I want all my routes to be in a particular folder. So I'm going to create a folder called routes. Or we can simply put it in a file because it's a simple application. So we'll do that. Or we can create a folder as well. Route.jl. Now we want to use this very particular folder. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna define this particular file with a variable. So const, I'm gonna use route where we need routes slash. Now we need to use it. So I want all my paths which is preceding with slash contact or slash API or slash ABCD to be forwarded to that very particular file. So for that, for example, I want it to be slash API. So all the routes with slash API slash ABC, let's say, will be directed to my route.js file, and where I have defined what to do with that particular route call. For example, I'm having slash API slash add contact for adding the contact. So whenever a client needs to add contact, it will make a call to this very API slash add contact. And I would be defining my logic for adding contact to my database over there in my route.js file beside that very particular route, that is slash API slash add contact. So that's how things work, guys. So we need to define route so that we can make call to it and we can perform our data operation. So for now, this is the reason that we are making the routes. So it's done. Now we need to add our middleware so that we can parse our data and we can use CORS. So let's go ahead and do that. Adding middleware. So we need CORS. We need body parser as well. So we want to parse our JSON data. Let's add routes. And we need to do one more thing. We want all our static files to be in a particular folder. So for that, I'm going to create a folder called public. And inside that, I'm going to create my file index.html, which will be rendered by our front-end application. So static files. Path.join Basically, I'm defining the path here. You can directly go and specify the path of this folder, public folder, or you can use __dir name, which will point to your current directory, and you want to join it with public. So guys, we are done here. Now let's create some route. So we need to bring Express. You can use const or var, whatever you want, but in general, we use const because the value of Express is not going to change. I mean, the value of variable Express is not going to change in our code. Same with router, we're going to use Express routers. Remember I told you that we'll be adding routes here, so whatever call I'm making to /API, which is there, let me show you, /API /contacts, it will be directed to this very particular .get method. Request response and next. Now this is my /contacts folder, so and I'm going to use this very route for retrieving the contact list. Okay, so every time you make changes to your server-side code, you need to restart your server. Or what you can do, you can go ahead and install nodemon, which will continuously watch your source code files for any changes. So whenever there is a change, it will restart your server on its own. So we're going to do that. Now you go ahead with nodemon command to start your server. So we are getting an error. So whenever you are creating a route, you need to export your router as well. So basically what it does, it goes to your package.json file, and where it finds the nodemon that our main entry point file is app.js, and finally it starts the server using this very particular file. So if you see over here, the same command that we used to execute for starting our server, node app.js, has been used by nodemon. Now if I go ahead with /API /contacts, see, we can have the data. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna connect to our database, and then here we're gonna write our logic for retrieving data from our database, and that's how we will send data to our client-side application, which will make a call to this very particular API and retrieve the list of contact. We need few more methods. For example, it's for retrieving data. We need a method to add data, add contact. For that, we'll be using post method. Then we need a method for deleting contact. pretty similar, the syntax or the signature of these methods. So how I'm gonna delete a particular contact is by referring to that very particular contact using its ID. So it's done. Now what we need to create schema for our contact that will be inserted into our database, and we need to make connection to our database. So we're gonna make a folder called models. Inside that we need a file contacts.js. So this very particular file will be having all our schema, our contact schema. So that is the reason I'm making this file. So we need to bring in Mongoose since we are going to make schema for MongoDB. So we need to bring Mongoose, through which we'll be talking to MongoDB, or through that we'll be using our MongoDB database. Contact schema, Mongoose schema. So this is a function, and I'm going to pass the schema that I'm going to use for my contact. So I'm going to go ahead with first name and last name. Type string. Require true. Then we need last name. Let's make it required also. You can make it false as well, but since it's a demo, so I'm going to go ahead with true. Last field will be for contact number or phone number. So let's keep it string only. Now we need to export this very schema. So it's done. Now what we need is we need to create connection, or we need to connect to our MongoDB. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. So we have Mongoose already here. So now for connection, we'll be using mongoose.connect function. So let's go ahead and do that. Connect to MongoDB. Mongoose.connect. Then we need to pass the URL along with port number through which we're gonna connect to our MongoDB. So it is MongoDB localhost 27017. So we're gonna go ahead with our default port. Now on successful connection, we need to display a message that the connection has been established successfully. on connection, we need to say mongoose dot connection dot on connected. Then we want to say that connected to database MongoDB at, yeah, that's it. Now in case of error, suppose we have an error while doing the connection or while establishing the connection. If error, we need to know that what is the error that we are having. Print some message as well. Error database connection. Yeah, we don't need this. So it's done. I think now we can check out if we have made the successful connection or not. Yeah. So we have been connected to our database at port 27017. Now what we need to do is create APIs for retrieving contacts or adding contact to our database or deleting contact from our database. So you're going to do that. So first we need to bring the schema, the contact schema that we have created in our contacts.js file. Now for retrieving contact, we're going to use find method or function. Then we're going to pass a callback. So this is one other way to define a callback or function the JavaScript way. Res.json contact. So after retrieving the contact, all the contact or the contact list will be saved in our contacts variable, which we are sending or responding back to our client in JSON format. Now we need our post. So first what we need to create a new contact which will be adding to our database. So I'm going to make an object new contact and it's equal to new contact. It will be of type contact. Name. I want my first name to be from my request body dot first name, then last name. So it will be last. Then we need phone number. That's it, guys. Now we want to insert this very new contact into our database. So for that, we're going to use a new contact dot save, and we need a callback. Let's go ahead with the arrow function. Error. If error, we need to send, or we want to send, message fail to add contact. Else contact added successfully. That's it, guys. Now for delete, what I'm trying to show you is that if you're inserting any data into your database, what our MongoDB does, it creates an ID for each document or each contact. So using that very particular ID, we're gonna refer to that particular contact which we want to delete, and we'll perform our delete operation. So that's how we want to do things. So from client side, we'll be receiving that very particular request for deleting a particular contact. Then using that very ID, we're gonna issue our delete command. So contact dot remove. Now, as I said, we need to retrieve the ID. This ID and then a callback. Error else that's it, guys. So our delete method has been added to our route file successfully. So we have 3 methods now. Later on, we will also add our update method. So it's done. We have no error or no issues. Now for checking our APIs, we're gonna use Postman, which is a Chrome extension which you can add to your web browser, Chrome browser, and go ahead and check your APIs. We wanna go with Postman, Chrome. Here you will get an option for adding it to your browser or to your Chrome. Now, first of all, we need to insert some data so that we can fetch it. So, go ahead with our post method. Then we want our header as content type to be JSON. Then we need to send raw data. So, first name, Bruce. Last name, Wayne. Then phone number. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead with string, but yeah, let's add some random number here. Now you have to enter the URL or the URL of the API that we're gonna make the call to, so that it can be directed to that particular post method. So we're gonna go ahead with localhost 3000 /API/contact. So contact added successfully. Let's add some more contact. Peter. Now let us retrieve the contacts that we have already added into our database. For that, we'll be using API/contact. So we have these 2 contacts. So that's what I was talking about. You can see over here, we haven't added any ID field while inserting our contact. So this is automatically generated by MongoDB, and this is what we are referring to in our a delete method. So what we're gonna do is copy this very particular ID. Now we're gonna issue a delete command. So now our method will fetch this very particular ID from our URL, and it will refer to that very particular document or that very particular contact and delete it. So the contact has been deleted. Now let's check that. We are having issues here. So we can see that our Peter Parker has been deleted. So this is how you can check your APIs. Now what we're going to do, we're going to make our client application, and where we will be making call to our APIs for performing various kind of data operations that we have defined in our server file or server-side code. So that's it, guys. Our server-side code is complete. Now we're going to go ahead with our client-side application using Angular 2, and we'll be creating view templates and all to show our contact list. We'll add buttons for delete, for adding contact and all that. Let's go ahead and do that. So for that, I'll be using Angular CLI or command line interface that we'll be using to build our entire client-side project. So go ahead and open a new instance of node.js CMD, then go to the project directory. So now we need to install Angular CLI. For that, you'll be using again npm install @angular/CLI. So basically, Angular CLI will help you to provide all the boilerplates or all the files which is necessary to run your client-side Angular application. It will also provide you the core node modules or core modules which we are going to use in our Angular app. Yeah, so npm install has completed and our Angular CLI has been installed. Now we're gonna go ahead with creating a Angular project. So for that, you will use ng-new and the folder name where your Angular app will be residing. So ng-new client. I'm gonna name it as client because it's a client-side application. So as I said, it will provide you boilerplates or all the files. So these are the files that will be created using your ng-new command. So you will have a basic component called as app.component, and you will have a basic module app.module where you will be specifying all the modules which you're going to use across the application as well as your components and services. Then we'll have index.html, which is the file that will be rendered in the first place to your web browser, so which we have specified in our public folder. Then we have package.json. There are other files as well. If you see over here, we have protractor for testing, and for linting we have tslint.json, and all the configuration for our Angular CLI is in angular-cli.json. So a couple others are there, so which is not required for now, like don't need to know all of that. So our project has been created successfully. Now let's go inside that very particular folder. Now what we need to create components. Okay, let me just give you a quick walkthrough. So inside our client folder we have source, then app. This is our component, our basic component called as app.component. So if you look at index.html file, which I told you it's gonna render in the first place. So here in body we have app-root. So this is a selector or tag which will load our app.component over there. So basically we will have app.component or app component class to be rendered in the first place. So here you can see we have app-root as selector. So for building an Angular 2 application, we use TypeScript as language, which is based on object-oriented features. So here you can see that it's a TypeScript class called as app component. Now we have something called as decorator @component decorator, which tells Angular that this very class is a component, and we have template URL over here, which specify the template for our component, which is over here, and then we have CSS for styling. So let's run this very particular application. So npm start is the command, or you can go ahead with ngserve. Now if you go ahead and 4200, we are having that very particular thing as AppWorks. So basically first our index.html file is rendered, which is calling our app root or app component. So if you check out the app.component template, so in this template we have what we call as interpolation or one-way data binding. So we are binding this value as AppWorks. So let's make it welcome to Edureka. It has been changed. So like for in case of server side application, while we were creating the Express app, we had to run server every time whenever there is a change, and for that we use node mod. Similarly, in our Angular side application, there's a difference is that we don't need to restart our application. It continuously watches for any changes that we make in our source code, and it re-renders or restart the whole application each time. So you can go ahead and check that. So if you see over here, then we had a change over here, so it recompiled it and start the whole application. All these TS files are converted to JavaScript files or transfiled to JavaScript file and then are rendered. Now we need a basic component called as contacts for listing our contact, as well as there will be a form over there which will have field for adding contact, then we will have button for deleting contact. So let's go ahead and do all of these. So first of all, we need to create a component. So I'm going to stop it for now. We'll be using ngg or nggenerate for generating component or services. Name of our component will be contact. We need a service too. So basically it's considered to be a good practice to separate your business logic or your data retrieving or data operation logic in a separate file, which we call as a service. Then what we do is we inject those services into our component wherever it is necessary so as to use those services. Now you can see a warning here that service is generated but not provided. So basically whenever you have to use, or in whichever component you have to use the service, you have to provide it in your @component decorator. So there will be a field here called as providers, and we will add the service that we will be creating now. So we have contact.service.ts or contact service class, where we'll be writing our business logic or our data retrieving or data operation logic. Then we'll have a contacts component where we'll be creating our template and all the logic behind that. So we'll start with creating our service so that we can retrieve the data first. Then we'll start with creating this contacts.component. Now one more thing we need is we need a schema for our contact. So let us go ahead and make a file called as contact.js or ts that will transpile into JS. So we'll do that. Contact.ts. Now we'll have a class called contact, which will have 4 fields. ID will be of type string. Then we need first name, string, last name, string, and phone. Optional field Now we need to import our HTTP module for getting all HTTP methods for retrieving data or for sending data, or in other words, contacts. So import HTTP. We need headers as well from Angular HTTP. Then we need our contact class to be imported here so that we can use the schema. Import contact from then we need reactive.js operators. Basically, we'll be using map operator. So it's done. Now we need to use our HTTP module. So for that, it's done. Now let's create the methods for retrieving contacts. Then we will add contacts. Then we will delete contacts. So we will have retrieving contacts. So which is get contacts. And I want to return all the contacts or the contact list, which I will be getting through while I'm calling to my API. Then the API URL, you can see over here, this is the signature or syntax of your get method, or signature you can call. Like we will have first argument as a URL string, so we'll have as http://localhost/3000 port number. Then we'll have API, then we have contacts. Then we want to map it to JSON format. So we have our get contact method ready over here. Now we need add contact method. We'll add contact, which will be taking new contact as an argument. So we're gonna append the content type in our header, which is so now I want to return the response. And I want to make a call to my add contact API, which is /API/contact. Yeah, I'm going to copy this very same thing over here. And then I'm going to pass the new contact, then the headers. We'll map it, the response as JSON. Now we need a delete method. Remember I told you that for deleting a contact we'll be using ID so as to refer that very particular contact in our database. So we need ID as our parameter. Then I'm going to append or concatenate the ID. So we have our service ready. Now we'll be using all of this method or injecting these services into our component, and then we're going to use all of this method to retrieve data and finally do something on it. For example, if you want to show the contact list, so we'll do that. Then for adding contact, we'll use this add contact method. So that's how we'll be doing things. So let's go ahead and create our component. So we'll go to our contacts.component.ts. Private contact service. Yeah, but we need to import it first. So we have contact service from /contact. Yeah. So now we need our contact class for schema. That's it. Now we're gonna initialize our contact service, or we want an instance of that very contact service class so that we can use the method that we have defined there. So for that, what we'll do, we'll pass the argument as private contact service of type contact service class. So this very process is called dependency injection, or that's how we inject our services into our component. And second thing is you need to provide your service so as to use it. Providers. Now let us go ahead and retrieve data. So we'll be putting our retrieving data logic inside ng-on-init method, which will be initiated once your component is being loaded into your browser. So every time you load your component, it will automatically call this very particular method to retrieve all the data. So we'll be having this dot contact service, and we're going to use get contact method. So you can see over here that we have three methods: add contact, delete contact, and get contacts. We're going to use get contacts, and since it will be returning an observable, we need to subscribe that. We want our contacts to be saved as this dot contacts. Now it's showing an error because I haven't made any variable for contacts, so let's go ahead and do that. So it will be contacts of type contact, and it will be an error. Yeah, so we have done that. Let's create some more variable that will be needing later on. We need one. Then we need first name, type string, then last name, then phone number. That's it, guys. remember I told you that the bootstrap component is app.component. So we need to specify in our app.component that this particular component should be loaded. So we will go to template and we're going to use app-contacts, because if you go ahead and look at the selector, it's app-contacts. So contacts works. So guys, we have retrieved the data here. Now let's create our template so that we can display this very particular data. So I'm going to go ahead with my contacts.component.html and so before doing this, we need to refer to our Bootstrap style sheet so that we can incorporate it into our template. So we'll go ahead with boot swatch. Then these are the styles that's available which you can use. So I'll go ahead with something superhero. So you can go ahead and click the download and copy this very thing and put it into your HTML or index.html file. So we'll go there, we'll copy this very thing and we'll paste it here, and then we need to write style sheet and we'll remove this very particular field and we'll copy it here in our href so that it can refer to it. So it's done. Now we can go to our component, and here what we want is we want to iterate over our list. So for that we will be using something called as ng4, which is a structural directive. So div asterisk ng4 let contact contacts. So we'll be iterating over contacts using contact variable. So each contact in our contacts array will be retrieved in this very particular variable, and that very variable we will be displaying as a list. So let's go ahead and do that. So we need our div class md3, again a div, closing div tag. So now again we will be using that very interpolation or one-way data binding to display our contact dot first name. Then we need similar columns for our last name and phone number. So it's done. So let's check out our, so we can see over here that our list is being generated. We'll put some more style so that it will look good in the end. So what we'll do right now is we'll add a delete button. Using that we can delete any contact. So we'll go ahead and do that. So for that I'll be copying this very thing again, and I need my put type to be a button. Event click, which will call a method called as delete contact, which we haven't created yet, but we'll do it soon. Now what we want is we'll be referring to that very particular contact using ID, as I told you earlier. So ID. So the value should be delete, and we'll be using a class called as button danger. So it's done. So we have this very particular thing over here. Now what we need is we'll add few breaks so that we are iterating over the list. So yeah, we'll do it later on these stylings. So now we'll add our delete method over here, which we'll be using. And we also need something called as adding contacts, add method or add contact method. So let's go ahead with our delete first. So we need delete contact. Let's assign ID as any type or type any. Now, so basically we'll be calling our service again. So this dot, yes, contact service dot delete contact, and then we'll passing the ID. And since it returns an observable, we need to subscribe that very particular observable. So we'll go ahead and do that. Now what we need to do is, even if we have deleted the data or the contact from our backend side or from my database, I need to remove it from my contact array as well. This very particular contacts where all the contact has been saved. So we'll go ahead and do that. If the delete operation was successful, then we're gonna iterate over contacts dot length. Then okay, so I'm having an error because I haven't defined the variable contacts. So contacts is equal to this dot contacts. So it's done. Now we need to increment our iterator. So if contacts I dot underscore ID is equal to the ID that has been provided to my method, then I want to remove it. Splice icon. So our delete contact is done. Now we need to add our new method for our adding contact. So our delete functionality is done. So let's add our add contact method so that we can add more contact and delete them and see if everything is working fine or not. So for that, I'll be using add contact, and this I'll be creating new contact. Here I need first name to be this dot first name. Then I need last name to be this dot last name, and I need phone to be this dot phone. Now I need to provide this particular contact that I have created to my service, or in other words, I need to call the method that is defined in our service. So for that, we'll be going ahead with contact service dot add contact, and we'll be passing this particular variable. We're gonna subscribe it. This dot contact dot push. So we are pushing the new contact into our array. We are having error here. Okay. So it's not able to find any, cannot find name delete contact, and I don't know why we are having this error. Okay, let's check it out. So yeah, so it's done. So this is our add contact method. Now we need to call it from our template. So we're going to modify our template so that we can add a form on top of our class, and which will have 3 fields, one for name, one for last name, and then one for phone, and then a submit button for adding the contact finally. So for form, we need to use form tag, a submit event, and then we'll add contact. So this is the method that we're going to call once the form has been submitted. Close the tag, form tag. Now we need 3 field guys. So the first one will be for first name. So let's go ahead and do that. So for that we'll be using div class equal to form group. Now we need to close this particular tag, and I want my label as first name. Yeah. Now I need input type equal to text. Then we're gonna use something called as ng model for two-way data binding. So whatever changes that we're gonna make there should be reflected in our list as well, where we'll be showing the contact list. So we're gonna use that ng model equals to name equals to first name, class equal to form. So guys, it's done. We have our first field for the first name. Similarly, we need it for our last name and then for our phone number. So we'll edit it as last name, and then we need to write it as last name here. Finally, we need for phone number, so phone number. So we want to put this value to our phone variable. Yeah, so everything is done here. Now we can add something called as required. So if you are not putting that very or filling that very field, then it will pop up a message, or there will be a message popped up stating that you need to fill that very particular form or particular field. So we can use this required here. Now we need one button also for our submit button for submitting our form. Now on top of that, we need to add some heading stating that this is the section for our add contact. So it's done. Now we have everything here. All we need is a horizontal line or a ruler. Yeah, so basically these are add contact form using which we can add our contact, and this our delete button. Everything is there. Let's try my name. We are having it here, but yeah, it's there. And the second thing is that if you are seeing this, that every time we are adding a data, we need to reload it. This is happening because this very method for retrieving the contacts. So basically whenever you are retrieving the contact and displaying it, at that very particular time, like your browser never allows you to block your UI. So that is what is happening right now. So what we can do to fix it is we can copy this very particular thing over here, and we're gonna put it inside our add contact to be called just after we have pushed the contact. So now if we go ahead and do that, then yeah, you can see over. Okay, we should add some BR tag so that it looks good or presentable over here. So we're gonna do that here. So this is so far now. Let's check our delete button. It's working as well. So our whole application is working. Let me give you a quick walkthrough or a quick recap so that we can refresh all the things that we did for creating this very particular mean application. So what we did, we started with our server-side coding, where we had our app.js or entry point file, where we imported all the modules that we required for our application. Then we used middleware for applying cars and a body parser to parse the JSON data. And then we put all our routes in a separate file called as route.js, which is over here. Now, there we created routes for each CRUD operation, and then we created schema for a database for contact. Like for example, first name will be like this, last name will be this, and phone this. Now we have our client side or client folder, where we started with creating our component. So these are component. And then we had a service called as contact.service, where we have mentioned all the data operation logic, and we have injected this very service into the component that we need to use or we want to use. So that's it, guys. This was the whole Angular application and Express and MongoDB. So we have created our main app successfully. I hope you find this whole session to be informative.
Hey everyone, on behalf of Edureka, I'm going to be bringing you a full stack application tutorial. Now, many of you may be familiar with what's called the mean stack, which is MongoDB, AngularJS, Express, and Node.js. We're going to be doing a couple twists on this very popular stack and introducing GraphQL, which is a technology from Facebook that makes it easy to query fields and send data between the server and client. And we're also going to be replacing Angular with React. And this is called the MERN stack. So what exactly is the MERN stack? Well, it's the same thing as the mean stack, but we're replacing Angular with React. So here is what it looks like. We're going to be using React.js on the front end for the web application. In the middle is going to sit our server, which is going to take requests from the web app. And this is going to be running Node.js with Express. And then we're also going to communicate between the web app and the server using GraphQL. And then in the very back is our database. We're going to store all the data, and we're going to be using MongoDB for this. You guys may be wondering, why might you want to use React.js over something like Angular or just JavaScript itself? Well, this is a very popular framework right now. It is currently what Facebook uses on their very own website, and it's very nice to build applications with. It has somewhat of a steeper learning curve, I would say, than some of the other frameworks, but once you learn it, you can be very productive and build very high quality production ready web applications, which is very cool. And then GraphQL is going to help us optimize and send really good queries. That's another thing that is used by Facebook and is a Facebook technology. And then MongoDB is just a really solid database for NoSQL. So that means it's very easy to store different types of data. And as our database changes and our application changes, it's very easy to change our schema or what our data looks like in the database. And then Express is very nice to make a server with very fast. So that's our choice here. So there's really four main operations when building an application like this, and they're known as CRUD. So what CRUD stands for is create, read, update, and delete. So we're going to be using MongoDB and Mongoose. Mongoose is a library to basically do operations on the MongoDB database in Node.js. And to create, we're going to basically add something to our database, and we're going to be using the save command. Then there's reading, which is viewing objects or viewing data from our database, which is a find command. And then update, which is changing some values in the database, using update again. And then finally, delete, removing data from our database, and this is going to be remove. So the application that we're going to be building to try this stack out, the MERN stack, is a to-do list app. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. So there are a few prerequisites for this tutorial. First off, make sure you have an editor of some sort. I'm going to be using Visual Studio Code, where I can edit files, and then you want to make sure you have a terminal. I'm going to be using the terminal built into Visual Studio Code, and we're just going to be doing some things with that, so make sure you have both of those. And then we're going to be using MongoDB, so you're going to want to install that. And the recommended way to install MongoDB, I'm using a Mac, I would recommend something called Homebrew. Homebrew is a package manager. It makes it really fast, really nice to install dependencies. If you just copy this URL right here, you can paste that into terminal and run it. I already have it, so I'm not going to do that right now, but then you have Homebrew. And then with Homebrew, I can brew, install MongoDB, and that'll just install MongoDB on my computer. And then to verify that you have MongoDB, you can just type Mongo, and you can see here's the version of my Mongo shell, and then you can see whether you connected to it. So the other thing is to make sure you do start your Mongo database. So I already had mine started, so I was able to connect to this. If you use brew, you can just do brew services, and then instead of restart, we're going to start. So brew services start MongoDB if you installed this with Homebrew. The other thing we're going to need is Node.js. So again, once you have Homebrew, you can do brew install node. So you can see it's really nice to just install things with Homebrew. It makes it super easy. And if you type node-v in terminal, you should see a value. And here's the version. I'm currently on node 9.11. And then with that, you should get npm, which is Node Package Manager. I'm using 5.8, so you just want to verify both of those got installed. Now, if you're not running on a Mac, you can't use Homebrew. I just recommend going to the official websites for MongoDB and Node.js and downloading them that way. All right, so we're ready to get started. We're going to be starting from a blank directory. So I have just an empty folder right here called server. If I do an ls, there's nothing in there right now. And I'm going to start off the project with npm init. And I'm just going to do -y. This accepts all the defaults and just creates a package.json file. So we have one file now in our project, and this is going to hold basically where our configuration stuff for the project. So what dependencies we need mainly. So we're going to start off by adding a dependency called GraphQL Yoga. This is a really nice GraphQL server that makes it super easy. We're going to install it. So we're going to copy this. And I'm just going to say npm install GraphQL Yoga, and you want to make sure and run this command inside the server directory, and it's going to go ahead and install this for us. Now here is a little quick start that we're going to use, and we're going to copy the quick start and paste it into a file. I'm going to create a new file called index.js and paste it in here. So let's go through exactly what all this stuff is doing. First line is importing the package. We're going to use the require syntax because we're just going to use Node. So here we are importing GraphQL Yoga, which is that library. Here is what's known as the schema. So we're using GraphQL. So with GraphQL, you have to set up a schema, and our schema right now has this thing called a query type, and inside of query type we have hello, and hello takes one argument. It kind of looks like a function. This argument is name. Name is the name of the argument, and then string is the data type for it, and then this is the return type, which is a string as well. The exclamation mark at the end means this is a string that is mandatory. You have to pass it in. And then here are what known as the resolvers for this. So the resolvers, you'll notice the kind of the shape of it matches. So query and then hello, query then hello. And here there's argument called name. So you can see we're destructuring this second parameter, which is called just the arguments, and we're getting the name, and here we're returning a string, and we're using a string template here. So we're saying hello, and then if they give us a name, we say hello, that person's name, or we do just hello world if they didn't give us a name, right? And then here we're specifying the type defs and the resolvers, and we're going to do server.start to start this server. Now we're going to get more into what the type defs and these resolvers are, but I want to go ahead and just run this so you can see what happens. So I'm going to say node and then index.js to start it up, and now we have a GraphQL server running on localhost 4000. And we're not using Express directly, but under the hood, GraphQL Yoga uses Express. So all right, let's go to localhost 4000 and see what's going on there. So we'll get this thing that says loading GraphQL playground. I've been here before, so I have some junk. Just gonna clear that off. And so if I click on schema, I can see on the right what things I can run or what things I can do here. This is a GraphQL playground, and what this is you can run your queries, and queries are read. So we talked about CRUD operations before. Queries are for reading things or finding or viewing the data you have stored. So we want to query this hello thing. So how would we do that? Well, we would do curly braces like that, and then we say hello. And I can either pass an argument or I don't have to pass an argument. So we can prettify this. So if I don't pass an argument and I hit run, I get data, hello, and then hello world. So by default, the argument would be null or undefined getting passed in, and then we saw that that would go to world. But here I can specify an argument if I want to, and I could say bin, so hello bin. And we run that and we can see it changes. So you can notice this argument we can change and we get different results out of it. I can just do a random string if I want and I get that back. So with GraphQL, we can pass different things in and get different results back, kind of like a function call. And we're just getting a string back, and you'll notice the shape is very similar to the shape over here, which is nice. That's how GraphQL works. So we have this outer data, and then after that it matches. So hello is the name of the query, so that's why those two match up. And then here's the string that equals. And we're going to get more complicated as we add to-dos and whatnot. Alright, so this is the basics of how the GraphQL is working. There's those other things which are called mutations. So there's two main things in GraphQL: queries and mutations. Queries are for looking at the data, which I already said, and that's what we ran right here. We could prefix this with the word query to be more explicit. Those are doing the same things. The other thing is called mutations. These are when we add data, we update data, or we delete data. We're going to be running mutations. And we'll get into those very shortly when we add our MongoDB connection. So our server is good. We're going to move on to connecting to MongoDB. And to do this, we're going to be using something called Mongoose. So first off, we need to install this. So I'm going to come over here to terminal, stop my server, do npm install mongoose. So mongoose is going to allow us to connect to our MongoDB database and then run queries, create data, or whatnot. And we're just going to follow the getting started. So here is how we make a connection. So I'm just going to add this at the very top, and I'm going to change this to const. So I am first grabbing this from the package or importing it. So here I have the mongoose object, and I'm first connecting to the database. So I'm at localhost, and I'm going to connect to the test, and I'm just going to call this test 5 because I don't know if I already have a test database or not, and I'd like to connect to a fresh database. So this is the name of your database at the very end here. And then after that, what we want to do is first connect to the database and then start the server. So it doesn't immediately connect when we run this. It actually runs in the background, and we can use a callback. So db.once and wait for it to open or get connected. Now to get this db variable, they did mongoose connection. And then inside of that, they're going to pass the server.start. So once we connect to the MongoDB database, we then start our GraphQL server. Alright, so next thing we want to do is create a schema, which is then going to be our basically our database model, or what we're going to store in the database. So we're going to grab this mongoose model and we're going to change it up a little bit. So they are doing a kitten. For us, we are going to do a to-do. So the model is going to be to-do, and we're going to have a few things. So the first is text, and here we want to pass the data type. So the text is going to be a string. So we say string, and then we want to have a complete, which is going to be not a string, but a Boolean. Okay, so we have two fields, text and complete, on this to-do object. So we can save this in our database if we want to, and we can pass two fields in, the text and whether the to-do is complete or not. So I'm first going to add a type called mutation, and I'm going to say create to-do. And I'm going to have two arguments. I want to get passed in the text, and that's actually it. By default, I want to say complete is false, because when you first created to-do, it is not complete. So text here is going to be a string, and I'm going to say you have to pass in a parameter, and to force them to pass in an argument, you do the bang sign there. And then what we're going to do is return a to-do. Instead of just like a string or a Boolean, we're going to return a type called to-do. So I can create this type, to-do, and it's going to have text, which is a string, which is required, and complete, which is a Boolean, which are required. So two required fields, text and complete. And in our mutation, we're going to create a to-do, and assuming you gave us a good text, we'll pass you back a to-do. The other field this is going to have, and this is a field that Mongo adds by default, which is an ID. And there's a special type for this in GraphQL called ID. So that's required as well. So we don't have to pass the ID here, it's going to be automatically generated for us. So now we can try creating this to-do. So I'm going to say mutation and create to-do, and we don't care about the first argument to this GraphQL function. So these are called resolver functions right here. The first thing they're passed are the parent, which you don't have to worry about for this. The second argument is the argument. So for this, we expect an argument called text. So I'm going to say text here. And from this, what we're going to do, and I'm going to make this an async function, we're going to first create a to-do. So I'm going to say const to-do is equal to new to-do. And here I pass in the text and complete. So pass in text and complete. And by default, I'm going to say complete is false, that the to-do is not complete. And then we're going to return the to-do. But before we return it, we have to save it to the database with .save. And .save returns a promise. So we want to await that. And we'll await this to-do from being saved into the database. So we're creating an instance of it, saving it to the database, and then returning it. So I can start my server and we can see if this code works. And if it does, what we should do is be able to create a to-do in our database. So we're going to say node index.js. Alright, so it started up, so it looks like it was able to connect to the MongoDB instance okay. And bring the playground over here. And I'm going to say mutation. So for queries, we could say the word query there or leave it off. For mutations, we have to say the word mutation here. And then I'm going to say create, and we can see it in our schema over here whether it's there or not, and it's not. That usually just means you have to refresh whenever we restart the server. So now under mutations we can see the create to do, and this is kind of like our own documentation that was automatically generated for us. So that's really cool and a nice feature of GraphQL. So create to do, we now have text, so create to do, text, and I'm going to say my first item. Now, you can see it's kind of mad at us, but this is the exact same thing that we did with the hello, right? Well, it expects a little bit different return type, to do, which is an object. So we have to actually specify which fields that we want back. So there's text, there's ID, and there's complete, right? So if I specify all three here, I'm going to get all three fields back. So when I run this, we can see, hey, look, our item was created, we can see an ID, and it's false. I can run this again. You'll notice we should get a different ID there. Looks like the B is incrementing at the end. And here you'll see what the power of GraphQL is. If I only want a single field back, so maybe I only care about the ID, I only have to select the ID here, and I'll only get the ID back here. So I only get one field back. Or maybe I only care about the name, or not the name, text. So you don't get extra fields back, which is really nice with GraphQL. You just get exactly the data that you want. But alright, cool. We just added a bunch of to-do items to our database. Let's go ahead and fetch them, or read them, or query them. So to do this, we're going to add a query. We first update the schema, and then you add the implementation of how the data is getting fetched. So here I want to get all the to-dos, so I'm going to call it to-dos, and it just returns an array of to-dos. Now to return an array, you do brackets like that, so to-do. So this means we return an array of to-do, of the type to-do. So then in my query over here, I'm going to say to-dos, and I don't really care about any arguments because I'm just returning all of them. I'm just going to say to-do.find. And this will find all of the to-dos and it'll return them, and then we can see them all. So that's all we needed to do. So I'm going to Control-C, restart the server, and now we can head back over to our application and refresh. We should now have a new query, and we can see it right here called to-dos. And we should be able to see all the different to-dos that we created earlier. So I'm going to say to-dos, and I don't need to pass it any arguments, but I do need to select which attributes that I want to get back. So ID, text, and then complete. So if I run this, I can see all the different items that we created earlier. I give them all the same name though, so that's why it looks like this. If we want to, we could create a new one. So mutation, create to do, and I could give it a different text like item 2, for example. And maybe I only want to see the ID back. And now if I query that again, you can see at the very bottom our new item, item 2. So perfect. And again, we don't have to query all the fields. For example, I could just do ID and text, and then complete would be removed from all these items, just like that. Alright, so that's perfect. We now have 2 of the CRUD operations done, creating to-do items, reading to-do items with this query right here. The next thing we want to do is updating an item. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to create a new mutation called update to do. This will have 2 arguments, the ID, and this is what we'll use to know what to do to update, and then also complete. And this is going to be a boolean. We could also specify the text, but we don't really need to update the text, at least in this application, just whether this to do has been complete or not. And then we're going to return a boolean, and this is going to be true or false whether we are able to update the to do. So now we're going to add the implementation for this, update to do, and async, and this is going to have those 2 arguments, ID and complete. And here we're going to do to-do.find by ID and update. And here we're going to specify the ID as the first argument. And in the second, we specify what changed. So the thing that changed is complete, and we're going to pass that in. And this is the new value for what complete is. And this returns back, I guess a document query looks like what it comes back. I was thinking this might be a promise as well, that we might have to await it. We'll see if this works. I think it should. And then lastly, if that works, we just return true. So if this doesn't work, we'll get an error or something, and that'll be thrown back, and that's fine. So let's go back over and see this in action, and we need to make sure to restart the server. So anytime throughout this, if you don't see something looking right when you head over here, just remember to refresh and also restart your server. So we see in our mutations now an update to do. You can see the 2 arguments right here, and we expect boolean back. So why don't we change this one right here? So I'm going to copy that ID, and I'm going to say mutation, and I'm going to say update to do. The ID is going to be that string that I copied, and complete is going to be true. And we can run that, and we get true back, meaning it worked. And now I can query all the to-dos. So we can go back, and I can grab it, and we need to grab complete, and this first value is now true. So perfect. So update works. So now we can update any item in our database based on the ID that we are given. The last thing we want to do is delete it. So pretty much the same way we did update to do. We're going to do remove to do. And here we don't need to know whether it needs to be complete or not. So we can just remove that part and have only one argument, which ID that we need to remove. And then a Boolean true or false whether the operation was successful. So we can copy this. I'm going to do remove to do. We can get rid of that argument. And then here we're going to say find by ID, but now it's going to be remove. And now we don't need this second argument. We just need to pass in the ID. So I'm going to restart the server and we're going to try this one last time. This is the last operation that we need. And let's say I want to delete this item right here that is, so we see I removed to do there, perfect. And the other thing is you can create tabs. So I'm going to go ahead and pop a tab open here. That way we can do this in a separate tab and not have to redo this. So remove to do, ID, pass that ID in. We get true, which means it should be gone. So now when I rerun this query here, we should not see this first one right there. And sure enough, it is gone, so delete also works. So that's perfect. We have all our CRUD operations that we want to do, and we're done with our server. Now really what we want to do is create a client or a web app using React that allows us to do these. So we can view our to-dos, we can click on it to cross it out, we can add to-dos, or we can just straight up delete them if we no longer need them. So let's get into doing that. So I'm going to keep this server running and open up a new tab. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to a different folder and I want to create a folder for my React application. Now we're going to be using something called Create React App. So this is a CLI tool and you can download it using npm. So npm install-g create react app. If you go ahead and run that, that'll download it for you. And then what you can do is do create react app and then the name that you want. So I'm going to call mine client. Now I've already run this, and when you run this, you're going to get a folder, and I can just do ls right here, a folder called client or whatever you named it. And it's going to download, this operation also takes a little bit of time because it's going to download all the dependencies and whatnot. This is a boilerplate for creating React applications that just gets you set up really nicely. So I have it open right here and we can check out what's going on here. We can look at package.json. We have dependencies React, and we can see we have some couple scripts that we're going to be using. So just right off the bat, if we wanted to, I could cd into my folder and run npm start. And what that will do is it'll run the scripts start command, which runs this thing right here. And what that does is it starts my server. And this is a different server. So this is a development server. And this is just gonna allow you to see your React application as you develop it. So here's basically the hello world. And we can go in and change it. So if you go to source, you should see app.js and you should see some stuff. So instead of welcome to React, we could say welcome to GraphQL. Save this, and what's going to happen is it's going to refresh, and we see in our browser welcome to GraphQL. So it's kind of cool. So as we do this, it's going to just automatically refresh as we're typing. So we're ready to start adding some stuff to our application now. I guess I should go over the structure real quick. So the important parts are the source. This is where all our JavaScript code is going and where all the React. There's a folder called public, which you can see has HTML in it. And this HTML file is what our JavaScript or React application runs in, or it gets applied to, if you will. So here we can see this div root. This is where our entire React application is going to be put. So in index.js, when I say react-dom.render app, our application is being rendered in the element which is root, which we just saw. And if we look at what app.js is, we can see this is what's getting rendered. So when I changed welcome to GraphQL, that's why we saw a change over there. And you can see this is just kind of similar to HTML. This is called JSX. And this allows you to mix pretty much JavaScript with HTML. And we'll see more of this when we actually do some more coding with this. But we can go ahead and delete some of these extra files because we don't need them. First off, app.test we don't need. We don't need app.css. We don't need index.css. And we don't need logo.svg. So those are just some extra files we don't need. We can clear out all this code right here and simplify it a little bit. We can just say div hello and get rid of these things at the top. The things at the top are just import statements using fancier JavaScript syntax. And we just need import React. And index.js, we can just remove the index.css. So if we come back over here, it should now be blank, just hello, and we can start adding our code. So what we want to do is to run the same queries and whatnot that we ran in GraphQL Playground. So for example, I would like to render these to-dos in my React application. And to do that, I want to run this query. And to run GraphQL queries from React into server, we're going to be using something called Apollo. So Apollo GraphQL allows us to do this. It's very easy to get started. We're going to be downloading a few things here to help us out. So Apollo Boost, which is a library they created, React Apollo, GraphQL Tag, and GraphQL. Here's some little descriptions about what each one does, but basically GraphQL and GraphQL Tag are for parsing the query. So basically what we write here parses this into an object that basically they can understand. And then React Apollo is the bindings to React, it gives you some React components, and we'll see that. And then Apollo Boost is for actually just setting up and making the queries. So we're going to copy this npm statement, and I'm going to Control-C the server that started and add this in. And the first thing that we need to do is create what's called a Apollo client. So I'm going to copy this, and we're going to add that to our index. Actually, we can add it to our, index.js is fine. We could add it to either place. But the reason why I want to do it here is because we also need to get a Apollo provider from React Apollo and pass in our client. So Apollo provider, and this is just going to wrap our whole application, and we need to pass in our client. So our client is this thing right here that we create, and basically the only thing we're specifying here is the URL to our server. So our server is not running at this location, it's running at http://localhost 4000. So it knows where to make requests. So it's now going to send GraphQL requests all to the server, which is perfect. That's where our server is running. And we need to be able to access this client throughout our whole React application. And the way we do that is by using React Apollo's Apollo provider. So this wraps our entire app, and now we have access to this client, and we can make requests throughout our app, and we'll see that. So let's make sure adding that didn't break anything. So I'm going to do npm start, and we should still see just the word hello and nothing different, because this doesn't actually do anything yet. We didn't tell it what to query. All we said was this is where we want you to make queries. I added this client equal new Apollo client before these import statements. You need to make sure that comes afterwards. So just like that. And cool. So it refreshes and hello is there. Nice. Now we can start doing some stuff. So in app.js, why don't we run a query? And the query that I want to run is that same one we have here in our playground. So what I usually like to do is run it here and then just copy it. So const, and we'll say this to-dos query, and paste it in. So this is just a string of the query. Now we added a library to help us parse this called GraphQL Tag. So we're going to import GQL from GraphQL Tag. And this is actually going to parse this query right here. And the way we do that is GQL right there. Now you may be thinking I might have mistyped this and I meant to do something like this and to pass in the function. And that is not the case. You actually call it just like this, where GQL is right up against it. This is a string template calling, and it will pass to this function okay, and it will parse this out. Next thing is we need to basically bind it with our component, and the way we do that is with a higher order component. So import GraphQL from React Apollo, and this is coming from the React Apollo package. So we say GraphQL, we specify what query we want or what mutation we want. In this case I want the to-dos query, and we wrap our app, and now injected into the app's props are some stuff. So now when I say this.props, I have a few things. I have data and loading. So loading And why don't we actually, I'm just going to console.log this so we can take a look at what actually the values are. And if we come over here, if you just right click and inspect, you can see in the console what these are. So, and let's do a before and after. So this is export default app. So before we actually call this higher order component GraphQL, you'll notice here are the props, just an empty object. But now, when we add this thing back, we have some stuff in our props that are going to help us out. So first, you'll notice we have .data, and inside of data, there is loading. So loading is true. And there's basically nothing else. There's a bunch of functions we can call, but those don't look helpful, right? Those are for other things, which is more complex. But once it's done loading, it'll say loading false, and it should get some to-dos, and we can see this to-dos here, and we can actually see, wow, look, this looks like the data that we had over here, right? Well, it's exactly that. So what we can do in our code now is we can say const data, and we can get loading and to-dos. So this is just destructuring it from the props. I'm getting the loading that we saw in the to-dos, and I'm saying if it's loading, just return null. And if it's not, what I want to do is just to-dos.map, and for each to-do, I want to just render it. So I'm going to render a div, and I'm just going to display the to-do.text. And we can come back over here, it's going to load for a second, and then we're going to see all our items. Now, we need to add a key, and the reason for this is we need to have every single one be unique, and this helps for loading purposes with React. It'll load faster and have less conflicts in your list. So I'm going to say pass in the to-do.id to make this unique. I'm going to say to-do item. So this is a unique string that identifies each to-do. And then that error goes away. But we can see our items right here. And now if I want to, I can change one of these items. So for example, I could remove a to-do. So we have one to-do down here called item 2. I could remove him. And if we refresh, it now fetches it and it's gone. So pretty cool. So those are connected to the same database, same server, all that stuff. All right. So this is a little teaser, a little intro into Apollo and how we're going to do our queries. But now what I want to do is add some Material UI to make this look pretty. And then we're going to continue on with some more mutations and whatnot. So we're going to be adding this package. This is Material UI from Google, and it just makes everything look really nice, and it's a nice utility. So we're going to go through the installation. So we need to install the core of it. Again, just going to Control C and add that. And then we need to add some things to our header, some links. So to import the Roboto font. And that's when we just go to the public index.html. And we can put that right here. And the reason this Material UI needs this font, so we're just importing the font so it has access to it. And then the other thing is we also want to add some SVG icons, so I'm going to go ahead and install that package as well. Alrighty. And the first thing that I want to do is render some paper. And the reason why I want to render some paper, this is a component from Material UI, is so I can put a list on that paper. So we're gonna come back over here, and the nice thing about Material UI is they have great demos, so I can actually just take this and grab what I want from it. So we're gonna import paper. So to do that, we have to import paper from @Material UI core paper, and then we can actually render this. So I'm gonna have an outer div, and I want to center this guy, and the way I'm going to center this is by creating 2 divs, and you can actually add styling to these using the style prop, and this is kind of like CSS, but it's all camel cased. I'm going to say display flex, and then the style here, I'm going to say margin auto, and I'm also going to give it a width of 400. So now I've created this basically inner div, and I'm going to render my paper here. And then I'm going to give it an elevation, and let's give it an elevation of 1. So let's see that paper in action that we just added. And once we get this paper the way we like it, we're gonna then turn the list that we have here into an actual material UI list that looks like this and looks more like to-do items or check items. All right, so I reran the server and we can see it's nicely centered and it's on some paper. Perfect. Let's go ahead and now add a list. So this is the list that I want to add, and we're going to just copy this, and I'm actually just going to copy this entire example here, and we're going to take the bits and pieces that I want from that. So let's grab that and we're going to paste it in. I'm just going to paste it in below. First thing that I want to do is remove some of these things that I don't care about. So the first 3 imports we don't need, but I do need list, all this list associated things, and I do want the icons. So I'm going to copy those and just move them to the top where my other imports are. And then I basically just want to merge these two. I don't care about the style. We're going to add our own style. So where he was adding styles here, I just want to move their outer div. And I'm going to replace it with my stuff. So this is what we added, and I want to just add the stuff in there. I guess the best way is we're going to copy these two, and we're just going to go through what this code does in just 1 second. I first want to make sure it renders okay. So we're going to add these two. State is kind of interesting, and this is just another function. We'll talk about state in a second. We don't care about the props. This is our list, and we don't care about these things either. Okay, so we're going to take our list and plop it down here. And they're going over their mapping and they're doing this thing, right? So that's the exact same thing we did here. So we want to just replace that map with to-dos, and instead of value, this is going to be to-do. And here's our key. I'm just going to call it to-do.id. We could just pass the ID, or we could do it like this. Since our application's not too big, I'm just going to pass in the ID. Now anywhere we see a value, we're going to have to change this stuff. I'm not going to worry about the class name stuff. I'm going to remove that. So handle toggle, we're going to pass in our to-do item. And then here, we're going to pass in to-do. I guess this is a separate thing, checked. I'm going to say to-do.complete. So if the to-do is complete, I would like the checkbox to be checked. Value, I want this to be line item. I think that's what they're rendering. We can come back over here. Yep, line item 1. So this is the text that's getting rendered. The text that I would like to get rendered is to-do.text. And we can get rid of that. All right, let's go ahead and see if this actually shows up okay. And then we're going to walk through the code. All right, so this looks pretty good, and I can see my items. And nothing happens when I click, but we're going to go over how we can get stuff to happen. Okay, so let's go over the code. So starting at the top, we have this thing called state. So this is where we store information about our application that could change. So for example, they are keeping something called checked, and this changes. So depending on what is checked in the application, they're keeping track of here. Now we don't really need state, so I'm going to go ahead and get rid of it because we're storing everything in the MongoDB, is our state, if you will. And we're fetching everything with GraphQL. This handle toggle thing, this I believe is, okay, yes. So when we click on a list item, for us, what we want to do is actually just mark it off, right? When I click on this, it should be, oops, we crashed it because we were not supposed to click on things. But when I click on this, we should complete it. And we don't need it anymore, right? It should check off or whatnot. So here I'm gonna just add a to-do basically. We're gonna remove all this stuff here. It's gonna be update to-do. And it's just gonna toggle whether it's complete or not. And this is gonna be a to-do. Okay. So next bit, we can just go down the code right here. So we have a list item. I don't know why they have a role of undefined. This stuff is probably specific to Material UI and how the styling looks. Checkbox, disable ripple. I guess that's when you check. So these are some CSS things that you can take on and off depending on what you want to look. Checked, this is a value of whether or not the checkboxes are checked. So for example, if I say true, all the checkboxes are going to be checked here. They were all false because all of them to-do.complete are false. But if I were to say update one of them, so let's say the first one, and just remove this, update to-do ID complete is true. Alright, so it's now been updated in the database. If I refresh, you can now see the checkbox checks there. So all we need to do is update our database and this stuff changes. We can see our primary, this text is just going to take whatever the text is for the to-do. And then this second part here is just this whole right side. This is how we get this thing on the right. Now for us, we don't really like this comment icon. Really what we want is, instead of a comment, like an X to delete it, right? And I'm just going to remove, I guess, yeah, I'm going to remove this ARIA label. We don't need it. So let's go ahead and do that. Replace this icon with a new one. So we did all of these, and what we want next is to pick out an icon. So here is the website for Material UI that you can actually search and find all the icons that are available and which one you want to pick. This is the one I want to do, this close right here, which is an X, and it's under navigation. So to add this, we're going to scroll up to the top, and instead of a comment icon, I'm going to say close icon, and I'm just going to replace comment with close, and we'll see if that works. Close icon, refresh, and sure enough, the icon shows up as an X. Perfect. So now I just want to hook this up. So this icon button should have an on click, and we're just going to pass in, and here what we're going to do is delete this to do, right? So we can create one. So this is called handle toggle. I'm going to call this, and I want to just do this in a slightly different way. I'm just going to create the lambda like this, so it's a little bit simpler. Alright, so I'm going to call this function update to do, and this is a function that is going to update the to do, and I also want to do remove to do, which takes a to do, and we're going to remove to do. So those are our two things we need to do. So here I made a little lambda that's going to call this dot remove to do, passing in our to do. So it should remove it whenever that gets clicked, and then whenever we click this, we're going to call this dot update to do. And the reason why we want to do the functions like this, you may have seen stuff like this, and we want to access something called this, and we can actually not access this in functions like that unless we do an extra thing called binding. But this automatically binds, so that's the reason why I like using a function like this. In general, I would just recommend writing your functions like this if you add functions. Alright, so let's get into the logic of how update and remove work. So I guess let's do update first. So to actually update, if we come to our playground, we have the code right here. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to say const update mutation. So what I want to do is pass in a variable ID and a variable complete or not. And the way you do this with GraphQL is I'm going to say $ID and $complete. So these are variables, and I have to specify my variables up here. So I'm going to have an ID and specify the type. The ID is going to be an ID, and complete, this variable is going to be a Boolean. Both of these are mandatory, and you need to make sure the types here match the types in your schema. So if we come here, we expect an ID required and a Boolean required, so I need to put those here as well. So now I need to inject my app with this mutation. Now I could do this in a very ugly way by doing this. and then I could wrap that entire application like so. Mutation, oops, not mutation event, but our update mutation. But you can see this will slowly grow and get super ugly. There's a function that React Apollo gives us called compose that's going to help us out. So I just deleted the whole application on accident. There we go. Welcome back. So compose, what we're going to do is have GraphQL like that. So now we pass GraphQL, all our GraphQLs, or all our higher order functions, to the compose function, which basically squishes them together, and then we wrap our app. This is just a little bit nicer way to write it. They're equivalent JavaScript though. Alright, so now what we can do is we've added a new thing to our props, and we can give it a name. I'm going to call it update to do. So now in my update to do function, I can say this.props.update to do. And this function is available in my props because I specified it here, and the name I specified matches. Alright, so what I need to do to pass to this is those variables. And this is a asynchronous function, so I'm going to await it. And the variables that I need to pass in are an ID and complete. So the ID, I'm going to say todo.id, and then complete, I'm going to do the opposite. So todo.complete. So I'm going to do the opposite of the current value of complete. So if it is complete right now, I uncomplete it. If it hasn't been completed, I now complete it. So, yep, my server started. If I come over here and I click on this, it'll look like it's not working, right? I clicked on every single one of these, nothing happened, right? You may be, oh, an error occurred or something, right? It actually worked. If we refresh, we'll see all the items are there. And if I click those two, refresh, I see those items changed. So why didn't it update right away, right? Why did we have to refresh the page for this to happen? Well, Apollo caches all your stuff by default, which is really nice because it saves you requests and basically optimizes things, but it doesn't refetch the data whenever we update it. So what we need to do is we need to tell Apollo to update. So there is something called update that we can pass our mutation or our function that looks like this, and this allows us to update the cache. So let's copy this in. And how this works is the store is where the cache, so you could think of this as the Apollo cache. And then right here, this is us getting the data, and then this is the name of our mutation. So the name of this mutation is update to do, and this name should match what we have right here, which it does. So this data is what I get back from the to do, update to do. So this should be true or false, a boolean of whether or not it worked. So we actually don't even need this if we don't want to, because we don't need the response to update the cache. We could just do that. So first thing we do is read the data from the cache, and the thing that we need to update is this todos query. So I'm going to say todos query. So we now have read this into the cache, and if we look down here what we were doing, we were saying data.todos. So here I want to do data.todos, and what I want to do is update one of the items. So I want to look through the to-dos and update the one that has an ID that matches and change whether it's complete or not. So to do this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say data.todos.map, and I'm going to search for the correct to-do. And I'm going to say if x.id matches to-do.id, then I want to create a new to-do or update the completion value of to-do. Otherwise, I just want to return x. So basically what this mapping is doing is it's looping through all the to-dos until it finds the one we needed to update. And what we want to do is keep all the same values that to-do has. So this variable is coming from up here that to-do has, but change complete equal to to-do.complete. So just updating the value of to-do. So we're saying data.todos. So we're updating what this value is, looping through. We're changing this one so it now is equal to the opposite of complete, and then we're just writing it back to the store. And then we just have to say our query here is to-dos query, and our data that we're writing back is right here. So now if we come back here, when I click on this item, it actually updates the cache, which then propagates and renders. So I now get real-time updating of my items, and these are actually persisting too, right? If I refresh, they're still there. So it actually is in fact updating the database too. So nice. So we're gonna do the same thing with deleting items. So we're gonna come back up here and do delete mutation. And we have basically the code for that too. So remove to do, and we just pass it an ID. So we can copy that. Const remove mutation. Pass that in. And here we want to pass in a variable called ID, similar to what we did with update. And it's going to be an ID. And we're just going to call that. And I want to basically pass the same, do the same function. So I'm going to copy it and paste it. So there's going to be a few differences. The name of our function is going to be different. So I'm going to scroll down here. And I'm going to say GraphQL. This is going to be remove mutation. And the name, I'm going to call it remove to do. And come back up here. I'm going to say remove to do. And variables we want to pass in, we only care about the ID. And then to update the store, instead of this mapping stuff, we want to remove an item from the list. So to remove an item from the list, we're going to filter. So we're going to look for the ID that is not equal to to-do.id. So we're going to filter through the items and only remove the item where these two match up. So in other words, if the IDs don't match, we want to keep that. So we're comparing it against the one we need to remove. Another important thing I did not mention about this update function is you want to make sure to, when updating this, not mutate and create a new instance of it. So with filter, we create a new instance of that array. So let's see this. And we need to just make this an async function, just like we did update. And let's go ahead and delete this. So when I delete it, we should see these two reds match up. And sure enough, we do. We can delete another one. And our delete function looks like it's working properly. If I refresh, we should see those items gone. And nice. So there's one last thing that I want to do, and that is creating to-dos. And so we want to create just like an input field at the top where I can type stuff and submit. So I'm going to create a new file called form.js, and this is going to store our form and keep track of the value as the person types it out. So I'm going to import React from React. Whenever you create a component in React, you always start off like this, and we're going to export default, and we export this like that so you can import it in our app. So I'm going to say form extends react.component, and we're going to render, and what we want to render is an input field. And the input field that we want to render is the nice Material UI one. So this one looks really nice. We're just going to do the basic one. We can just grab the import statement, and we can grab just this first one. Okay, so we're going to talk about on-change in value in a second. I'm going to remove those three fields in the ID. The label, I'm going to call this to do ... and I'm now just going to render in our app that form. So first, I guess we should import it. So import form from /form. Capitalization is important there, and we're going to render it. And we're going to render it between the paper and the list. So now we should see an input field, and we do. Hey. And I want to make this full width so it extends the whole thing. And I don't know, yep, so there's a property called full width. We can just pass on that. And now it should extend this whole length. Perfect. So now you can see this is where the helper text is. I just call that to do, but you could call it whatever. And we want to type all that stuff in and then hit enter and then add our item, right? So we need to add some more stuff to the form. So we need to keep track of what the user is typing. And to keep track of that, we're going to use state. So I talked about earlier that we wanted to manage stuff in our state and data that changes. So this is going to be text that changes. At first, it is just an empty string. And I can get that text from this.state, and I'm going to pass that value in. So the value of the text field is equal to this text. Or whenever someone types, onChange is called. So there's an event called onChange. And when this is called, and I'm going to call this handle onChange, or we can just call it handle change. And I'm going to pass in this function. Okay, so I want this function to be called whenever this one is. It's going to be passed an event. And if we do new text, it's going to be e.target.value. So e.target.value is going to have the new text that the user just typed in. So this new text we want to now store in the state. And the way you update this state is with this.setState. And then you pass in the new value. So I'm going to say text is equal to new text. So this is us updating the state with this new text value. So whenever I'm typing, onChange will update the value in the state, and the state will propagate, and the state now is going to change the text field value. So now as we're typing this, you can see the value. And if I were to console.log this new text, we can see the value each letter that we type. So you can see each letter that I type, it kind of makes a little pyramid here, and it adds on the new text value. And then whenever the user hits enter, what I'd like to do is submit this, if you will, or create a new item here. Now, I'm just going to defer to whatever app.js wants to do. So I'm going to pass a prop. I want to call it from app.js. So to do that, what I'm going to do is create a function called handle key down. And here I'm going to say on key down, handle key down. So now every time I press a letter, both key down and handle change are going to get called. Now what I want to do is listen for when the person hits the enter key. So whenever they hit the enter key, we want to submit the form. So to be able to know this, we have access to what key was pressed. We get this by doing e.key. And we can check if it's equal to enter. And if it's equal to enter, what we want to do is call this.props.submit. And I want to pass in the current value of text. So this is something I want to pass down from app.js. So when I call this, I want to say submit and give it a function called this.createToDo. So up here, I'm going to say createToDo. And we know it's going to have one value in here called text. So this is the function that we're passing to submit. And then our form, we're calling submit, passing in a string, which is text. So here's where we want to create to do. And we want to come over here to our playground and do create to do. And really there's only one value for this, which is the text. And then what stuff we want to get back. So the ID, the text, complete, and we want to get it all back in this case, and we'll see why in a second. I'm going to say const create to do mutation, pass that in, and then we're going to have one variable here. I'm going to call it $text, and by the way, you do not have to call it the same name as what you have here, just a good convention that I like to follow. So text string, and that's going to be mandatory. Come down here, and actually all the way down because we want to add another one. So this is going to be create to do mutation, and I'm going to say create. So in here now, I'm going to say and we can, I guess, copy this because we're going to be doing similar things. I need to make this asynchronous. I'm going to say create to do. The variables that I'm going to pass in is just the text. And now I want to update the store after we create the to do, because I want to update the to do query and add my new to do. But here I care about the second thing, because the second thing here, data and then create to do, this is going to have 3 values. It's going to have the ID, the text, and complete, which is what we need. So I'm just going to push it on. So push, and we're going to add this create. So we read what to-dos we have cached, we add the new item that we added, and then we write it back to the query. So usually what I like to do is just add a console log statement to see if this is not getting called or what could possibly be going wrong. E.key, this might be an uppercase enter, not a lowercase. Yep, and that was the case. So watch out for that. And you'll notice this did not clear. So 2 things I noticed. First off, this did not clear at the top. We want to do that. And secondly, it added it at the very bottom. I want to add it at the top. So we know this was getting called. And after we submit, we're just going to say this.setState and set it to an empty string, and that will clear it. And then in our app.js, we're pushing to the end. There's a function called unshift. This adds it to the beginning. So if I say first, we now have an item at the beginning. And now I can just rapid fire create items if I want to. I can check them off, I can delete them if I want, and we have a whole to-do list created. So that is it for this tutorial. We did all the operations, creating, reading, updating, and deleting to-do items. I hope that was helpful, and you got a good grasp of how to do this and a little taste of how GraphQL and React works.
Hi guys, this is Zulekha from Edureka. Today we're going to learn how to become a superhero. Just kidding. Now becoming a full stack web developer is no less than becoming a superhero. It involves continuous dedicated practice and a strong will to learn. With this in mind, in today's session, we're going to discuss how to become a full stack web developer. So let me run you through today's agenda. We're going to begin with what is full stack web development. Next, we'll discuss the different layers of full stack web development. After that, we'll look at the different types of web developers. Over here, we'll discuss front end, back end, and full stack web developers. Next, we'll discuss a few reasons as to why you should practice full stack development. Once we're done with that, we'll see how to become a full stack web developer. Over here, we'll see what exactly a full stack web developer does. We'll discuss how the front end, back end, and the database management works. Alright, now moving on, we'll finally discuss some important web development tools and technologies that you must know in order to become a successful web developer. So guys, I hope all of you are clear with the agenda. Without wasting any further time, let's get started. So what is full stack web development? I'm sure you all must have heard of front end and back end web development, but what is full stack web development? Now, full stack web development basically involves front end and back end web development. It requires in-depth knowledge of the different scripting languages like HTML, JavaScript, CSS, which make the web look more interactive and alive. It also requires high-level programming languages such as Java, Python, and so on to code the server side. Apart from this, you also require experience in working with JavaScript frameworks like Node.js and libraries such as jQuery and so on. Now, in the further slides, I'll be covering the different aspects of becoming a full stack web developer in depth. So stay tuned. So before we move on to what a full stack developer does and how a front end and back end developer works, let's look at the different layers of full stack. First, we have the presentation layer or the front end of the web. This layer helps you interact with the web, watch videos, perform actions like register to an online shopping site. So guys, whenever you surf a website, the different fonts, images, and the content of the website forms the presentation or the front end of that website. So basically, the design, look, and feel of the web is accomplished with the help of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Then comes the logic layer or the back-end layer. Now this layer forms a dynamic connection between the front end and the database. So every time you search the web, it's the logic layer that transmits your requirements to the database and returns what you searched for. All of this is powered by a web server. Now, in order to get this layer working, it's important to know at least one of the programming languages such as Python, Java, or C#. Okay. Now, lastly, we have the database layer. This layer is a massive warehouse of information. It contains a database repository which captures and stores information from the front end through the back end. Now, a prerequisite over here is to have knowledge of how data is stored, edited, retrieved, and so on. Languages such as MySQL, MongoDB are a must to know. Now, let's look at the type of web developers. So guys, front-end developers are responsible for a website's look and feel. These developers must be masters at 3 main languages, which is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. They also need to be familiar with frameworks like Bootstrap, AngularJS, and Ember.js, which make the website look more interactive and alive. Libraries like jQuery also help to package code into a lightweight and compatible form. Now moving on to the back-end developers. Now the back-end of a website consists of 3 components: the server, the application, and a database. A back-end developer creates and maintains the web server, application, and the database which allows the front end of the website to operate. To make the server, application, and a database to communicate with each other, back-end developers use server-side languages like PHP, Ruby, Python, Java, and .NET to build an application. They also require to operate on tools like MySQL, SQL, MongoDB in order to fetch, store, or edit data and then serve it back to the user in the front end. Now guys, this is how back-end developers work. Now moving on to full-stack developers. The term full-stack developer was popularized in a meeting around 8 years ago when Facebook announced that they are looking to hire only full-stack web developers. Now basically, a full-stack developer should be knowledgeable enough to work on both the front-end technology and the back-end technology. So he needs to have an understanding of how the web works at each and every level, including setting up and configuring Linux or Windows servers, coding server-side APIs, running the client side of the application by using JavaScript, and structuring and designing the web page with CSS and HTML. A full-stack developer is like the jack of all trades. One must have enough knowledge to run both the client and the scripting side. Now let's discuss a few key points about why one must practice full-stack web development. One of the reasons is the full-stack developers can choose from a rich set of tools and technologies for creating and designing unique code. They are not restricted to a certain set of tools for development because there are n number of frameworks and libraries that will assist a full-stack developer in achieving an effective web application. Now the next reason is design and development. Now one of the best things about working as a full-stack developer is that you're not restricted to only development. As a full-stack developer, you can design and style your application, and then if you're bored of designing, you can probably switch to your developer mode. Now developer skills come into handy when you want to create a functional and a bug-free application. A full-stack developer is basically a creative person who can both develop and design an application. So guys, I'm not going to lie to you, a full-stack developer is like the Stephen Hawking of web development. After mastering various scripting and programming languages and working alongside several frameworks and libraries, a full-stack developer is no less than a master. Of course, one requires to have work experience and a lot of knowledge, but nothing is unachievable if you have the will to do it. Apart from that, a full-stack developer is highly valued in all parts of the world. In the US, the average salary of a full-stack developer is over $110,000. Not only in the US, all around the world, full-stack developers are in high demand. Now that you have a basic understanding about what a full-stack developer is, let's dive deep into how to become a full-stack developer. Let's look at the responsibilities of a developer and what exactly does he do. Alright? So guys, to begin with, you must have a decent understanding of how a website or a web application is built and what tools and technologies are used to do so. So let's begin with our front-end web development. To master front-end web development, you'll need to know many technologies, but the main technologies are HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now, HTML, which stands for Hypertext Markup Language, is the skeleton of every web page. It defines the structure of the web. Without it, the web would be as shapeless as a lump of clay. By using HTML, you tell the browser how you want your content to be structured by defining the different parts of a web page. For example, you define the content of your web page within HTML tags. Now, these tags tell the browser which part are headings, body, sidebars, and footers. This not only helps to structure the web page, it also lets you style each HTML element by selecting them and then adding different style parameters. Now CSS, which stands for Cascading Style Sheets, is like the clothes we wear to look stylish and attractive. The HTML elements we define can now be styled using CSS. For example, you can change the color of the header, add and style various buttons. You can also use CSS to adjust the width of the HTML elements. You can style them by adding color and design. You can also play around with buttons and make them look colorful and attractive. So guys, you can style a web page in any way you want. CSS has thousands of styling functions which let you design and make a web page look like a beautiful painting. Next up is JavaScript. Now before I get on with how full stack developers use JavaScript, it is important to understand how JavaScript works. JavaScript is basically a language of the web which every browser, PC and mobile phone understands. Now JavaScript can natively run on the browser. By natively, I mean that most of the web browsers like Google Chrome, Safari and Internet Explorer have a JavaScript engine embedded into their browsers. Okay. Now this JavaScript engine interprets the JavaScript code so that it can run on the browser. So guys, this is exactly how JavaScript runs on the web browser. Now where is JavaScript used? Now let's look at an example. So guys, when you're browsing on a web page, you come across many buttons. On clicking these buttons, some event occurs. Now JavaScript has event listeners which perform specific actions on the click of a button. Like for example, on the click of a button, another page might open up or a personal detail form can pop up. All of this is possible only through JavaScript. It is basically used to manipulate the HTML elements, add motions and graphics to them. So any sort of motion that you see on your web page is all JavaScript. Now that you have a good idea of how full stack developers work on the front end, let's look at the back end. Now when a user opens up a web page and clicks on a link or submits some form, or let's say he enters a URL, where does this data get stored and how does the browser return information to the user? So basically the browser connects to a web server. Now a web server is just a computer running an application or a software that delivers resources to the web pages. So guys, when a web server receives a request for a resource, it has to respond with that resource. So how does it do that? Now basically backend developers program the web servers to respond with the right resources. So the main aim of the web server here is to respond with the correct resources. But where do they get these resources? The web server is connected to a database which is continuously pulled on receiving some requests. So the role of a full stack developer here would be to create an application that fills a web page with the required resources by pulling data from the database. Now this application is programmed using server-side languages like Java, Python, PHP, Node.js, and the database is also programmed using languages such as MySQL, MongoDB and SQL. So guys, basically the back end of a web page is used to serve the required resources to a user. So here we just discussed how the front-end development is used to design the user-facing part of a web page that lets us interact with the web page. We also discussed how the back-end is used to deliver a web page to the browser along with the requested resources which are retrieved from a database. So guys, this is what a full-stack developer does. He has to create both the front-end and the back-end of a web page. Alright? Now let's look at some of the important technologies and tools that a full-stack developer must know. First of all, a full-stack developer must choose a code editor that is best suitable for him. There are hundreds of code editors out there. Personally, I switch between Visual Studio Code and Sublime Text. They're the most user-friendly code editors, but you guys can go ahead and choose whichever code editor you like. Now the second tool is a version control system. A version control system basically is used to keep a track of all the changes that you make to your code, files, or any sort of documents. Now, like the name suggests, it creates versions of your code or your file every time you change something. So let's say that you created a web application and added an additional feature to it. But for some reason, this feature slowed down your website and you want to go back to the old version of your website. So usually it is very hard to revert back to an older version, but a version control system takes care of this because it has a track of all the code changes that you've made and it can easily revert back to any code change. Some of the popular version control systems include Git and Subversion. Now guys, there are thousands of JavaScript frameworks and libraries which will come handy during web development. Frameworks like Node.js can help with back-end development of a web page, and JavaScript libraries such as jQuery can help at the front end to design a web page. Then there is Angular, React, Backbone, Meteor, which are all very useful to a full-stack developer. A full-stack web developer is always familiar with a couple of JavaScript frameworks, and the best part of these frameworks is that after learning JavaScript, which you'll definitely need while developing the front end, they are very easy to understand. Next up, we have HTTP protocols. Now, HTTP is basically a stateless application protocol on the internet which allows clients to communicate with the server. So basically, it enables communication between the front end of your web page and the back end. Guys, let me tell you that there are a lot of web developers out there who don't know much about HTTP. But it is quite essential to have an understanding about HTTP and how the internet works. It is also necessary to understand what is REST and why is it important in regards to the HTTP protocol in web applications. Apart from all of this, a full-stack developer obviously needs to have prior knowledge about running the application on operating systems such as Linux, Windows, and so on, because at the end of the day, all of this is running on top of an operating system. Also, a lot of full-stack developers have brushed up on various project management tools like Jira, Teamwork, Basecamp to effectively carry out the web development process. So guys, becoming a full-stack web developer requires good amount of effort and dedication. But is it worth all the effort? I would say definitely it is. It is the most valued designation, and once you practice full-stack web development, you'll become a master of the web. And at Edureka, we provide a full-stack web development course that has all the required tools and technologies that you need to learn. And we also make sure that you don't just learn it, you master it. So guys, if you're interested in learning the full-stack web development master course or any other trending technologies, let us know in the comment section and we'll get back to you at the earliest. So guys, thank you so much for watching this video. Have a great day.
I hope you have enjoyed listening to this video. Please be kind enough to like it, and you can comment any of your doubts and queries, and we will reply them at the earliest. Do look out for more videos in our playlist and subscribe to Edureka channel to learn more. Happy learning!